the sins that you can't confess. I'm just your ghost if we're not undressed. A part of me wish that we never met, but you act like we never. Got too wasted in the bathroom of your parents' house. Then you kissed me in the backseat of a taxi ride. And we said things that were cheesy, but we meant them. There were feelings, and now you deny it. You're in love with the idea of me, but you're not in my reality. Find it hard to even picture it, 'cause my reality ain't your reality, no.
Oh, thanks for the sub.
That you can't confess. I'm just your ghost if we're not undressed. A part of me wish that we never met, but you act like we never. Got too wasted in the bathroom of your parents' house. Then you kissed me in the backseat of a taxi ride. And we said things that were cheesy, but we meant them. There were feelings, and now you deny it. You're in love with the idea of me, but you're not in my reality. Find it hard to even picture it, 'cause my reality ain't your reality, no.
Oh, thanks for the sub.
All the sins that you can't confess. I'm just your ghost if we're not undressed. A part of me wish that we never met, but you act like we never. Got too wasted in the bathroom of your parents' house. Then you kissed me in the backseat of a taxi ride. And we said things that were cheesy, but we meant them. There were feelings, and now you deny it. You're in love with the idea of me, but you're not in my reality. Find it hard to even picture it, 'cause my reality ain't your reality, no. The sins that you can't confess. I'm just your ghost if we're not undressed. A part of me wish that we never met, but you act like we never. Got too wasted in the bathroom of your parents' house. Then you kissed me in the backseat of a taxi ride. And we said things that were cheesy, but we meant them. There were feelings, and now you deny it. You're in love with the idea of me, but you're not in my reality. Find it hard to even picture it, 'cause my reality ain't your reality, no.
Hello, chat. Hello. Oh, he made you jump again. Yo, give me one moment. Where's my model? I had
Yo,
one job.
thanks for the gifted.
Ah, there I am. Oh, yo. Thank you very much, Famuki, for the gifted sub. Heck. I'm looking over to the side. I want to be looking straight ahead. Hello, chat. You quiet down. And you know. There we go. It's the handsome lad. Hello, welcome. So, we are today being bullied. Already. Didn't take long. Look at my ear. Like, look how shiny the ears are. That's what you do to me to start off with, I suppose. Right, and I've just realised the topic's wrong. We are, today, model review. Pre-save. I have nothing to save today, because today, obviously, we're doing model reviews. And I'm still looking over to the side. Why am I looking over to the side? VC face, please. Thank you. There we go. Right. So yeah, so today, going to be looking at your models. Going to be going over that. We're just going to continue on from where we did last time. Same deal. We are going to go through each model. We're going to go through the topology, the overall shape, the rig, and the UVs. We're not going to be touching on textures. We're not going to be talking about any of that. We're just going to try and get through each one. And to try and get through as many as we can, I'm going to spend around 15 to 20 minutes on each one, but hopefully no longer. So if I start running over, I will just try and push things on, even if I've still got more to say. So, our first model of the day is from Vita Cordes, I believe. So we are looking for... Need to go all the way up. Scroll, 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 scroll. There we go, so Vita. I want to find you in my direct messages, so copy you. Go over here, conversation, Vita Cordes. And it's in the Google Drive. So let's go and grab that. So we've got an OBJ file. Okay. Download. Download anyways. And we want to put this onto in desktop. This model review here. And we're going to do week 2. So that I know where they all are. Save. Okay, well, that's downloading away. I hope you're all doing well, chat. I hope you're all doing well. Sorry for starting an hour later than normal. I had to go and get some food. I did the whole thing where I woke up, I got a shower, I checked the fridge, and I'm like, oh. There's no food. Kids, some of your hair is gone. No, it's my ears that are gone. It's the ears. Somebody shrunk my ears because they're a meanie. But, yeah. Hungry kid. I have eaten now. I have done the eated. And, yeah, okay. So, let's file, import, OBJ. It's weird to find an OBJ file these days. Model review, week 2. There's our OBJ. Someone seems to have eaten my ears. How could they? How could they? Come on, Blender. Come on, Blender. Blender's not responding. But yeah, I hope you are all doing well. Mwah. Oh, goodness. I had a Big Mac and a big quarter pounder and stuff. Come on, Blender. Blender's just like having a good old think here. Oh, there we go. We've got it. And this is what I first see. Massive feet. Let me just check the model first, though, just to make sure there's no nothing that's going to get me banned on Twitch. I trust people, but you can never be too careful. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so this is the model that we are looking at. This one is by Vita Cordes. Now, this one is a sculpt by the look of it. So, if I press tab and go into edit mode, I can imagine our topology is going to be a bit intense. Yeah. So let's tab back out of edit mode. So we're not really going to cover the topology, rig, or UVs on this one because it obviously doesn't have it. So what I want to focus on for this one is obviously going to be the shapes. And initially, I'm quite happy with these little shapes. Y'all hear those little stutters too? So those stutters have probably been when my computer's trying to switch in and out of it. Yeah, it's only got 6,129,000 tries. I think that'll run on Quest. It might be a little bit jank, but I mean, you never know. It's a sculpt though. Like that's the difference. It is a sculpt. So what we're looking at here is mostly the form. We're looking mostly at things like anatomy, and to be honest, your anatomy is actually pretty nice. We've got nice curves coming down there. We've got a generally good form. One thing about the model is it is nicely balanced, which is what we're looking for when it comes to these 3D models. You've pulled the tail out directly, which is what you should do when you're first initially sculpting it. Generally, yeah, like the model is pretty nice actually on the look of it. There is this kind of like little ridge almost here. I might turn off the view in the workflow here. So view. How do we turn off the grid again? I keep forgetting. Never mind. But yeah, we got like that there. We got nice deformation around your arms and stuff. That's actually quite nice form. Hands. Those hands are very good, actually. They will work pretty well. You've got your nice little indentation for your thumb. You've got this bit here. You've put the bean on the front part of the model as well, which is kind of neat. Claws and beans generally look fine. The only thing we might want to do is when it comes to the topology, you might just want to smoothen these out a little bit. Or if you want to put more detail on, 2 circles near the right of the viewport. Oh yeah, it's that one, isn't it? I can't believe I forgot about that. I'm just having one of those days, apparently. But yeah. Do have a little bit of an indent there, which I can get what that's coming from, but that maybe looks a little bit rough. Mouth is fine. Eyes are fine because you've got that shape that I keep talking about. What I would say with your eyes, if you are planning to do this for VR chat, I know that you will probably want to sculpt it in, but make sure that when you come to change it over, you just use pretty much a perfect sphere. You can actually change the shape of the eyes using a specific bone rig up. A bone rig setup, I should say. But generally it's easier, obviously, if your eyes are perfectly circular, and if you start off with that, you know that your form's going to look nice by the end of it. Ears are fine, although I would dig this in a bit deeper, to be honest. I find the ears tend to look better if the bottom part of the ear is also pushed in, because think of what an actual, what an actual canine's ear would look like. It would be, well, it would go in, because obviously it needs place for the sound to actually be received. So I tend to find that. The hair looks fine. Hair is something that generally, that's something that you'll probably come to do more when you're actually doing topology and stuff, but that hair would work absolutely fine. The only thing you want to be careful with 3D stuff is when you've got hair that kind of comes over the shoulders, because there's so much of your rig going on in that section, it can make hair really stretch and tear, because some parts of it, because if you pull your arm forward and that move as well, this bit will move with your shoulder, because you probably want to weight paint it towards that, where this bit will fly back so it can stretch it. Not that that's something that's a problem, it's just something to bear in mind when you come to do the rigging stage, that you're going to have to make some choices of what do you want this hair to do? Do you want it to move with the model, or do you want it to move entirely with the rig and clip through the shoulder? You can obviously put colliders there and stuff, but they don't always, colliders aren't a perfect solution. They don't always work. Sometimes, depending on how fast the thing goes in, it can sometimes clip into the collider before it actually gets expelled back out of it. Honestly, though, your anatomy looks pretty damn good. I'm not going to lie. Your anatomy is pretty spot on here. There is, like I say, there's bits where it's rough, but I imagine that's mostly just the sculpt. Like, they look fine. The only thing that I would say maybe about your feet. So, feet generally have quite a bit of a curve on the bottom of them, and this section here. And then the ball of the foot, the heel of the foot, sorry, no, that's the ball, that's the heel. Your heel of your foot generally has a bit more downward pressure, downward bit, so you could put that in if you wanted it not to look quite as flat-footed.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Yeans of Production. What a name, I love it. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Anything else that I'm noticing? Because obviously I'm just focusing on that. Right, okay, the face in general. So I really like this brow line, actually. This brow line is very nice. Yeah, that's actually really good. How the brow kind of comes up from the nose, pulls out, and still encloses the eyes. I quite like that. That's very good. Teeth are good. Tongue might be a little bit small, I would say. Because you're going to see a lot of gums here, and a lot of gum here. Thank you. What a useful stream idea. Do you say VODs? Yes, my VODs for review streams are put up on YouTube. So if you want to go and find them on YouTube, they're up there. So all of these will be saved. Is there anything else that I'm really noticing? Like, there's not a lot wrong with this model. This is quite a nicely put together model. And the one thing that I've noticed about it is that you've definitely got a style going. Like, you have got a style there, which is quite nice to see. So you've made some decisions, like especially around your eyes, head. You've got a very defined chin, which is something that I like to see. A jawline, I should say. One thing I would say is when it comes to the sculpt, one thing you want to try and avoid, if you're doing this for VR chat specifically, I would generally say try and keep the expression quite neutral. You can put a sort of smile in, absolutely, but just watch out for that, because obviously if you start to retopologize around that, then you've got to be aware that negative expressions, things that pull it down, will pull that topology down even further than if it was in the middle. Because what I mean by that is, let's say our mouth just came along. Oh yeah, wait a sec, we're in this mode. Let me erase those. All right. Let's say our mouth come along here. Our topology for a smile is going to move it up here. And our topology for a sad is going to bring it down here. Then, if we've got a smile on it, so I'm going to... I'm pretty sure we can create a new layer. Yeah, we can do. But then if we've got this smile, obviously if we wanted to smile, we can bring it up there, but then we bring it all the way down here. Now that's me exaggerating it a lot. I am exaggerating it a lot there. But when you're coming to do your sculpts, try and keep that in mind, that anything that you want to move up or down, you want to try and put it in the dead center so that the topology can stretch and squash about evenly on each side, so nothing's really being pushed too much. Now, if you actually have a look, Kate's got a very subtle smile. You can use this to your advantage. Just bear in mind that when it does come to things like negative emotions, you're usually a bit unable to push it quite as far. I'm doing it first for reference for a fursuit, and second for VR chat, and third for making a ref sheet and animations. Well, there you go. I mean, that's fine. Like, that's not a big problem. That's not a thing that would break your model entirely. It's just something that I generally would advise, if you're doing it for VR chat first, try and keep things very neutral. Otherwise, though, like, there's not much that I'm seeing that I would typically call bad or wrong or anything, so you're definitely doing well. Is there anything I would improve, though? Is there anything I would improve? At the moment, not really, because obviously it's a sculpt, so I can't really talk a lot about the technicals of it. But I think this just looks a little bit odd to me for some reason. Like, that just doesn't read correctly. You could maybe define the shoulder blades a little bit more, but like that's stylistic. pretty much, yeah, there's not really that much else that I can find wrong with it. The hands are fine. Your feet are fine. The only thing about the feet is the feet might be a little bit long. But obviously, if you shrink the feet down, remember to bring this bit forwards as well. But again, stylistic. I'd figure it in. Yeah, like I say, it's because you're mixing. This is the thing with anthropomorphic animals. We're always trying to like join them together. We're trying to like, which part of the animal do we want and which part of the human do we want? And it's finding that blend is quite difficult at times. You've obviously went for a much more human type one, but you still have obviously your animalistic features, which is fine. You have also sculpted it in an A pose, which is fine. Like I say, we can work with A poses. Just bear in mind that Unity will want it to be put into a T pose, and A poses can sometimes make when you lifted your shoulders up higher, it can sometimes make them a little bit rougher. But not all the time. But no, honestly, this is and if this is your first sculpt, this is a very good first go. A very good first go. I'm really struggling to find something that I want to critique on it. Oh, I went into edit mode just naturally, just to try and see the topology, but yeah. My poor computer. My poor computer. Come on. Ah. There we go. Bah. I prefer to, it does, yeah, it can definitely do that. Just like I said, just be careful with your topology when you come to do it. Make sure you get your good loops around it. Because otherwise then you'll get what's called shoulder crunch, which is like, it can actually make it look worse. But, again, very good one. Right, yeah, there's a little flower up here as well. It's a little flower. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this one comes along. But yeah, very, very nice. Very nice, actually, indeed. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. So, thank you for that, Vita Cordes. I hope some of that at least helped. But yeah. The model seems to have not been shaded smooth, but instead subdivided to smoothness. Oh yeah, like it's actually flat shaded. It's actually still in flat shading, but because there's that many faces, it just looks smooth. Pardon me. Right, next one. So who was next? I was... Where's my thing there? Model review. So it's Ural next. And I believe they sent me over Telegram. There they are. Videos, files. Yeah, they did. There it is. Right, there we go. And I want to copy you. Model review week 2, Bruno blend. Let's have a little look, shall we? I'm at least confident with now moving on to retopologizing, and after that, it'll be a walk in the park as I'm a technical animator. But curious to see if I can beat you in spot and skinning mistakes by the time you... Hey, if you're a technical animator, you probably will. Because I'm very much just a generalist, so... And my focus is obviously on VR chat, so all of my knowledge about rigging and skinning and stuff comes from mainly porting things into games. So it depends. So yeah, what I'll probably do once... I'm going to be closing the model review application thing today. So there's got like... Because I can only do so many of them. So I'm going to leave it open for today's stream. And then I'm going to close it off. I'm then going to review every model in that. At least at some point. And then give it a little break and work with some other things. I want to work with... I want to do some like Twitch reviews. I want to do some design reviews, so going over the overall design of people's personas. and seeing if there could be any improvements there. Things like that. I want to flesh it out a bit. I want to do other stuff. But we will do model reviews again at some point. So let me just check that there's no naughty parts. Not that I can see. Okay, so this is Full Force Ural's model. This one's Bruno. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn specular on. We're going to put that on just so it looks a little nicer. Okay, so overall form of the model is the first thing. So one thing I definitely notice is the legs. The legs really don't have that much definition in them. So what we would want to see is we'd want to see this have a little bit more form to it. So I'm going to draw this with a mouse, but so it's not going to be the best. But we kind of want this to come down like that, and then we want this leg to come down. We'd want a bit more definition there. And then we want this to be a foot. And what we've got to remember is this is the ball of the foot. So what we'd be looking for is this to be like a bit more rounded. This to come in and down. And then to come across. And that's what we kind of want to look for. I'm drawing that with a mouse. So I'm not doing the best job of it. But we need to kind of define those forms and really bring them out, because otherwise it just kind of, it ends up looking a bit more like a tube than a leg. So we definitely want to kind of be looking for that shape there. It's kind of the same on the front as well. If we have a look here, we haven't really got much shape coming in and out. It all just kind of, I mean, this side especially just kind of comes like pretty much straight down. So if we add a new note. So if this just kind of comes straight down, that comes out a bit, goes in a bit, and then comes down. But there's not really any proper definition there. So that's the first thing. Same with kind of the toes. The toes look like, that looks fine on the bottom. But you'd want to watch out for this, because that looks a bit squarish there. We want these to kind of be a bit more rounded, really. And same with the top of it as well. Think of like what you want to try and think of is you standing on your tiptoes. You want to imagine like you're standing on tiptoes there. And what we're looking for is you'd still want a bit of the connection on the foot. You still want a little bit of connection on the foot. We don't just go straight from here to toes. We want a little bit more room here. Okay, so that's your legs. Your body is relatively fine, although your chest is quite puffed down. It feels like this entire section just could do with just being shifted, just shift it back a little bit. But I do like that we've got this curve in here. Although the tail kind of feels like it starts too high, but obviously this is a furry, so we can realistically start that tail wherever.
Raid, Cade Legends.
Welcome on in. I hope you had a lovely stream. Thank you for sharing your little community with us. I hope, like I say, you're having a lovely day. Add more cake. But no. That bit's fine. One other thing that we maybe want to do is, like I say, you will probably just want to pull this back a bit and this forward a bit, just so that it keeps a bit more balanced in line with the overall bit of the model. I know what. Oh yeah, the design of the character is quite nice. I like these like little things. The design is cool. It's even got some, like, one of the props that comes with him is just bread, which is nice. But yeah, like, that is, like I say, it's mostly just your form. I think it's a lot of your forms just aren't really properly defined yet. And I feel like just pushing those a little bit more and refining them down will bring a lot more to the character. Okay, the arms and the hands. So a lot of people do struggle with this, and I can see that we also have this problem where you don't really see the wrist here. One thing that we want to kind of do is we want to, like, if you just take your arm, put your arm in front of your head, and you'll see that your arm actually, like, your hand comes down a little bit. Your arm comes along, and then your hand comes down a little bit. And it's the same on the bottom, actually, as well, but a bit more. And then that's obviously your palm there. That's massively exaggerated, but that's essentially what it's doing. And what we want to be looking for, we want to be looking for that on the actual character here. It's same with your elbow as well. This elbow here feels like it's a bit too crunched in. Because elbows don't really come out like that. And I feel like, yeah, you see how it's crunched inwards here? It definitely doesn't do that. Your elbow actually sticks out a little bit. It protrudes. Because you've got that little, what's it called? It's not your radius, it's like your funny bone. I keep forgetting the proper name of it, but that protrudes out of the edge of the elbow. So you kind of want that there. The fingers, the hands are okay. They're very Bapper-like. That's how I would kind of describe these. They're very Bapper-like. What I would generally do is when you're modeling these out, just to make it easier for yourself, is just to even just splay your fingers just a little bit, just so you've got that little bit of a gap so you can paint in between them. Because naturally, like, if you put your fingers together, if you try and do that now, chat, put your fingers together in a palm shape and just hold it there, and it feels uncomfortable. Like, it's not impossible, but it's not natural. Naturally, your fingers is actually splayed out and curled a bit. So if you model that into it, that can really help when it comes to rigging and stuff, because it's just how your hands naturally kind of sit. Okay, your neck is fine, if not a little long. But again, that could be the style of the character. Yo, a good idea and an alert at the same time. I have funny elbows that bend back a bit when I extend my arms, which is... do they? That's interesting. Because you should have, like, a very harsh... Like, if you bend your arm all the way, it should be quite harsh on the corner of it. But hey, I mean, I'm just looking at it myself. It does bend in a little bit, but it bends on, like, that 45-degree angle. I spent so much of it. Like, honestly, when you're rigging, when you're doing this stuff, when you're modeling characters, use your own body as a reference. Do use your own body as a reference. Because, you know, it's the best one you've got. Right. As for the face, okay, so I do have a few things to note about the face. I feel like this bit of the head is way too... It's joined together. There's not really that much definition between what's the muzzle and what's like the head itself. And it all kind of just blends into this one. So what I would look for you to do to try and correct that, I would look to try and bring this muzzle in a little bit more and just try and have that little bit of a separation between what's your cheekbones and what's your... what the muzzle is. It doesn't have to be a lot. For example, on Cade here, Cade's got quite a wide snoot. And obviously that little definition isn't there. Like, it is there, but it's very minor, but it's enough so that when the head turns, the shadow catches it. And what we're looking there is, because you don't want it to all kind of just meld into one singular thing. We want it to be multiple different bits. So there's definitely that. Same with your mouth as well. The mouth here does come quite far back. I would watch out for that. I would actually probably keep your mouth a bit closer inwards. And stuff like that. The other thing is, as I've mentioned with a lot of people on this, I can see how you've done the eyes. And the eyes is definitely something that I would say to try and change. So I'm just going to hide a few of these bits of hair for now. And what we should be looking for, you can see how there's not really a massive angle on these eyes. They're very focused forwards. We kind of want to try and, like, bend those around a little bit more. Again, when you're thinking of eyes, you really want to be thinking of them kind of in this shape. You want to try and think of that sphere.
Thanks for the sub.
Fox17, thank you for the sub for 12 months. A whole year you've been subscribed to me. Heck, I really appreciate that. Heck, I really do. But yeah, so we'll look at what you want to be looking for is that. And by that, what I mean is we should be looking for this to come back, like, maybe not that much. Kid, gee, calm down. Calm down, kid. What we want to be looking for is for this eye to come back, and so that we can actually see this eye a bit more like that. Because if I come here, can you see how much this is, like, almost bulging out? Like, this feels like it's bulging. And we want to kind of avoid that shape, because it's not particularly natural. We don't really see things like that often in nature. One example of where that does kind of happen is on a horse. But, again, rarer than what we... It's not never used, but it's difficult when it is. Another thing that I would say is you don't really have a defined brow at all. Remember, if you look at your eyes actually come inwards a bit, then the overall shape around it actually comes out of it. And that's the same for, again, pretty much most animals. So what we want to be looking for here is just this brow. It doesn't have to be severe. It just has to be a little bit. It just has to be that little bit of an indentation, just so the model catches those shadows. And then put your eyebrows on top of that. So just pulling this bit forwards overall would definitely improve the appeal of it. So this topology here is definitely a little bit stretched. And this is what I was talking about with like trying to bake smiles and stuff into things. I'd watch out for that because it can end up with topology like this. What you'd realistically be wanting to do here, Ural, is where this is here, you'd want to have this kind of come around and loop to there. You'd want to have that to loop there. We'd want to have this to loop around here. And then we'd just continue that on until we obviously get to the bottom of it. And what that would do is that would cut a lot of this extra topology that you've got coming around the back of the lips there. And allow you just to, keep a lot of topology around the mouth, and yeah. But you got your loops relatively come around the mouth, which is good, because you have actually got your loops there. So you have actually got your loops here, I can see that now, but I would say that this is twisted a little bit too much for it to really work at its best. Especially this polygon here, we can already see how, even in a neutral position, that's already been stretched quite a lot. We'd want to try and calm that down. I also feel like this section here of the lid feels like it's bulging up a little bit too much. But again, that might just be because there's not really any separation between the front of the skull and the muzzle. Okay, anything else? Anything else? So, ears are separate, that's fine. These bits are separate, that's fine. So topology-wise, you're currently at about 58k. We are definitely on the higher side of the topology here. This topology works as well, where you kind of curve it in like this, but you can see how you can get quite a lot of topology. And again, what we really want to avoid with these models is having them feel very tube-like. We want to try and make very distinct bits to the model. So this can work, but I would generally recommend actually trying to have your crotch go the other way. And flow, if you're going to have topology like this, you generally want the topology to flow upwards, kind of like your actual pelvis would be. That's kind of what we would want to be looking for if we're pushing the topology in that direction. And again, we have a lot of topology here that's kind of like not really carrying any information. Like, I'm pretty sure we could get rid of that and just terminate. Like, if you've added this for the toes, your better option is to terminate things. And it looks like you actually had an edge here at some point. Yeah, which has been later deleted. Oh, wait. Have I commented on your legs and you've had, like, a shape key on this entire time? Ah, you have. Okay. Still a better shape, but I would still say the back of the side of the legs is definitely better now. But you'd still want to be making sure that that this shape on the back was still relevant. So that still stands. But yeah, check any of the shape keys are on. No. The hair looks okay. You've done what I would normally try and advise people to do, and that's to group sections of hair together. So that looks fine. It maybe just needs a little bit more grooming, but generally it looks okay. Hair inside the ears looks fine. The cheek floof looks maybe a little bit too aggressive, but again, that's more of a style thing. And yeah, okay, right, we can't spend too much more time with this one. We want to very quickly check the rig. So for that, I want to go to viewport display in front and wire. That's not too bad. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, so you're not going to get any VR chat crunch. That's not too bad. Working with the topology that you've got, that's not the worst that it could be. It maybe pulls this bit of the section in too much. Maybe compresses that a little too much. Let's check your arm. So yeah, given the topology that you're working with, you've done a pretty decent job there. You've kept it harsh on one side and soft on the other side, which is generally what I recommend. Again, we do lose a little bit of this elbow on the end here, but that's just simply because the topology is not there. Up. Down. Fingers. Right, so when it comes to do your fingers, make sure that your palm is fairly heavily weighted. Now, again, in real life, if you actually take your hand, you put your fingers together and you start to curl your hand over, you've actually got 4 sets of knuckles that are moving with that. However, game engines only recognize 3. So what we've got to do is we've got to basically lie and say that the hand, the palm, is all one combined object. So what we wanted to do is we want to grab this hand and we want to weight paint the entire part of the palm so that it doesn't compress in like this. Because what we're trying to think of, whenever we're doing things with 3D and rigging, one of your most important principles to kind of keep in mind is that you don't want volumes to change. Because in real life, volume doesn't change. If I move my hands, it doesn't matter how much is inside of them. It's not going to shrink or disappear, or it's not going to grow more air, like volume inside of it, because, well, it's a fixed amount. Unless, you know, you get rid of it or somehow. But so that's one thing to try and keep in mind. We can't always do it. Like, you will always have a bit of squash and stretch, and in some cases, that's actually a good thing. But when it comes to your palm, you kind of want your palm to be almost a solid object. Because of those 3 fingers. Okay. So I can see you've actually got the digigrade rigging in here as well, which is actually all set up properly. I can see that that's on a parallel. So that should work fairly well. Check your tail. Because I always like seeing if people just automatic weight paint it or actually put some in. That's relatively fine, although it needs maybe a little bit of smoothing towards the end of it. But again, no one's really going to notice that. In my opinion, it's that the model is very 3-dimensional. Just wait till we make your model, Flint, with you, and then I get to review your model. Okay, so one thing that definitely needs sorted here is the weight painting across the floof. What I would generally recommend is this for... What's this for? Oh, that's for the pool ring. Okay. One thing I generally recommend is to use a weight data transfer to try and move this as it should be on the bottom part. Because we can see there how we've got, like, bits crunching in. We've got stuff like that. And we want to be careful in that kind of area. Yeah, you can see how, like, if we're moving this shoulder here, how this bit of the fur is moving back and forwards. We kind of want it, like, the odd thing is, this one's working fine, this one's fine, this one's fine. The other ones are actually fine. That's actually kind of expected results. But this one's moving entirely with it. We want to kind of balance those out a bit. And it is hard. When these are individual strands, that is actually quite a hard challenge to achieve, because you've kind of got to figure out some maths between each one. But it does become noticeable, because while I'm only moving individual things here, obviously when you're in motion, your character's moving a lot more bones altogether. So we want to keep that in mind. Okay, quickly. I'm going to move on to the next last step. There's probably some more other stuff on it, but again, time. Let's have a look at your UVs. So those UVs already look fairly clean. Let's deselect the model and let's go through each material. So select the hair, select the body. So the one thing that we do have is a lot of wasted space. Is that for where the hair is? No, so that's where the hair is. Okay. So my one question would be, is you've got your UV map for your body and your hair on the same thing. So I'm unsure as to why you've got two different materials. Because we've got another one there. We could technically combine these textures together. Even if it's just in Photoshop or something, just cut this part of the image out, cut the other part of the image out, and then you can make these the exact same material, and that'll make the model more efficient. But that's clean. That's very readable. So readability is great. How is your area definition? Okay, so that's probably your tail, which is fine. Your tail is fine being a bit smaller than the rest of everything else because it's, you know, it's the tail. You want to kind of keep your resolution there, anywhere else. What is this, though? So what I'll be looking for here is, what are you? Can I hide the eyes for now? Yeah, there we go. Right, so what are you? You're the back of the leg? Oh, okay. One thing I would definitely say with legs is legs can be... Because legs are a tube, you're actually kind of better just to slice it down one edge and not both edges. It reduces the amount of seams that you get. And normally I recommend doing that on the inside of the legs as opposed to the outside of the legs. Just means that if there is any potential mid-mapping at a far distance, that it's not going to occur with your... It's not going to be as visible. Hands are relatively fine. The hair, again, is kind of a bit all over the place, but it doesn't really matter too much. Now, this I am interested in. What is this? Where's this on the model? So that's the... Oh, okay, so that's the inside of the eyes. What I would generally recommend with the inside of your eyes is to actually slice this bit off in the inside of it. Oh, so this is actually your head, isn't it? Ah, yes, your head's upside down. That's what I'm looking at. I would still recommend slicing the inside of your eye off, and if you really need to paint the inside of the eye, actually slice it into two different bits or one section that can allow it to unwrap a little bit nicer. And that allows for it means you don't get this horrible compression, but honestly, this compression isn't too bad because it'll be behind the eye. So you can get away with that. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but there's other ways I would kind of go about it just to avoid any compression around the eyelid itself. But as you can see on the texture, it's not really made too much of an impact, so you are fine with that. Generally, like I say, your UV is fine. It's readable. There's maybe some ways that you could probably better organize it, but generally, yeah, you're kind of fine. Although, is this overlapped? No, it isn't. Okay. So if that's that and that's that, which should be... Oh, that's the two back parts of the leg. So where's the front parts of the leg? Oh, is it this? Oh, okay. Yeah, so definitely, you definitely want to chop your toes off. Because otherwise then you get this real bad compression here. And we want to be careful with that. Because it means, like, while on this model that's fine because it's all one solid colour, if this was a model that had multiple colours, you'd start to see very intense pixelation on the top of those toes. So we want to be very careful with that. Okay, Ural, I've probably got more... Oh, wait a sec, what's this bit? Is this your butt cheek? No, it's your ear. Oh, so that's the whole ear, is it? Okay, again, same thing again. We're looking at compression here. One thing I tend to do with the ears myself is I'll tend to chop the ear off here, or if you've got like an internal section, you probably want to chop it off here and treat this section separately to the rest of the ear. Again, it just kind of avoids this compression. You can kind of see that effect there, where you're getting like real low pixelation on the back. We want to avoid that. We want to try and keep everything to the same level as much as we can. Right. Yeah, generally, that's probably it. Eyes, you're probably fine with. Imagine your eyes are just the... so we want to hide that. Select the eyes, hide everything else. Yeah, and your eyes are fine. So we don't want to display stretch. One thing I would maybe say is add a little bit more topology to the actual iris of the eyes, and that allows you to do some adjustments. So for example, if you do a sad expression, if you do an angry expression, you can easily change the eyes, both in the terms of the pupil size and the irises of itself. Okay, and it looks like we've got one random vert here, just sitting here. So yeah, it's okay, Ural. There's definitely some improvements that you can make. A lot of it, mostly, I would say, is your form. There are a few technical issues here and there, but primarily, I would want to see you really trying to push the definition of shapes. Like I say, we want to avoid all this like kind of tubiness that's kind of quite apparent. It's not bad. Definitely not bad. And as the chat said, it is a cute character, and you've managed to achieve that pretty well. Just a bit more refined, and I think we'll see your work really shine. You definitely have the potential, Ural. Keep it up. And I'll look forward to seeing more models from you in future. But yeah, with that, we'll move on to the next one. Okay, chat. I think it's actually time I go and get myself a drink as well. So I'm just going to quickly nip to the fridge. I'll be back in just a second. Oh no, my gift's broken. No longer able to bonk for some reason. This isn't good. Jimmy. I don't want to fix that, but we're not here to fix that. We're here to actually, you know, get some more reviews done. So, who's after your roll? So, it is Liminal. You are next. Let's have a look at yours. So, shoop. Let's grab that. Liminal. And we got your updated blend files, so let's grab that. That was quick. And week 2, we're looking at ease. And good morning, Zerados. So there's no textures on this one, so we're going to put it into material mode. Okay. Right, so we've got the model here. And I'm just going to very briefly turn off the armature just so we can look at the body itself. Did not sleep at all. Very good chance I'll pass out midstream. Oh, well, if you need to nap, just nap to my voice, Teal. My sensual voice. Hello, Teal. You're very welcome to sleep around me. So if you want to send a version with textures, and this goes to anybody, if you've got a blend file, if you tap F3 for the search, and you just tap pack resources, what this does is this packs all the images that are currently loaded in your scene into the blend file, and then if you send me that, I should also be able to open the blend file with the textures already applied. But for the first part, I don't even need the textures anyways, so you're fine with that. Okay, so let's have a look at the model. So first thing that I want to say is your form is very nice. Like, I can already see that there's quite a nice form here. Yeah. Generally, I quite like the look of that. No general boxiness to it. You've got it all quite nice and smooth and round. Like I said, if you go back to the blend file and type pack and send that through to me now, I'll open that one up. Just so people can see it with the textures. Okay, so. One thing that I've already noticed is that I am... How do you search? So it's F3 in Blender, or spacebar if you've changed some of your settings around. So it's either F3 or spacebar depending on what you've set it as, and then it's just pack, and then and what you're looking for is pack resources. But yeah, so the first thing that I've kind of noticed with your form is like your legs kind of just absorb into the model, which is fine. That's definitely a stylistic thing that we can do, but it maybe look a little better if there was a little bit more definition around the pelvis just to define the hips out. Because when we're looking at it from this view, it kind of has this weird little circular bit here. If I already posted a screenshot in model review, should I also do it? Yes, you need to DM me the blend file as well. Because it's the blend file I'm actually looking at. The screenshot's just there. So the reason the screenshot's there is for me to see who's done what in what order and what model I should be looking at. Just so if they send me the wrong blend file, which has happened before, it's like we can correct it. Overall, like I say, overall form's quite nice and smooth generally. Again, we've got nice leg forms here, and you can see what I was meaning here about if Ural is still watching this at some point. You can see what I'm meaning here about like just defining these shapes just a little bit more. The only thing I might say is this one seems to curve down a little too early, and it feels like we've got too much of a gap, like too much of a bit here. It feels like this should maybe come down a bit more like that and then down. That's kind of where I would want to go with that. One thing a little bit about the face is the eyes feel quite far apart, if you get what I mean. Yo, Wiggly Senpai, hello, welcome on in. Is it called .blend? No, it would just save as a blend file as well. It just saves as a blend file. The one thing you should notice is the file size should be a lot different. I haven't popped in for a stream yet, surprising. Well, here you are now. You think you sent it? Let me have a little look. Yeah, see, that's got a bigger file size now, so that's probably the right one. Give it a second. There you go. Sweet. I do like the textures, actually. They're quite nice. But guess what? We're not looking at textures just yet. Right. Just for now. So like I say, maybe the eyes are a little bit too far apart. I feel like maybe this bit's a little bit too big. But again, that's a stylistic thing. Maybe that's just what you want to go for. And again, remember, any critiques that I give, especially when it comes down to style, form, and stuff like this, we are absolutely free to be like, well, actually, I want to do it this way. That's fine. The hair, the floof's actually quite nice. It's actually really nice, actually. The wings are fine. The only thing with the wings is the wings kind of, again, lack a bit of form. They lack a bit of, like, harshness to them. But then again, that, again, it might be what you want. I can see the stylization of the model is, like, kind of cartoony. So maybe that's fine. Yo, I have to send my Mothboy for one of these. It's basically... Well, this is the last day that in my Discord... If you join my Discord, this is the last day that I've got the model review thing open to people to submit stuff. And the next one won't probably be for another few months or so. So, what you probably won't be looked at today. Probably will be looked at next week or the week after, but we'll see. Is it closed at midnight? It closes at midnight, yeah. It closes at 12 a.m. British Standard Time. Because if you didn't realise yet, I'm British. How on earth do I do good wings? So with wings, what you want to be looking for with wings is... Think of wings as as another arm. So how you've done your arm here, what you want to be thinking about is this is your shoulder blade here. So this is your shoulder. This bit's your forearm. This is your lower arm. And then this is your and then this is your hand. And then what you kind of trying to think of is these are fingers coming out from here. And pretty much every creature that has wings follows those principles. There are some that are slightly different, but generally that's kind of the common rule. So what you want to be trying to think of is trying to make this like your shoulder, this like the upper arm, that like your lower arm, and that like your hand and stuff. And just even following that generally gets you a bit like more cleaner version of wings, even if you're going really cartoony. Hands, so we're going to start looking at topology. That's quite nice. I quite like that. You've used terminations to reduce like to properly start to reduce them. A little bit odd in how they kind of come around here. But the fact that they're on there, that won't make too much of a big difference anyways. That's fine. As long as it's being reduced, it doesn't really matter where they're placed, so long as they're out of the way. Pardon me. God, kid. Let's see, we've got another one, another section of them like there, which at least mirrors them. I'm loving it. Right. Your beans are separate. Your beans are fine being separate. That's okay. Just be aware when it comes to weight painting them, they can be a bit more of a challenge to deal with because they're a different part of the model. Claws are maybe a little high poly. So if I actually grab this and I'm going to decimate some of your model. So if I grab these and I actually dissolve them. Now, up close, you can definitely see the difference, right? How many people are reasonably going to see a difference there? Not really many. The only thing that it does do is obviously it makes this bit quite a little bit more rough. So you have got to work a little bit more around there. But that's just something to bear in mind of. Whenever we're working on a 3D model, whenever we're working on a bit of it, we're really focused in on that bit. And so we want to make it look nice and smooth and rounded and really pleasant. And we can get a bit carried away with it. And if you want to know, Cade's claws, pretty much only 8 polygons around each one. But yet they look fine. No one's able to see. So just like I said, just bear that in mind. It's just a way of reducing the topology because your tries are at 50k, which is what I'd recommend for a VR chat model. Like as a base model, 50k, perfectly fine. I know people will be like, oh, but it says 32. Yes, it says 32, but 50k is kind of a nice balance between having enough detail on the model to make it look smooth to not having it over the top, and people can add stuff to it. Okay. Your mouth is fine. So the one thing again about the mouth is I would try and add a little bit of extra topology in here. And one really easy way of doing that is if I grab this and rip it and add in... Oh, wait a second. I need to do this on the other side as well. So I want to grab that one and I want to grab... Not that one there. Oh, you can't... Right, okay, I get you. I'm just going to pull this one out. I'm just going to pull this one out because it doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to kind of show it. Add that bit in there. Add that bit in there. Pull this bit forwards a little bit. Pull these two forwards a little bit. Add a face in there. No, kid. Add a face in there. And what we can do is we can use this kind of like, that kind of break there. This is me really rushing it and really rough. Holy shit, kid, this is really rough. What we're trying to do there is just to bring in a few more loops around there. Now, what we want to really be looking for is, to be honest, this should really connect to this. This should really connect to this. So it's not really the best way of doing it. But ripping it off and trying to get that sorted out, that's kind of a way of sorting and giving yourself some extra loops without, like, sending loads around the back. Let's undo that. Let's reload your file. So, open, don't save... Open. Just so we got your actual model. There we go. Hide those bones. Yeah. So one thing... right, okay. This is one thing that I would definitely recommend you change. Even if you've got these kind of eyes here. So I'm going to hide these bits here. What we're really looking for whenever we've got something like this... We really want to see some loops around it. Now, because you've got one loop here and nothing else around it, when you kind of like blink and stuff, it's going to really stretch and it's going to be really difficult to control that. What I would definitely recommend is to try and add some more loops in. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to add a bevel. And then I'm just going to expand this out. And I would just smooth that down a bit. And the reason, like I say, the reason we want to do that and bring these kind of like loops a bit more forwards, maybe want another loop in there now, we could maybe shrink this down a little bit more. The reason we'd kind of want to do that is it's a bit harder to see, but you can maybe see how the shading around there is going to act a little better, because you can see on this side how that's so stretched. I want to pull this bit in a bit. Can you see how this is like really stretching your eyes there compared to how it's done on there? And all I've done there is I've simply added a bevel, and I've made that bevel as wide as I can towards the outside of the edges. And where that loop should start is kind of like, imagine if you were trying to like split off where your eye is on the model. It's kind of like there. You want this to be kind of as expanded as possible to try and reduce that like horrible kind of crunching that you see here. Not that that doesn't work, and it's not like a major issue, but you can kind of see how the shading on here, it's maybe still a little rough here, but how it's just generally smoother around here than it is there. So that's one thing. Again, maybe same with your hair though. There's maybe like, you could maybe like majorly reduce a lot of the topology on this without much of a significant loss. But again, you're only at 50k, so it's not too much of a problem. The beans are good. I enjoy the beans. And again, your feet, you've got like your ankle and stuff in. You've got like your definitions there. Butt is fine. And you've used your inset loops there. So your tail is separate. You can absolutely get away with that. And you've made enough space for it. Yeah, sweet. Right, let's reload the file again, because otherwise I'll have broken the rigging. Don't save. And now I actually do want to check your rig. So we're going to go into this mode, and we're going to go to pause. We're going to go viewport display in front and wire. So your head is a separate object, which is fine. If anything, VR Chat's optimization, by the way, actually recommends that your head is a separate object. And the reason for that is that you only want shape keys on an object that's as small as possible. And obviously the head usually has quite a lot of shape keys on it. So that's actually more optimal, funnily enough, than having the model all connected as one. But it doesn't work for every style of model, obviously. Torso, fine. It's fine. See your legs. Relatively fine. Maybe just... Oh. So you maybe want your butt just to ever so... Right, okay, yeah. So if you don't want to put butt bones on, what I would definitely recommend is weigh a bit more of the butt to the hips itself. Because while your butt does move, obviously when you move your legs back and forwards, it doesn't move like 100% with it. And what the problem with that is like, let's say you've got full body tracking and you're sat on the floor with your legs like splayed out. Almost like that. You can see how that's going to look a bit rough on the butt. What we want to do is, like I say, we really want to put more weight on the hips, just to make sure it locks it kind of in place. Your better solution, though, obviously, is to put actual bones on the butt. Even if you're not bothered about, like, physics and stuff. Like, if you're not bothered about having them jiggle around, like, that's not your kind of thing. You're still better having them on, just because it gives you that little bit of control. And you can even put a rotation constraint of about 50% on, which then means that when your leg moves, that bone rotates 50% with it. So it still moves it, it still stretches it, but it gives it that little bit of... it just makes it look a little bit more natural. Okay, arms. So you maybe got a little bit too much weight on the front here. Maybe just a little bit too much weight on the front of this bone here. Just because it's like, you can see it's crunching in a bit there. That seems fine. Again, normally, you try and bend your elbow like that, and you're going to break it off. But we don't have... well, we do have... You can set up twist bones if you really want to, but by default, most people don't have twist bones. So we can move that up or down. There was one thing I just noticed there for a second. your beans kind of do this thing here. So what we want to be looking for is maybe rounding those out a little bit more with the actual base of your hand. But, because obviously there we go, you can see this like gap here. That maybe wants to be sorted out. But that looks relatively fine. How are your fingers? The only thing about the fingers is the fingers are a little short. But yeah, no, you've done the right thing. You've kept this palm bit weighted mostly down to it. Although you can see there, that's mostly just the bean kind of keeping the shape. Yeah, so you just want to weigh your palm a little bit better, and just move that bean around a little bit, just so it doesn't like jut out so much. When I normally do the beans, I normally do it as kind of more like a semicircle, so like it doesn't come back inwards. It only goes round up and into the model, and then it flattens out inside the model. It doesn't come back into its original shape. Okay. Right, last thing, UVs. Let's try and get some UVs done. Because again, I don't want to spend massive long times on it. I've probably already given you enough to kind of think about. So yeah, UVs. Clean. Very clean. Looks like you've even got different objects on things. Yeah, literally all of it's on one bit. So it's maybe a little bit inefficient, and I'd say it could maybe do with a bit better if you're going for readable. You could maybe put this head here, and then obviously you've got like the body, and put that down there. But it's not bad. Definitely not bad. Just like I say, a lot of wasted space that could maybe be a little bit more efficiently used. But, you know, that's not too bad. So, okay. So, this bit here, I can tell you exactly what's happening here, actually. So you can see how you're getting these, like, breaks here as the model doesn't really know what to do. That's because if we go to your... come on, Blender, please. Blender, what are you struggling with? There we go. Right. So what that's because of is because you made these from... is it these ones? No, it's not these ones. There we go. Is it those ones? No. Okay, so which is those? Oh, did you unwrap these before you actually merged these bits in? Because if you did do that, that's why these are all split up as different ones. Because what that normally is, why that normally happens is when you make these out of your paths. So if I bring this over here and I just give this some geometry. Normally what you're making these is, you did, yes. So what you want to be doing first is you really want to be making sure that this is... Once you convert this over, before you do anything else, you want to merge all of these corners, because it doesn't matter how small I make this corner, I can make this as small as I can realistically get it. The thing is, Blender's still always going to recognize that. Even if I zoom out at a far distance, you'll be like, no, that's together. But Blender's not going to recognize it like that, so it needs to be merged first. And that's what causes this little issue here, because it's like, it's got open sections, and what it's trying to do when you're in Substance Painter or Blender or whichever one that you're trying to use, what it's doing is, let's focus back on you, is it's seeing that there's these empty gaps in between here, this empty gap here, this empty gap here, this empty gap here. And what Blender and all this is trying to do is really, it's just trying to fill this section in. It's like, oh, but there's an empty gap here, so I need to fill this bit in here. That's what it's doing. If you get things like this as well, by the way, artifacting on the outside of your bleed edges, it's not too big of a problem. There's something on this UV which is not happy. One thing I would definitely say is try and avoid overlapping UVs where you can. because that does obviously impact, that actually can impact performance. It's a very minor way. Like here, where you've got all these beans split on top of each other, you'd be best actually just laying them all out independently and then painting on top of them like that. Because it can, again, overlapped UVs can cause a little bit of a performance issue, which might be why when I'm opening the UV editor, it lags a little bit. Okay, so your nose here, by the way, where you've got this bit, I'd kind of, whatever you're doing the snoot, so snoots are slightly different from people, believe it or not. What I would generally say is if your snoot is really long, you might actually want to slice the nose off just to make sure that you're getting the pixel density for it. Let's make this bigger again. Again, it's going to lag because it doesn't. Though, honestly, actually on this model, because you've cut along the jaw, the compression there isn't quite as bad as it could be, but you can see where it's getting compressed and where it isn't. Overall, your general compression, it looks fairly neat, nice and even. Yeah, honestly, that looks, I mean, this bit looks near perfect. Obviously, hands are always an issue, so I never really judge for a little bit of compression on your hands and your feet and stuff like that. Okay, good. Look, again, I'm reviewing it. I'm giving it a good old look at. Right. No. Okay, so my overall thoughts. And let's put the material on so we can actually see it on. It looks very cute. Like, the character design is lovely. Again, I'm not really talking about the character design too deeply today, but really, really pretty. So what I would just say is, like, you've done well. You've definitely done well in a lot of areas. There's maybe a few, it's mostly just things like your eye topology there, lip topology, just needs cleaned up a little bit more. Maybe a little bit more definition around where your legs come out of, so we lose this tubey nature of them. Generally, though, no, you've done a very good job with that. UVs are clean. Topology is fairly clean. It's just maybe a bit over the top in some areas. Like I say, like your claws. Like, you've got a lot of, like, definition on the claws. You could say the beans as well, but, you know, I like the beans as well anyway, so there. Bit more in your wings as well, like I said. Maybe not just like this, like, almost flappy nature of them. You maybe want to just put, like, an elbow in here and stuff. Although that topology should be... I never really actually checked your wings, did I? Let's have a little look. Yeah, that's fine. People always panic about wings. And then when you actually try and rig wings, they're actually quite easy because you just rig them as a hand. I mean, hell, you even see that you recognize this as a hand anyways. So, yeah. Not a bad job. I hope that gave you some... I hope that gave you some directions, things you can do and to change. I've been modeling for a month total. Again, for a month's work, for somebody who's just got into this, very solid attempt. Very solid attempt. You obviously know your forms well. You know your anatomy well. You've avoided some of the basic... Like, one thing that you see with a lot of beginners, including myself, if you actually go and look at some of my really older models, is a boxy nature, and you've avoided that. There's just certain things, again, like eyes maybe a little too far apart, or maybe round the eyes out a little bit, because, again, when we come to the side of the head... We can see how there's not really much of the eye there to see. Again, think of when you're looking at the side of someone's face. You actually can still pick out quite a lot of the side of the eye. What causes performance issues with overlapping? Is it just an issue texture painting in 3D? I can't seem to find any info on it online. So it's an engine thing. I believe it was Chili that was telling me about it. And basically, because it's like scanning the same part of the texture and trying to apply that onto multiple parts... It's a Again, I'm not too well informed on it myself, but I just know that it does cause an issue because it's just generally better to lay it out all nice and flat if you can. There's other issues as well. Come to if you want to go and say put normals on this and you try and bake it with overlapping UVs, you ain't getting it because it's getting different light information from different parts. Yeah, generally it's better to place them all out nicely. Unless it just so happens that the normal map for each part of that is exactly the same across the entire model. Yeah, I'll have a little look. I'll just have a little drink. I'm going to try and keep myself a bit more drank up this time, because last time I nearly like broke my voice. So we are done. Okay, so the one thing that you might want to do, you might just want to grab some of the weight. Oh, that's your eye. Some of the weight of your head on the bottom of the ear, just so it doesn't just move entirely. Yeah, maybe just want a little bit of weight put towards the ears. I can ask tomorrow at work how much of this is true and how serious it needs to be taken if you want. What do you mean by that? Actually, yeah. No, I actually do, because I'm still not some... Like, a lot of the stuff that I get from other people, and that's something that I was told. And again, there does seem to be some weird... Like, you can see there how even Blend is struggling to open this UV for some reason. And I don't understand why. But yeah, please do. Please do. Because if I can be informed, if I'm wrong on that, I'd want to know. Because guess what? Believe it or not, chat, I'm wrong sometimes. But yeah, we're going to move on to the next one. Liminal, this is a fantastic... For a first attempt, this is absolutely fantastic. I'm looking forward to seeing it in like VR chat and stuff. It'd be really fun to see. Okay. Next model. What? Who's next? We have... Input. So let's go and have a look at inputs. This one is an Eastern Kobold, apparently. So input. Bring this one up and check that it's got no naughty parts. Pardon me. Right. God, that's so bubbly. I've got like a soda that's like really, really bubbly. Yeah, I also never heard of that, because what I've been able to use through is you using UVs at the same time it can limit your own texture painting. Again, do check with that, because again, I heard it was a performance thing as well, but maybe it's not. Would somebody lie to me, chat, on the internet? I mean, I just think it's just generally better to lay out your UVs anyways, but you can obviously save time if it's a flat texture. I know for environment design they do it a lot. Then again, yeah, for environment design they do it a fuck ton, so I don't know. Maybe they can't, maybe not. Right, so... Easy to be wrong, being the only 3D... Exactly! It's so hard being the only person that ever does this. So this is a Kobold. This is made by... Input. They might not have lived and believed in it, but they might have received... Again, it's like that. It's that kind of thing. And if I've got it, like I say, if somebody questions me, I want to be told, yeah, no, there's other things. So the first thing that I've definitely noticed is that this is a bit rough. I don't know whether that's how it's meant to be, or is that like a shape key issue or something? No, there's no shape keys on it. I'd avoid doing this, even if this is kind of part of the model's design. I'd avoid having these like lumpy bits on, because they just generally don't look too pleasant. A Kobold, yes, we've got a Kobold friend. Okay, so one thing that I would definitely say is try and keep your topology fairly balanced. We've got quite a lot of like edges being pulled and pushed across. Now, while not a massive issue right away, it's just generally quite a good practice to try and keep most of your quads relatively the same size, depending on obviously how much compression or stuff they need. I do like seeing this, where we've actually got, like I say, we've got reduction here. Although it feels like we've got the reduction, but realistically, it's kind of like you'd want a few more loops in there to really get the benefit of it. And we've also got this point here, which could be avoided, because we've literally got this section here, which could come up and intersect here, and then we've got this section which could come up and intersect here. You see what I mean about, like, just trying to keep these equal? Like, even if I just bring this down and balance that down there, that would make it a bit more balanced. Bring that bit down. And we just want to balance these bits of topology out as much as we can. Hi, Kitty Sober. Did I change my horns, kid? No, I've just got jewelry on them now. Will there be another remodel review? So I'm doing at least this week and next week. Like, there's absolutely so that many of them that I'm not going to get through all of them this week, and next week I'm going to try and get through as many as I can. But, yeah. Okay, so it's not too bad on this. Again, it's quite a weird... it's quite odd to have this one bit of topology here. I'm not sure why we don't just have a loop coming around here. But that is a way to obviously reduce topology count. And it gives... Oh, I can see what you're going for. You're going for this, like, kind of flat look. Okay, no, that works fairly alright. It just means the shading, obviously, effect is a little bit off. But if that's flat shaded in VR chat or something, you'll not notice that. I mean, topology count is really fucking good. Topology count on this model is 23k, which is really good. That's actually kind of something I want to see. If anything, there's actually a lot of topology you could cut off this. Because we've got a lot of wasted topology. Like, if I grab this... Maybe not that one, actually. This... Right. So that's with that topology. That's it without that topology. Can you tell me if there's a difference there, chat? Isn't really a difference. And like I said, that's what we're looking for. You only really need topology where you need topology. You want to try and think, what is it doing? Is it carrying information? If it is, it needs to be there. Is it there for weight painting and deformation? Yep, it needs to be there. Is it there for just general form or something, or is it making a mark, or is it affecting the shading in some way? Well, then maybe it needs to be there. If it doesn't need to be there at all, if you can't answer any of those questions, it's kind of get rid of it. Again, Cade's arm here, that has 5 loops on it. One, like, it's got 2 down at the bottom bit, 1 in the middle, and 2 closer to where the wrist is, and that's it. That's all it needs to carry the information to make that look round. Done. Kid showing them beans on stream. Look, you like my beans, don't you, chat? Right, same thing with this again. Like I said, try and keep this topology area balanced as much as you can. So I'm unsure as to why this bit's triangulated down at the bottom, but that's fair enough. Again, because it all gets converted into triangles anyways, so it's not a massive problem if you do triangulate it like this. What my school said to me, does it add to the silhouette? No, get rid of it. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's other things than just the silhouette. Like I say, sometimes there's things like deformation and that. But if you need to kind of question yourself, do I need this loop? No, be gone with it. Obviously, if it's personal models and personal work, it doesn't need to be 100% brilliant, but the nicer you can have it, the better it'll be, and the better it'll run. Okay, generally, like I say, your topology's fine. The shape, the form of it, I actually quite like. It's obviously very cartoony. I quite like this shape, though. Maybe a little bit more definition in your palm. Like, I always say, even with really cartoony characters, I really think, like, your hands, again, I always say this quite a lot. There's two things that your brain focuses on when you're communicating with somebody. The face and the hands. They're the 2 main ways that you communicate stuff, and obviously your body language from there on out tells a lot, like other subtleties as well. But those are 2 things that are very critical to get. So really you want definition in your face and definition in your hands at the very least. So maybe just say just a little bit more of a palm there. Because at the minute it just kind of comes out into these tubes. Obviously we got the inside of the mouth, which I can't really see too much of at the moment, but, you know, like, again, most of this is relatively fine. It's just, like I said, there's a lot of, like, for example, there's these ones here. Like, I don't know if these are carrying any information either. Eyes are good. You've got these like little locks here. You got no brow, but again, because of the kind of style of this character, how it's kind of going on, I don't really think they would have a brow. The only thing you've got to be careful of is you only really got this edge here to blink from. Or, if anything, this edge here to blink from. So we'd want to be careful, because if you start moving this bit, you were going to run into this. Because the one problem is, whenever this comes to rigging, so you don't have a shape key in it, let me just go and make a very, very quick and rough and dirty blink, right? So let's make a blink. So normally this eye would come down here, and then this would come up here, right? So there's our absolutely horrifically dirty blink. Blink. So you can obviously see the first problem with that, in that the brow now gets stretched through the eye because it goes at a straight line. Shape keys go straight. They don't twist, they don't bend. So what you'd have to do to solve that is you're going to have to go into the model itself. And you're going to have to pull all of this out. And what this is going to do is this is going to kind of like bulge your character. And you can see there, I haven't pulled it out enough. So what we've got to now do is grab this entire loop here, and we've got to pull this forwards. As well as this bit and this bit. And we're starting to affect these shapes up here now as well. So you can see how this limited topology that we've got around the eye is going to be a little bit... like, it's not impossible. There. We've got a blink there now. But you've got to really pull that eye forwards, because you've got to make sure that if it's moving in a straight line, this has got to move across the entirety of this. You could shrink the eyeballs as well, but think if you ever move eyes or try and change the scale of eyes, because it is the primary focal point of most people, it can look uncanny. One thing I did used to do, instead of shrinking the eyes, was I actually used to just pull the eyes in a little bit when the character blinked. But again, it looks uncanny. If anything, you're actually better pulling the stuff around it much more forwards. Which sounds counterintuitive, but when you're in VR, when you're doing it constantly, you do notice these little things. This character is really adorable. Like I said, again, I really do like it. The form is nice. It's very there. I think, like I said, the only real things is maybe definition on the hands. We do obviously like any definitions on the legs as well, but you could get away with that again on a style front. Yeah, feet kind of have the same issue as the hands, but again, feet are less of an issue because, I mean, you don't really tend to use them for body language as much, so... I mean, some people focus on them a lot, but not everybody. Hi, Nixie. Why is my partner T-posing on me? No. Don't steal my face. It likes your face better than mine. No, stop stealing my face. Be gone. Be gone, woman. I'm working here. Bah, my face was just stolen. Right, okay. I don't know why it does that. It just likes her face more than mine. Every single time she comes into frame, it's just like, I want your face. Stop. Stop stealing my face. Right. I'm coming up in the queue soon. Well, if you can, you can. If you can't, like I say, all these videos go onto YouTube. So if you do miss out, you will be able to catch it on YouTube. So yeah, the main thing, again, I imagine this is a style thing. I'd honestly, I'd just say avoid using the topology here to do this. Try and use normals or topology that isn't just pulling in and out. Because when that leg bends, that's going to get very crunchy. Otherwise, though, that's a nice model. I don't believe there's a texture on it so far. Or if there was a texture on it, we don't see that texture. Yeah, so there was a texture on it, but we unfortunately don't have it. But yeah, no, good model. Nice style. I like it. Again, like with a lot of the stuff, just a little bit more refinement in some areas. Cut down topology where it's not needed. Watch out for your eyes, because you might want a bit more loops around there, and you might want to rework the loops around your lips. But otherwise, good job. Well done. On to the next one. So, who's next? We are on to Quack, otherwise known as Quark. So this one's a bit of fan art, this one, chat. So let's go to Quack. There we go. And there's the file. So let's grab this one. Wah! It's time. It's time to be reviewed by the teacher. Yeehaw! Again, I do like how these review streams do help you all out, though. Like, I know, again, my feedback might not always be the best, but at least it's something to keep a lot of people working from. And I have a lot to learn as well, chat. That's one thing to remember. Like, I'm learning as well. I've never stopped. Ah, right. Okay. So, this is what Quark submitted. So this is I believe King from Owl House. I've never seen it myself, so there might be some context that I'm missing. I do believe I've seen the design though. Yeah, so let me go and grab a picture of the character actually, because I know this, like I say, this is a fan art piece. So King Owl House. Okay, so that's what we're looking at. So open image, new tab. So that's the character there. So that's what we're looking at, and that's what we're going to try and compare this to. Honestly, you've not done too bad a job there in grabbing that character style. Yeah, honestly, that's actually pretty good. One thing you've done a pretty good job of is actually this like little bit of the skull, actually. That's kind of neat. So the body is fairly rounded. One thing I'm noticing is it feels like this bit actually ought to, like, starts off a little smaller and gets bigger towards the end. One thing you would definitely want to be looking for is, once again, if I bring this out, where's this one? So we can see here how we've got this like sharp edge here and how this comes down here. One thing we'd want to be looking for is really, you'd want to be making sure that you've got enough topology around here. You've got this bit here, but there's not really any definition to it. So I'd probably try and like increase some of that a little bit to try and match it. Overall, your topology is fine. It's fairly... Then again, I say that, it's only got 16K, so, you know, that's actually pretty good. Honestly, looking at the style of the design to what you've got here is, you know, it's fairly fine. Only thing I'm noticing is it looks like this bit's a bit more of a triangle in the show, and so like this bit probably wants to come up a little bit more. But then again, I've noticed them from different angles that the show doesn't even really decide on what it wants to do with them. So this is the thing with 2D art, by the way. 2D artists cheat a lot. I'm just coming in to say hello before sleeping. How are you? Hello, welcome. I hope you're having a lovely day. And hi, Hans. No, I'm not too happy with the eyes. So eyes on things like skulls are hard. Though, your topology is, like, this is what I'm meaning about, like, trying to have your furthest edge of your topology for your eye as far out as that eye kind of goes. It's like there. How dare you, I'm honest. We're all honest. I like how some of these are UV mapped and some of these you just kind of gave up on. Okay, I don't like this song. It's just like guitar. Skip, 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 skip. There we go. Right. Let's have a look at your rig. That moves quite nicely. That moves quite nicely. That moves quite nicely. I mean, it's probably all going to move quite nicely because it's very basic design and topology. What's the rest of this do? Oh, that's your blinks. Oh, okay. You know what? That's actually pretty good. I actually quite like that, Quark. Wait, we're supposed to hear music. Oh, is the music not even playing? Maybe bump it up a bit. I have it on quite low when I'm doing the review streams because obviously I'm trying to, like, you know, keep things quiet. Right. Form. Topology. So again, your form looks fairly fine. Like I said, I'm not too familiar with this character, so I maybe think. Yes, that's just a sphere. It's just a half sphere over the eye. It does seem to clip a little bit in some areas, but you know. Unhide the image in the scene for more refs. Right, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, so that's the ref sheet you were working on. Like I say, the character is so simple that that's kind of fits. That's our hand. How is our hand rigged? Ooh, so that's a bit crunchy there. I would definitely add some more topology around your palm. Yeah. Definitely add just a little bit more topology around that area. I've been lurking, but I'm curious to what you call that style of blink. So that's just a rigged blink. That's all I would call that. Like, because normally you do blinks by shape keys, but that's one that's been done by a rig. Which is usually a better way of doing it. Like, you do actually kind of want to rig it, not if you can. But yeah, I like that the nose is a heart. Yeah, it's really adorable, isn't it? It's a bit more sharp in the show, but then Quark's like, heart. But yeah, definitely could use more topology around your hands. How about your fingers? Yeah, and you can see how that's like disconnecting there. Some of that you might want to be looking into. Oh, it also seems like those two have joined as well. Like if we pull, you can see how there I'm trying to pull that apart. It's like this has been weighted to this a little bit. Yeah, we want to be careful with that little bit of weight pin there. Hi Flux. Can we also use rig blinks then? So it can, I believe. It does give you the option to set blinks with bones, but I'm not sure exactly how that works. I'll be honest, I've never actually used it because I've just got away with the shape keys, because shape keys are more common in other things as well, like VRMs and stuff. Whee! What's this bone do? Oh, it's just an end bone. Yo, I care. Oh. I made the mistake of starting myself off with a complicated, detailed character, and I got overwhelmed. It's because, like you say, especially because Kitty, I know you do other art, you do 2D art. I find that a lot with other artists themselves. So you're not the only one to do that. A lot of other artists like this complex stuff because we can do it in other art forms. And so when we move to another kind of art, we want to do that same kind of stuff, but without realizing we kind of need to know the fundamentals first and need to get a feel for it. But trust me, it's common, very common for people to do that. You're not the only one that's done that, and you certainly will not be the last. But yeah, no, Quack, this is a nice model. You've done really well. Quack, it's really nice seeing how you're, like, developing and getting along with your modeling skills and stuff in Blender. And there's no reason this shouldn't work all right in VR chat as well. The only thing that might cause it a little bit of an issue is the really short legs, but that's just kind of the style of the character. Morning, Corgi. Hope you're having a wonderful night. God, you say that now, I feel sleepy. But yeah, Quark, you're coming on really well. Honestly, I love seeing your work develop. I love seeing you grow as an artist. And yeah, you should be proud of this. This is actually really good. I'd just say, like I say, you've got short arms. We want to add some more topology in some areas. And yeah, generally that's about it, because it's a simple character. Yeah, we're doing model reviews. So we've been every weekend for the next like few weeks, I'm going to be doing these model reviews. I am closing the ability for people to drop their models in today, because otherwise I'll be here forever. And I want to review other things other than models as well. But for now, obviously, I want to do this. So we're going to leave that there with you, Quark. Like I said, I hope that helps. I know there wasn't really that much that I said about yours, but generally, you did a pretty good job on that. I'm pretty impressed. Okay, we are on to the next one, which is... So we've done input, we've done that. So it's Andrezzo221. Just see you there. Hello, I forgot to pack the resources, so here's the pack. So this is Slater. Let's go and have a look at this one. So Slater, let's open this one up. Ooh, now this is a style that I haven't seen in a while. Hello, just say Andre. Well, it's Andre then. There we go. Let's have a little look. Just very quick check that there's no bad body parts. Not that again, I want to trust you all, but I also don't want to lose my Twitch. Okay, right. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like there's anything there. Sweet. Welcome to the anime zone. We've got an anime furry, which is actually kind of nice to see for a change. Now, just bear in mind, I'm obviously not too familiar with anime models as much, but let's have a look. So, triangulated first and foremost, which usually you want to try and keep your models from being triangulated in the first place. Can I just say the texture painting on this looks really nice? I know I'm not reviewing textures, I keep saying that, but that actually does genuinely look really nice. Oh, wait a second. Ah, okay, so this has been VRM'd, or it's been in a game engine at some point. Yeah, because each of the unwraps is a separate mesh. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so, form-wise. I mean, form-wise, that's looking pretty nice. Again, you've got your really nice shape here. This is one thing where, like I said, that's really nice to see, where you've got this, like, little detail here where the pants fold in. You've actually got the topology to fold in and match that with it, which I quite like to see. Because, again, you can get away with normals in a lot of cases, but there's some times where you just really need that detail, and that's where your topology can come in, so that's nice to see there. Right, perfect example of if you have clothing on a character and want to have it come in, do this instead. Have it so that things pop up. Can we still send models as long as you put a screenshot of the model in today? You can update this model as much as you want till I get to it. Because it's not like an assignment, it's not like a thing. The only reason I'm putting that cut off is because there is a point where I don't want to. I want to break from them for a while. What's going on, kids? So we're doing model reviews today. So we're looking at people's models, and we are covering what they've done well, what they could improve on, and you know, just generally going through a critique. So this is fine. The laces here, that is way too much topology for a lace. If we're again, Europe about here. No one's gonna look and see all those 8 loops. You can get away with squares at that level of detail, or if you're really desperate, hexagons. Oh no! Yeah, I had to import to a game engine before this, but did it mostly on quads. Yeah, again, absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. I like, you can always tell when it's from a... Do you want to know how I can tell when it's from a game engine? When it's been put into a game engine? So a game engine cuts UV seams into separate parts of mesh. So if I have this on like vertex select mode and I press that, that's an entire UV island, and I can actually just pull that away. So like, that's how you can tell when something is from a game engine or not. Because that's how game engines actually process models. The UV islands become separate meshes. So I'm just going to hide this just to see your arm. That's quite nice. I feel like this bit comes down a little bit too low. Your shoulder should kind of end around about here, really. But, you know, that's actually quite nice form. Very nice form along your... Like, this is what we're looking for when we're looking for an arm. You can see how this bumps in, bulges out, and then bumps in again. Like, that's quite nice. I didn't know game engines do that. That's how they work. That's how they're technically unwrapping it, because they have to see it as a single object and apply that island to it. Oh, see when I'm having a drink, can't you? Yeah. There's a separate Oh, okay. So that'll give us a... Oh, yeah, there's this one, isn't there? Which is in quads, actually, which is nice. Okay. So, one thing I can tell you already, if you are doing this in an A pose like this topology works for T pose, but it gets a bit weak when it's being applied on a model that's naturally in an A pose. With a model like this, you actually kind of want your topology to come up and around the shoulders like this, and then curve off down from here. That's for that's one of your major differences when you're doing topology for an A pose and a T pose. You kind of want that to be pushed onto the side of the model. Now, Cade's actually rigged in T pose, and Cade has this kind of topology as well. So you can see, it's not that it doesn't work. It's just that, like I say, you get different results from it. So that's maybe something that you could consider if you're doing A pose again. Some of the good models to look at for that is Pixar's models. Those ones are really good. And like I say, because you want this to kind of wrap around here. Because otherwise, there's no real reason to do this in A pose, because this is just going to look exactly the same anyways, regardless. Pardon me. Okay. God, kid, stop burping on stream. My goodness. I hope the noise cancelling cancels it out, but then I just give myself away by doing it. Hand is fairly nice. One thing I would say is your fingers do look a little sausagey. And what I would say the problem with that is because they're very flat on the top of them. Like, especially this like little bit here, where you've got like your knuckles. Again, put your hand in front of your face, stretch your hand out, and you'll see that while your knuckles do come out a little bit, they don't come out an awful lot. So this bit you probably want to... This bit, like, the amount this comes up is fine, but what you want to do is you'd want to taper this off and down to the fingers. Chris Crass, welcome on... Oh, wait a sec, that's a subscription. Heck, thank you ever so much for the sub. Ah. You're very kind. You get ad-free me now. Cake review. Chat, what do we think of the cake? Like, what do we think of the cake? I think that's a pretty good cake, apart from the whole, you know, section that's been munched out for the tail. But, but no, your topology's good. You've got your inset loops. That's fine. I actually really like how you've done the tail as well. You've managed to keep that in all nicely. This is nice to see. I actually quite like how you've done the back there. Really, if anything, you've maybe went a bit overboard with the back, but still, I like that. Your arms are coming out the right place. The model overall feels very balanced. Let's go back to your full one. So the head looks fine. Again, anime style stuff I'm not all too as familiar with, but that looks fine. We're looking more at humanoid rigging for humanoid topology, which you've got. We've got these nice loops around your lips, and you've got your lips in a neutral position, which is really nice to see. We're able to lift this up. The only thing that you've kind of got is a bit of a dimple in there by default. If you want to use AR kit or proper face tracking stuff, you might want to just pull this out a little bit so it's not quite as like pushed into the mouth as possible. We've got follow me eyes, which are fine. Oh, those are separate. Okay. That's just to give you that little bit of extra detail around there. Okay, then, no, that's fine. That's fine. We've got a brow. We've got the... Yeah, generally, that looks actually all right. It does that on yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, because it means we don't lose as much of it. The only thing that you maybe want to do is add a little bit more texture to the entire mouth, just to make sure it's not getting lost. Unless that's the kind of style that you want, where you only see the side of the mouth. Then again, thinking about it, the anime style does that, doesn't it? Where it just puts the mouth on the side of the face. I suppose that's kind of a way of achieving that. It's actually kind of clever, if that's actually your intended effect. Yeah, generally, that's fine. Again, topology on your model here is pretty damn clean, even on the clothing as well. And again, your texture painting is just lovely. Right, let's have a look at your rig. How do they move? Do they move well? Oh no, that's your ear root, that's not your head. Very clean. Okay, so we want to be watching out a little bit for that collar. That's tearing a little bit. Yeah, we can see some... Is the topology behind it as well? Is that what's happening? No, that's just the same topology. The worst part is on the legs. That's where I need the help the most. Okay, we'll get to your legs in a second. Generally, like I said, I think a lot of this just needs smoothed out. Like, we need a bit of it smoothed here. What we can do, let's go into this and put... Also, back face culling is on. Oh no, when we take back face culling off. Okay, so we can see it like that. I mean, it's not too bad, but you can see how this top section here is definitely rigged way too much to the neck compared to this bottom bit. You really want to kind of smoothen that out. I mean, clothing is hard in this way. And so this is one of the slight disadvantages of when we're doing something in A pose. You can see how much that texture has to stretch now. Because obviously it's down here, and then lifting this arm up is pulling this all the way up here. So what you want to kind of do, you want to bring this much more into the chest. You want to weight paint this section here way more to that chest, and try and only keep the bits of the arm that you actually need to pull it out. If you need to shrink parts of the model inside to do so, don't be afraid to do that. You can use shape keys to your advantage to adjust the model on the fly. And you can also use it to push bits out. And hello, Weffler. Hope you're doing well. Okay, legs. See, legs mostly fine. You've done a decent job on the butt, considering you've got no butt bones. Ooh, there we go. So you're fine on your x-axis rotations, but on these ones, it's a bit rougher. So when it comes to, like, as long as it's a safe for work model, this doesn't tend to work on models when there's things there. But if it's a safe for work model, what I would generally recommend with your weight painting is, see, I'm not sure how much we can do with the weight painting because it's all separate. On this one, because it's all triangulated, what you'd want to kind of do is try and blend this way more across than you initially think. Again, this isn't going to work entirely because it's separate models now. Always hard to work when it's being triangulated. but we'd kind of want to do that and split this up. I'd maybe reduce some of your painting in this inside section as well. Not that you really always like spread your legs out that far, but I mean, in VR, you will move your legs in that direction. You've not done too bad a job overall, though. I would just definitely add a bit more blur across there. Your legs are fine. If anything, you just maybe need a little bit more weight on the front of the knees. But because these are pants, pants are much more floaty, so you can have them to be a lot softer. Clothing is a really good way of making things softer. Oh, okay. That bit definitely would need cleaned up. That wouldn't be too hard to clean up. You just get rid of the paint on the... You just go around here and just make sure this is all painted. And get rid of any of this on the shoe, because we don't want any of that on the shoe, really, because the shoe shouldn't bend. So you just want to go around that. We just want to be sure that like there's no weight painting on those pants for that shoe. There we go. And when we're on the shoe, we'd want to make sure that that shoe has all of it weight painted on there. Nope. Yeah. So that would be something that I'd definitely go for. With things like shoes and clothing, sometimes you have to admit it's gonna clip. But if it makes it look nicer overall, you don't want things bending that shouldn't bend. Things like shoes, jewelry. There's certain other things where you want it to be, if it clips, that often looks a bit nicer than it like wobbling about. Not always the case though. Sometimes, especially if you're doing an armored character, if you're doing something with hard bodies, there are going to be times where things that shouldn't normally bend, like steel, aluminium, and certain things like that, you might have to bend a little bit. Again, it's all a balance between what we're trying to trick people into what it should be, so we just want to get that all nice and level. Right, okay. See, the front of your toes isn't too bad because that part of the shoe obviously would bend a bit, so that's fine. This bit, like I said, balance your weights out across your crotch. A lot of that is just your painting. What I would maybe say is you might just be better. This probably isn't so much of a model issue, more of a texture issue, which again, I said I wasn't going to go over. But you might just want to get rid of this darkness from the underside of the crotch. I know that that should be there, but I feel like that's maybe just going to be too distracting if you, like, say, cross your legs or open them up and stuff. You actually notice something similar happens on my model, because if my model has... Actually, like I say, a very similar problem. So this zip on there, yeah, just focus on the zip. That can stretch quite badly when when I open up my legs. So it's one of those things where, like I say, you're always going to make a sacrifice in some sort of way. Crotch stream, yeah, baby. Okay, let's have a look at these UVs. UV. Ah! Right. Select. Let's do body, so... That's actually a good map. That's actually a really good map. Although, what's this? Is that connected to it? No, it's just behind it for some reason. Oh, so that's our head. That's the body. Ah, okay, that's the bot. Right, okay. Okay, so one thing I would definitely say is these materials could definitely be put down. Hi, Keo. Yeah, like these materials are quite spread out. There's you could easily just join. So you got body, eye, head, and eye white. Those could probably all just actually be joined into one big image, and you could just shrink your UV down so that it matches each image there, like that. Because a lot of this stuff you can, actually kind of like really well optimize and push further. So like I said, these 4 materials could probably all be compressed into one. Clothes I probably would keep separate, and hair is, again, often I actually keep that one separate. It's mostly how the shader works. The body, head, and the eye whites have separate tune, which is what defines the shadow. That is true. Yes, that's a fair point. Is there not a shadow map on the shader that you're using? Because you can on some of them use shadow maps where you basically just put it in white or black, and whether it's white or black tells it whether it's like it should have shadow or it shouldn't. Because if it can do that, that would actually probably be more efficient. Because every material adds a draw call, so that's just something to remember. I mean, it's not that that's a problem. I've definitely had more materials on an avatar than that. I think my biggest one had like 16 materials on it. And it still runs okay, but it is one of those ones where you got to think, maybe a little overzealous. I mean, hell, my Ferality one had, I think, 28 materials on it by the end of it, because technically each new object was a new material. Optimal. But yeah, no, honestly, this is a very well put together model. There's not much that's like screaming out to me to say, this is wrong. Your form's pretty good. Your topology is pretty good. And even with my little criticisms around the shoulders, what you've got still works quite well. Your UV maps, while you've got, like I say, you've got a lot of materials here, your UV maps look clean, and at least they're using, and they're very readable and stuff. Your rigging? Oh, wait a sec. Did I really? I don't know if I actually even checked your fingers. Terrible. It's one of the things that I like checking on everybody's models, because a lot of people get fingers wrong, and I wanna tell people off. I wanna be mean. I wanna ruin people's artistic dreams. No, you've done it right. I can't ruin your artistic dream today. You can check the blend shapes if you want. We'll have a little look at them while we're here. I'm not really focusing too much on the blend shapes. Ooh, what I do want to look at though is let's have a look at your expressions. So that's like your happy, joy. Look at those teeth. Look at those gnashes, chat. One thing I do like about this model, again, because you got those nice lips, you're able to get some really nice shapes with those lips. So apparently being sad means you move your shirt a little bit. Oh, that's serious. You know, you're just collecting your shirt. But yeah, honestly, that looks fine. How did that look? It happens, trust me. Shape keys are a bitch for having that. So so just go through all your shape keys, or if you want to, just make sure to go through all, like, grab everything but your head and just remove these shape keys from everything. That's another way of doing it. Yeah, generally it's fine. Also, I can see down here that you used you probably used cats. So lower lid left and lower lid right and stuff, you don't need them anymore. They're SDK2 shapes. You don't actually need to sort them out. Unless you're still for somehow using SDK2. So look up and look down. Excellent, you got your eye movement there. Yeah, no, good. Very good model, actually. I'm actually quite impressed with this one. Obviously, it's triangulated, but I can tell that's just because you've ripped it back out of a game engine at some point. But yeah. Nothing jumps out at me as saying this is what needs fixed. There's just little things that I would refine. But yeah, generally you're doing a really good job with it. You should be very happy with it. And yeah, we'll move on to the next one. I do hope that helps out. And yeah, you should be proud. A lot of it is, again, the biggest issue is probably your weight painting on your clothes. A lot of that's just going to take some time, mostly just blur stuff out. Clothing, again, consider clothing is a very loose and, well, it's fabric. You can grab it, you can wobble it about. It's a very soft material overall, especially compared to body stuff. So you can really cheat with blurring it. Okay, who is next in our little list? So we go to my channel. I'm going to scroll all the way up to the top. It keeps resetting. And we are on to MC Models. So let's go and copy your name into my direct messages. MC Models. And there's yours. I'm going to miss watching my spot and stream, but it has a UV map. That's no worries. Again, this will be on YouTube for you to watch. There we go. I definitely have the chatting version on, don't I? Hi, Zuki, as well. Hello. Hope you're doing well today, Zuki. Right, so we are on this one now. This one's going to take a bit to load up. Is this the one I was expecting? Yes, this is the one I was expecting. Okay, so. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-bam. If I unhide everything, is there anything bad? There isn't. I've just got to check every time. Not doing too great health-wise, but I'm alright. Oh no, well I hope whatever ails you at the minute doesn't last too long. So, this is the model we're going to review next. This one is by MC Models. And this is of their little Jack Carrot character. Which is extraordinarily fluffy in the most case. Like, look at that. A big fluff ball. So, the first thing that I noticed, which I imagine that if any of you do 3D models yourself, you've probably noticed it already, that they are using the topology to colour the model in. Which is fine, but I can see, unless you're only using that to give an idea of what the colour should be. Which you can do. Obviously, this gives you a better indication of what you're going to go and do with things. Just make sure that when you've set it, to make sure to set this base color back to white. Thank you. I just have a sign to see if... Oh, no. Well, I do hope that does get sorted out soon. Ear pain is some of the worst. You can't do anything about it. You've just got to kind of sit and take it. And it's... Oh, I feel for you at the minute, Zuki. Okay, so... Honestly... Considering this is still an unsubdivided model as well, we can see how the actual base topology is all laid out. That leg's quite nice. This is quite nice, although it is maybe a little bit low. And I know that's probably kind of part of the character design, but just bear in mind that that's going to make rigging, especially for VR chat, a little difficult. Because when you come to rig this for VR chat, where your leg bone is actually going to have to go is here. And your pelvis needs to be above your leg bone. So your pelvis will actually be located here. Then you probably have your spine, lower chest, upper chest, neck, head. So just bear in mind that this section here is realistically where your pelvis is, even though it comes all the way down here. Again, not a problem. It's just something to bear in mind whenever you've got a character with short legs, that you've got to make that kind of adjustment to make sure that it works properly with the humanoid rig. Other than that, your topology is moving fairly nicely around. You maybe want to just inset a bit of more topology around this section, but it depends if you really want that, you know, a butt to show. This kind of blends it in, which is fine for that, but it can just make it all, again, tube-like. We are wanting to avoid tubes. We do not want tubes. I would maybe push this section in a little bit more, and your elbow, your arm here is coming out of the center of the body. That doesn't happen. Your elbows are actually located on the back side of your body, so you really want to be pulling at your elbow, your shoulder. Your shoulder's on the back side of your body, and you really want to be pulling that further back. So it comes out at more of a 2/3 distance. No tubes. Yes, no tubes. No tubes at all. No, not allowed them. No tubes. Anti-tube. Oh no, that means YouTube. But yeah. Neck also looks a little bit boxy. You maybe want to round this out a little bit more. And this topology here, I'm not entirely sure what you're trying to achieve here. I would probably pull this much further down to around here if I was being honest. And pull this down and around, because then that gives you a bit of the topology for the shoulder. It allows you to bend that shoulder and actually have the topology there to maintain that bend, because when this bends now, all of this is going to flatten out, and this is going to be really stretched, and this is going to be really compressed. If you actually add that topology down here, so you've got a few extra loops coming here, and even turn it around here, you can have a, like I say, you're gaining free topology. It's there already. You just need to pull it down just a little bit more. Okay, so. Overall, the face is relatively fine. You probably, again, I will say this on any character, literally, it doesn't matter which kind of, like, style it is. If you have those extra loops around your lips, it allows you to add way more movement to things. Like how my lips are now currently moving with the AR kit stuff. You need that extra, just that little bit extra topology to make it all look nice and smooth. But this is about the right type of amount of topology. Same thing that I've said to some other models as well. You really want to have a few loops around your eyes. You don't just want to have one. And that includes even at this stage. You really want to make sure that you've got some loops around your eyes to make sure that you've got the room for blinks to move and things to compress without making your normals all around the outside of the eye look strange. So we really want to be considering that. Ears overall are fine, and you've unwrapped them how I would, which is to eliminate the, like, to cut it off around that section there. That's fine. Overall, they are okay. Hands, let's have a look at your hands. So you've got nice terminations on your hands. They are very clean, with these two coming in round there and them two coming in round there. That's how I pretty much do it. Do you have your chicken wing? You do not have the chicken wing. So by a chicken wing, what I mean is realistically, we kind of want a loop to come around here and then around here as well. And then down and out of the hand and around the hand. And on this side, we kind of want it to come over and across like that. And the reason we want that is, again, stick your hand out. We're going to do this many a time, chat. Stick your hand out and look how your thumb sits naturally. It naturally curves around and you can almost make out a line, depending on where your wrinkle is. Almost make out that exact line where that topology would come around. So that's what we're looking for on the model as well. It just helps with that deformation. It helps with that flow. We're just looking for a loop to come around here. Okay. But, honestly, other than that, that hand is pretty nice. That hand is thing. Yes, so people are sending me these models. The reason I asked for a screenshot in the model review zone so people can show me what they want, but then I'm getting them to send them to me personally because not everybody wants all of their models to be public, for example. I love how you're coming back with more live streaming. I am. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to be regular with it again as well. Honestly, hands are difficult. The style of the hand, though, I actually quite like, and there's things that have done right. The palm is about the same size as the fingers, which is good. That's what we're kind of looking for. And the thumb is quite nicely defined and turns round. The only thing with the thumb is I would generally recommend when you're modeling it, it's the one thing where you kind of want it to come down at an angle like this. So it's kind of like that, and it kind of tubes down, so it comes down at an angle. And the reason that we're wanting it to come down like that is because in Unity, that's how it'll want it rigged. Because again, put your hand out, just put your hand out. Don't, like, try and relax your hand as much as possible so it's in its perfectly natural position. And you'll see that your thumb, naturally, comes down at an angle of about 50 to 45 degrees. Like, and that's what we're kind of wanting to replicate again in the natural sense of a T-pose model. Anything else? Anything else on topology wise? If anything, we want to, like bits like this, you probably want to, again, balance it out. Try and keep all of your topology as much as you can balanced where possible. But again, like that bit would kind of need, your back probably needs a bit more definition, to be honest. But, and again, it's kind of because this shoulder here would want to be really, we'd really be looking to pull this shoulder back a bit. And then defining that shoulder blade out at the back. Hands are difficult, but I think there is either... Oh, trying to draw hands is horrific. I remember I always struggled with it, and I know if I was to try it again now, I would struggle with it really a lot. Toes, fine doing it like that. That's actually fine. I know that looks like it's clipping, but, you know, it's the toes. It doesn't really matter. The only thing I would usually say is try and keep the same amount of vertexes down each toe, but... They're tiny, they're big, so that makes sense. The right amount of topology for the right amount of thing. Honestly, that's fine. Right, okay. So do we have... Does the armature work with this one? So let's bring that down. Body pieces. Do we have an armature? Yes, we do. We do have an armature. Right, let's have a little look. Ah, so our armature isn't currently rigged. But our armature mostly sets. Okay, one thing that you will want to do for VR chat specifically, this bone never wants to be at an angle like this. We really want this bone to be at a complete straight down. And as much as possible, we want this bone to be straight down and on line with it. Now, it's not always possible. It is not always possible. But where you can do it, you should try. And moving that bone there like that shouldn't make any real difference to it. The other way that you can have this bone, if you really want to, is actually you can have it completely upside down. But either way, it really wants to be pointing straight up and down on the Z. Just because of how VR chat likes things. We have got the nice distance though there for your rig, and overall your rig should work relatively okay. What's this? That's your toes. So that bone really wants to be around there, and this foot bone will probably want to be around there. You want to pull that out a lot more, and you probably want a bone for this, unless you want to just weight paint that to the toe. Hands would look fine. Again, you can even see on the hand rig how the hand rig angles down a little bit. You really want this topology to kind of match that. Yeah, okay. And you do have UVs, even if it's not textured, so let's have a little look. Let's have a little look. UV. Okay, so that's just an automatic unwrap. That's also duplicating it as well, so obviously this is currently mirrored. So that would plop it on this side as well. Which is, again, if you're just doing this in Blender, absolutely fine. But if you want to do anything with normals or stuff, you've just got to be careful with that. We've also got some really tight gaps here that would probably want to be pushed out a little bit. You could get a bit of min-map in there, some here as well. So some of it, that definitely would. You'd want to push those out a little bit more and spread them around. Yeah. Definitely clean that up somehow. But yeah, generally, not too bad. Not too bad. Definitely some improvements to make. I feel like there's a lot on the form that kind of needs a bit of refinement. God, sorry, I'm yawning again. There's a lot on the form that kind of needs to be pushed a little bit more. But generally, it's not too bad. Definitely a start. It's a work in progress. And yeah, nerd. Nerd to you too, Dragon Boy. I quite like the character as well. But again, not really meant to be reviewing the character. Okay, so I don't really think there's much else left to review on this one. I hope that helps though, MC Models. And obviously at the end of the day, chat, if any of you have any more specific questions, people, you can DM me. You can just ask me questions. Just don't constantly ping me. Ask me, tell me what you've done. Tell me what you want to do and what the problem is or what you're trying to achieve, and that's fine. How is it that we export the model with textures? So if you want to export it with the textures included, press F3 and pack file. If you don't want to do that, file external data. So you go file, where would it be? External data and pack resources there. So that's where you go up into file, external data, pack resources. Or but I usually just F3 pack, and pack resources is usually right there. Everyone calls you a nerd, kid. Everyone does call me a nerd, and I don't know why, because I'm not that smart. Gah. Right. Okay, so we'll leave it there on that one. We'll move on to the next one.
Oh, thanks for the sub.
Stinky. Look, I'm not stinky. Yori! 12 months at tier 2. Thank you. Me, Koga, Sebi, Krim, Fletcher, Lulz, Fiery, and Solar all call you a nerd. Well, you're all nerds. We is all together at Megaplex.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Edge Burb Boy, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. Okay, we are on the next model. We are going to be looking at who is our next victim. We're going to look at Edge Burb. Okay, let's go to their DMs. Edge Burb. There's a download link to the Edge Burb model review. Excellent. Blend files can't be downloaded. That's fine. Let's bring that one in. Okay, that is boop. Let's have a quick look at it just to make sure first. So there's no textures on this one, which is, again, that's fine because we're not really looking at textures on this one. But yeah, so. Oh, come on. Run file. Okay, so let's have a little look at this model. I don't know how to pack it with textures. I mean, if you want to send us it again while I'm currently doing it, here is the model, by the way. If you want to send it again, feel free to. Just say pack resources and just let me know when you've done it and DM me the new one. But it's just pack resources and that puts the textures into the blend file. Okay, so let's have a look at our topology. Our form is quite nice, by the way. Already, I quite like the aesthetics of this model. And nothing immediately stands out to me as being bad, which is quite nice, because sometimes you'll see a model. What does pinging mean? So pinging means if you're in the Discord and you're in 3D art support, you can put @KDart, and I will normally look at them. Or if you want to, you can just simply direct messages as well, if you don't want to be public about that. I usually do like it when people do their technical support questions in 3D art support, though, because somebody else might have a similar problem, and it becomes a good way for people to refer to things. But yeah, so one thing that just does look weird right off the get-go is kind of the legs. The legs do have a little bit of an odd shape to them, but that might be the character design as well. I can actually see that we've got the shape key on for the sweater as well. So if we take that off, then we can actually look at the body itself. Oh. Okay, so one thing that I would definitely say about this model already is that is quite a lot of topology for what it really needs. you could probably actually get rid of about half of this topology and keep about the same level of detail. Because even just as it is, that is 66k tries, which is already starting to ride the line of what is acceptable by VR chat standards. And again, I would normally say 50k is kind of what you should self-impose as a limit to things. Yes, so all you need to do, if you want to send it with the textures, pack file, and then that'll do it. That immediately does it. It'll actually say down at the bottom, packed so many files, and then save it again as a new blend file, so Control S, and then that blend file is now a packed file, and that you can send to me, and that should include all the textures and stuff. But yeah, we could easily probably cut like nearly half of this, a lot of this topology down. If I actually come into this like eyelid here, for example, do we really need all of these around here? Because if I grab this edge, this edge, this edge, and this edge is just as a good example. I'm zoomed out there. This is probably about as close as a person is probably going to get to your head. Can you tell me the difference between those two? Probably not. And so like that's what you really want to be thinking about. You really want to reduce topology wherever you can. Like around here is fine, for example. Around here is kind of all right. Although what I would say is try and keep these edge loops around this part of your beak as level as you can. Some of them are. Like this one here. Then again, that one isn't even. That one is. Okay, so that one's quite a nice loop. You'd really want to try and keep these loops up to about here, I would say. Visually about here. Because even though you've got a beak, you still want to have those nice mouth loops because you probably will still actually animate the beak moving a little bit, especially towards the corners, which is where it's really important with a beak. You wouldn't know where to start with decimation. See, this bit's fine. This is kind of the density that you're looking for. And honestly, you could probably just like, a lot of this could probably just be cut in half. Like I say, we could go over a lot of these edges here and just simply cut down all of these ones. Because, I mean, I'm just going to do this as a very rough. It's probably going to fuck something elsewhere. But if I grab all of these edges, I feel like I've jumped one, but let's grab that one. As a rough example, again, that's where I am now. Can you see that much of a difference? I know there's a lot. Like it's quite impressive when you stand back from a model and you really try and look at it. You can kill a lot of polygons and not lose any shape. For reference, let me actually open up Cade, because it would be fair probably to compare the two, wouldn't it? So is it in there? No, it isn't. But it is in that drive. So let's go to UK 3.5. Let's actually open up Cade. Just so you can see, this is the exact model I'm using now. Oh boy, he's angry. Let's take his clothes off. Oh yeah. That's how much topology you really need on a character. You don't need an awful lot. You just need topology where it's actually going to carry any detail. Like, the one thing that it will affect a little bit. So, if you work with a high poly model, like really high poly, in a weird way, it's actually easier to weight paint. So it's much easier to sort out your rigging. Because you've got more edges to move across. So you've got more things that you can blend and much more room to maneuver like that. When you reduce topology count like this to like this level where it's like very low, you can start to really feel the limitations of the topology at that point. Example, if I actually grab Cade's arm here, his shoulders were a pain to rig. Oh, wait a sec, he's got a, yeah, this one's got an IK. You can see there how there's still a bit of crunchiness around his, like, underarm. It can get very difficult to rig those well when you get lower poly, but you should still try and push it down as low as you can. Okay, enough of me saying, hey, topology too high, right? Let's move on and let's put your model back to how it actually should be. And yeah, it's same with things like your hair and stuff. A lot of this could probably just be decimated down. Okay, let's have a look at your little things on it. So you've got like a little swimsuit. Looks fine to me. A little bit of a sharpness there, but that's actually intended. Sweater looks fine. Obviously, you've got a sweater adjust shape key, so you've got shape keys for adjusting for these things, which is nice. Oh, that's a smile. Like I say, this is how I generally recommend. You can also use alpha maps and stuff, but you can also just use, you know, a shape key. A shape key uses a bit less data than an alpha map, so in my opinion, I'd say you're probably better using one of these than an alpha map, but I know that certain artists would disagree with that, because guess what? There's no right answer in 3D. Well, I mean, sometimes there is, but not always. Right. Glasses. So again, your glass is fairly high poly for what they really need to be. I think that's probably going to be the case with a lot of this stuff. Probably just going to be quite high poly. Flip-flops. See, that's not too bad. For flip-flops, that's not too bad. But there's bits like this bit here, for example. Like, you've done well. So what I can see you've been doing, Edge Boy, is something that is actually a really good practice to get into, especially when you're first starting out. And I can see what you've been doing is you've been trying to keep your topologies area. So like, this polygon here is around about the same area as this polygon here, and that's something that even if you were in the stream earlier on, you might have heard me say to people, like, try and aim for that. It is a good thing to aim for. Once you've done that, once you've got it all there and all your shape is nice and it's all level and it's all sorted out, what you then need to kind of convert your brain into thinking is, right, what can I delete? And so, for example, this edge here, if I get rid of it, there's no difference really. So I can delete it. Now that goes against what I said before. Oh, but now we've got like one that's twice the area of this one. It's fine. It doesn't deform that much. So we can get away with it. And that's where a lot of the skill in topology can come from, especially when it comes from box modeling. Because sculpting, obviously with sculpting and retopology, you don't have this same kind of problem. Because you're just literally putting the correct topology on from the beginning, from the get-go. Box modeling and poly modeling in this way, we've got to kind of like trim it down. We've got to put it all there first and then trim it down a little bit to get it to where it's like actually nice. Okay. Right, kid. Next up, so your form is nice. Like I said, I like the character design. I like the overall thing. And I really like how you've used your wings as a form of hands. That's really good when it comes to things like VR chat, because it allows, you know, you're actually able to use your hands. So anything that eyes look, like I said, apart from your eyes maybe being a bit too high poly, as like everything else, not too bad form from the side. You've got good posture from the back bit. This bit maybe wants to come out a little bit more, but obviously the character is a bit chunkier. But when we put everything on at the same time, so if this character was to wear everything, yeah, you'd be at 83k tries, which is a little bit high. Hey, look, I like the chunky lads. It's great. But yeah, as maybe a bit too chunky in terms of topology, we're currently running around 83k tries. And again, your hard limit is 70k. So try and, I mean, it's not really a hard limit. You can obviously go over that, but really do try your best to keep it within that 70k. As long, even if it's there. 50k is what I would love to see. 32k is what I'd say is fucking great. But anything below that is like, anything below 70k is preferable. If it goes over it, you should really be thinking about like where to trim things down. Right. Let's have a look at your rig. Yo, the full rig. See, in the past, I would have criticized you for all of these bones on the hair, but Fizz Bones literally lets you get away with that now, so, you know, that's fine. Okay, so I would say, even though this is a bird character, I would still say you kind of want a little bit of a neck. Even if it's just a little one, just to get it that nice blend from the head to the body, just to make sure it's not twisting like, you know, like kind of like a bottle top. We kind of want a little bit, not a lot, because obviously the style of the character doesn't really have a big, thick neck, but you still want just that little bit. And the reason to say that is mostly for textures, because obviously if you've only got like a little tiny bit that's moving quite a lot, that's going to really rip that texture as well. So we want to kind of balance that out a bit. That's actually quite nice bending on the mouth. Normally with jaws, you do normally like to see these jaws a little further back. But again, because of the kind of character style, that's kind of okay. Although I would probably weigh some of this bit of the beak as well to this jaw. So that's moving along with it. Moving side to side. Relatively fine. Oh, hello. Your legs are parented to your spine. I think that might be a mistake. They'd want to be parented to this, really. Your legs move fine, actually. They actually look alright. Hi, Sage. Hope you're doing well. I think I did a whoopsie fucking. Well, hey, if he never does that, it's just. Wee. I mean, that's not even a hard change. It's literally just grab that. No, that, and then that. And then just doing that. There we go. Problem sorted. Mostly. To be fair, that bone never really moves that much. It mostly only ever twists. Although I would still say there's maybe a little bit more blending that you maybe should do. When you wish your bird to become long. Just swing you. There you go. Cower before the burb. That's there we go. Cower before your leader. The
Raid Cade Legends.
Huz, give me your plots. No, you're not getting my slime plots. They're mine, Huz. Mine.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Get away from you. But hello, everybody, and Huz, I hope you had a wonderful time playing Slime Rancher. It's a really, really chill game. I love it. But yeah, welcome on in. I'm Cade. Ignore the long bird. What we're doing here today is we are currently going through model reviews. So I'm a 3D artist. I do that that's my job. I make models for VR chat and VC Face and stuff like this. And yeah, so what we're doing today is I've got my community. They've been submitting their models to me. I'm currently having a look at them and giving them feedback on what they can improve, what they've done well, and just general advice from somebody who does this as a job. But yeah, Hoz, lovely to see you. I hope you're having a wonderful time. I heard you're moving in with Bardic, isn't it? Is that something that's happening with you two? Because that's just going to be fucking chaos. But yeah, I hope you have an absolutely lovely day, Hoz. Oh, goodness. Right. Yeah, we're making a hell house. Oh, fucking hell. That's going to be... Oh, I'm going to hear from all the way here.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Velvet Mouse and Ocean Edor, thank you very much for the follows and welcome on in. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. And Anna-Malie, welcome on in to you too.
Nice one, my furry friend.
Yeah, baby. Right, okay, so. Your arms. So, we want to watch out for this a little bit. You see how this, like, this is proper crunching inwards a little bit? We want to be careful with that. And we want to basically, where this bit of your arm is here, you want to actually weight paint some of your chest onto it. It sounds stupid, but when you bring your arm down, realistically your arm compresses against your chest and then obviously it splits out because, well, if it's got fat there, it definitely squishes out. Even if it doesn't, the muscle will sort of crunch inwards. We can't really do that with 3D. Well, we can, but not with the limited rig setups that we're working with the game. So we kind of have to cheat that a bit by basically putting some of the weight of your chest onto the arm itself. And that should also help with this, because that'll then pull this section out to kind of balance that out. As for your hand... So one thing you could definitely do, I don't know whether you've done this in Unity or not, but if you have, great. But if you haven't used rotation constraints on like these bones here, you definitely should. Because what I could easily see is if you move this, you could have this move like 90% with it. You could have this move like 75%, that move like 50% with it. You know, so on and so forth. So your hand can actually control those wings. I don't know if that's actually how you've already got it set up, but if you don't, that's what I would definitely recommend you to do for Unity. It'd be rotation constraints you're looking for, and like I said, just you might have to figure out the weights of each one of them. So you might have to put a base in, go into VR, move your hand around and see what it feels like, and then come back out and tweak those values a little bit. But doing that will give you some nice movement on those feathers. Other than that, honestly, like, apart from it really being high poly and some of the weight painting being a little bit messy, your hips and your shoulders, honestly, you've done a pretty decent job again. A lot of yous are doing decent, like, a lot of yous do a lot better than I think some of yous, like, think you can. Because I know a lot of people worry when they're giving the models in for these critiques. And yeah, I will find something wrong. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm literally trying to tell you, here's what you're doing wrong, but here's how you can get better. And here's how I personally would approach that same problem. Because that's the difference with good critique and bad critique, in my opinion. It's like...
Raid Cade Legends.
Momo, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely stream. Oh, it's lovely to see you. What were you up to today? Well, like I said, I do hope you're having a lovely stream. But, Stardew Valley. I really need to play Stardew Valley myself at some point. Really need to play that at some point. But yeah, to those who don't know me, I'm Cade. I'm a 3D artist. Mostly make furries for VR chat and VC Face and stuff like that. And yeah, generally, today we're looking at models and we're reviewing them from my community. But yeah, I do hope that... Let's actually check these out, because these are always a pain. No, you've done pretty good there. You probably don't need to even use this middle. Like, honestly, when you do these, you usually only need about 2 bones for each one. You don't really ever really need more than that. The only other thing I would do, though, one thing I would do is I can see that you've weight painted the head and that at the same time. So if I go onto this and go into weight painting, I can see that this head is still weighted 100% around here. And the reason I can see that is because when this rotates and bends in, can you see how it kind of squishes in and loses its form? So what I would generally recommend is to just subtract around areas where you're going to have a little bit of that movement. Turn the X mirror off because it's obviously broken. It doesn't even need to be a lot, just something like that. And now, hopefully, when this moves... Oh, well, it maybe needs to be a bit more than that. But that should move a little bit more naturally when it does that. So it would be a bit more like things. Should be a question, Kate, but does having too many bones matter in any performance sense? So there's two ways that it increases, that it makes a problem. Having more bones generally increases, a performance drain. Because even if that bone's not moving, whenever that root bone of the armature moves, it's then going to tell all the other bones in that armature that they've also got to move with it, right? So if you've got one bone that it's got to tell, so if you've only got a root bone and, like, say, a spine, it's only telling the spine to move, so it's only giving that information to one bone. If you've got 200 bones, it needs to give that information to 200 bones. So it increases in that sense. Now, that in the total isn't the worst. It does, and obviously you've got to think there's actually 9 components to each one of those things as well. You've got XYZ location, XYZ rotation, XYZ scale. And it's got to tell each of the bones after that in the chain what it's meant to be doing. Okay? So we've got that. But the bigger performance drain, the much bigger performance drain is physics. Adding physics to it literally needs it to calculate what's happening. It's not just having to send information and receive it, it's having to calculate what needs to happen. So having tons and tons and tons of physics bones on a model will absolutely obliterate its performance. So it'll still run, but yeah, like, you want to be gentle with it. Like, I'd say, like, in the past I would have said this was excessive. You can get away with that now. Fizzbones is definitely a lot lighter weight than it. But just bear in mind that for physics, VR chat only really recommends 16 components. So that's 16 chains, really. Obviously, it only recommends a certain amount of bones in each chain, but 16 components is kind of your limit. You can go to 32, and it will still give you a poor rating. Anything above 32, and it will just say, nah, it's very poorly made avatar. And nowadays, with Fizzbones, there is no reason why you should really have a very poor avatar unless it's doing something specific, such as, like, ragdoll effects or something. Yeah, okay. A poo rating. Yeah, it gives you a poo. You just submit it to VR chat and it just goes, it's shit! That's all it does to you. It's like, well, okay, I'm not allowed to. So not more than 32 bones, more 32 components. So, for example, on a fizzbone component, those 5 bones would be one component. That would be one single component. Would be 5 bones, but yeah, just one. I was thinking mostly from a rendering point of view, where you'd seemingly need a pretty large and unnecessary vertices to start. Really, yeah, for if it's renders that you're talking about, I can't really see armatures affecting the render too much. I actually don't know about that. I can't imagine that a render would be affected too much by a skeleton. It's mostly game engines and stuff that are hit by it. But yeah, no, we'll leave that there. We've been on this one for a little bit. Edgebird, thank you very much for submitting. I hope that feedback helps. The aesthetics of the model is very cool. I really like the style you went for. Mostly just your weight painting to think about, and obviously try and reduce that topology. And again, you've seen that I could literally cut about half of it off, and it's still kept that same shape. Try and do that. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So let's scenes chatting. Let's go. So our next model is, let's go to my server. So we need to scroll up. Scroll. So we're going to be here for a while. We're going to get through quite a lot of them. So we have Master Nibs next. So let's go to this. Let's go to this. Didn't know about pack resources? Well, you do now, so I can now download it now. Download, yep, Nibs clean. Pardon me. And excellent, that's now there. Let's have a little look at it. Nibs is a good bean, so I can't imagine there's any naughty bits on this one, but again, just to check. Nope. Okay, so let's go and have a look at this one. So this one is by Master Nibs. The Cursed Kobold. So let's put our texture on. Oh. Okay, we're going to have to go to the mat cap then. And the light up. There we go. Right, okay. So... Actually, let's just do it in material view so that we can see the shape and form. Okay. So... One thing I would definitely say that I can already see kind of off the bat is these legs are a bit... they definitely need some work. What I would do, grab this part of your leg, and this needs to be shifted forwards. So this kind of wants to be coming out probably around here, to be honest, and probably around there. And that way then you can have this peel off and come up and come around the back there. And then obviously you can have your belly come out this bit and then come up like that. So that bit would kind of need solved and pulled that down there. This part of your leg, same kind of deal again. You kind of want this to bend up and then bend down and then bend across to your back of your heel of the foot. This bit you kind of want to come in straight and want to come down. And then come down. And then come down to your base of your feet here. Which should be level with the floor, to be honest. So even that's not perfect how I've drawn that there. But that's you'd want to kind of pull this. If anything, you might actually want to pull this bit up a bit further. So it's actually coming out down here instead. But yeah, generally those legs are a bit off balance. Like, I'll do a rough case of what I would kind of give out. So, as a rough, oh, obviously that's not perfect, but as a rough, I would kind of pull those out, up and out around like that. I did that on the shape key, didn't I? What? Just to try and balance it out a bit more. That's kind of what I would try and do. I forgot to send it to... Oh, honestly, don't worry about it. If it needs done, like I say, we'll be doing this for the next... We're doing this week. We're probably going to do this next week. We're probably going to do this the week after that. And then that might be it. I might literally do a month of these. Considering I was only meant to do one single stream of this. What I'm going to do, though, I'm going to reload the model, because it's a bit unfair if I do it with a different one. So don't save. I'll just put that strength to 2 and go into solid mode. Okay, so we'll definitely do that. Straighten the back. I wouldn't straighten the back all too much, actually, but I would I would definitely give some shoulder blades there. And again, legs. Just those legs really stand out to me. From the front as well. From the front, you'd kind of want to, again, give these legs a bit more shape and watch for these feet, because feet, they look a little bit odd. So, your shoulders. This bit's actually kind of nice. I can kind of see where your pectoral is, and I can kind of see where your shoulders forming. You kind of need a bit more of a neck. You maybe need a little bit more of a neck. The shoulders here are okay, but this bit, what's this bit here? Right, watch out, because this bit kind of, if you want this bit in here like this, you'd kind of want that to curl around the back. At the minute, it kind of terminates at the back, and that's not what we want. We want to kind of pull it in. One thing I'd also recommend, like I say, because it's kind of like it's being modeled for an A-pose character, but in T-pose, because I can kind of see how you're bringing this along and then up and around, which is something that you kind of see on A-pose characters, yet it's being modeled in T-pose. If it is being modeled in T-pose, this whole section of the arm here would want to be lifted up as well. You'd want to have that level, so it's about like there. You don't really want this downward trajectory on your arm if you're doing this in a T-pose. Other things that I'm noticing is your head. Oh, so why did the eyes come out that far? Let's go all the way up to the top, bases. So, actually, no, you've got some nice loops around your eyes, and you've actually got a fairly reasonable brow. I would maybe push that a little bit more, but we did have another model that was a cobalt before, and this is kind of what I was trying to get at with that model, that you really want these loops to come round. You want to watch for this bit of your topology here. This can usually happen. You see this like sharp edge that's coming down here. If that wasn't intentional, that's usually caused by this X mirror, because it doesn't really know what to do with that center bit, so it kind of keeps it in the same place. And that's usually what causes that, because if I pull that on, you can see there how me moving it around, it doesn't know it. So just watch out for your X mirror on that thing. It looks like the X, yeah, of course it is. That's not the person, that's not Nibs' fault, that's the thing. Same with this stuff on the back, you kind of want to make sure this is all flat. If it's bending down, there should be a reason for it. Yeah, you really need a bit more of a neck, because at the minute your neck is made up of entirely like 3 loops. And when you come to do things like A, oh no, you can actually kind of get away with A, I suppose. Yeah, okay. You know what, that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I would still say you want a bit of a neck. Even on characters where there is a small one, you still want that little bit of a neck. Now, this might be the style of the character, but this looks odd to me. Where you've got the 2 nostrils here, and then the nose kind of still comes across quite flat for a lot of it. Most of the time when you have a look at animals that have wide snoots, the actual, like, their actual nostrils are on the side and then go into the middle bit down the snoot. So it might be a style thing though, so if it is, completely feel free to ignore me on that front. You've got, like I said, nice loops around your mouth as well. I'm happy to see that. You've got nice loops around your eyes, nice loops around your mouth. So you definitely understand the principles when we're talking about things like make sure you've got the loops where you need them to move. I can see there's definitely active thought here, Nibs. So even if I'm maybe being a bit like, this needs improved, this needs improved, this needs improved, you are doing really well. I am seeing that that you're using these techniques and really trying to get them to work, which is nice to see. I do appreciate seeing that kind of stuff. Back definitely could use some more definition. And yeah, there was a hoodie as well, wasn't there? Yeah, so your hoodie's fine. It's basically just another version of bit. There we are. Yeah, so you've just duplicated that. I can see what you've done with that. That's just a duplicate from your outside. It's hard to give criticism and not feeling a bit mean, isn't it? It is, because like I said, I'm always doing this. I don't want to put somebody down. They've done good work. Like, it is good work, but at the same time, I have to be honest, and I really want to give people that genuine feedback. I've said many a time, I don't want to become one of these streamers that just, like, says everything's good. Like, I will tell you if something's wrong if I see it. Like, obviously, sometimes you want to be told that your sauna looks cute and that it's a really nice thing. But when I want people to submit to me, I want them to know, I will try and find something wrong with it, but I will try and help you improve that. That's kind of my goal with it. I want people to get better. I want to see you at your full potential. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. 15 minutes of weird facial expressions per model. Huh? Hmm? Ah? Ah? Bleh. Ah? Ah? It's just that for 15 minutes with every model. If it was a sweater or hoodie, it might look better if the bottom extended past the hips to make it look like it was a bit big. That's a cool little thing. Yeah, that would be an aesthetic thing. Like, make it, like, come down here, so, like, it's almost, like, dangling off a bit. Kid's already achieved a power level of over 9. But yeah, there's just... most of it is your form. Like I say, you've even got, like, the technical... I can see that you've got digigrade legs as well, which is nice to see, because, you know, I made a tutorial on that, and I love seeing it. So I need to munch. Right. Fingers. Let's have a look at your fingers. Let's try and get these done as well. So I want to put them in front and then wire. Yeah, you're trying to explain what could be improved, but it can feel awkward and bad because you feel like you're not being positive enough. That's amplified a bit if it's way early in their journey, and the results are scuffed, sure, but it's lovely to see what they've done, but also so much to unpack. Yeah, it's exactly that. Like I say, I don't want to put people down. The worst thing with any of these critique videos that I do, the thing that I do not want someone to do is to come to submit something to it and feel so destroyed by it. I want them to feel like, okay, there's problems, but I can improve it. So weight painting on your hand definitely needs a bit more work. It's bending too much of your arm. A lot more of this needs weight painted to the arm, and a lot like this should just be weight painted to the hand. Individual origins. Although your fingers aren't too bad. Obviously, they're going to go all over the place there, but your fingers generally work. Yeah, your palm's not moving inwards, which is what you want. You maybe want a little bit of a blur here, just between this edge and that edge, but, you know, that's fine. There's a major difference between putting something down and criticize, which includes argument as to why something looks odd or off. Things. Curious, how do you move the bones like that? So if you want to move all the bones at one time, go onto individual origins, and then if you grab a selection of bones and rotate them, you can rotate all of them, and they'll all individually add on top of each other. And it gives you a good way of seeing how the weight painting is. Overall, I can actually see quite a lot of this weight painting is rough. And a lot of that's actually quite an easy fix. So if I actually go into this... I go into your weight painting. You can see here how very sharp that is. It literally just needs blurred out a bit. So if you just grab your blur brush and you just do this, and I'll grab this side and I'll do the same there. We'll see, like a lot of that is just, it just needs blurred out a bit. As you can see there, how on this side it's very crunchy. Literally, if I just grab this. Just grab that. How much of an improvement that makes already. Just little things like that, just little blurs. Obviously, don't go completely wild with blurring it. Don't blur it all the way up there, because obviously then it becomes like a tube. But, you know, we can use those blurs to really, like, smoothen out a lot of those ones. Oh, another quick question. So that's just pressing the period on your... Press period on your keyboard, or if you don't want to go to period, you can actually come up here, and then the same options are up here. Period just brings up that, and that brings up those ones. Right. Okay, so... Yeah, it's the same with a lot of your stuff, actually, here, Master Nibs, I'm noticing. A lot of it is just kind of... really sharply painted. You pretty much just need to go over it all and just give it all a bit of a blur. Just really try and work out those kinks. And you can see there, it doesn't take too long. Oh, we've got some painting that's on different parts of the model as well. You want to watch out for this kind of stuff, because you can see there the arms and stuff are moving as well. You want to find out where they're on. So this one's actually on the head, so we'd want to subtract that. Some of them might not actually be on the head. Those actually all were, though. Yeah. You can see there, like I said, just want to make sure of those bits. Also, for your eyes, Unity prefers them if your eye bones are directly upwards as well. I'm just wondering. Okay, so yeah, your eye bones are in the wrong place at the minute. Where your eye bones actually need to be, what you want to do to correct this is you'll want to go onto your eyes individually. So I'm going to grab the circumference of it. So if you can grab the loop that goes around the entire circumference, that'll tell you where the middle is, because then you can press Shift and S and then cursor to selected. That then puts our 3D cursor there. Then we can go to our bone and we can grab onto this and then press Shift S and then selection to cursor. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate that by 90 so it's pointing upwards, and that will now have corrected that bone. So now when I go into pose mode, now that eye will move properly. You want that, you want your, like the base of your bone, the head of the bone, to be at the center of it. Because remember, for Blender, this tail means nothing. Like, once this goes into Unity, this tail could be all the way up here. It doesn't matter. It's still going to act exactly the same way, because the tail doesn't do anything. The tail just tells where the next bone in the chain's going to be. So we just want that to be there, and you want that bone to preferably be going upwards as well. That's probably fine. Replex Hayes, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And yeah, just generally, you know, again, Master Nibs, you've done a good job. You've definitely done a good job for someone who's starting out with this sort of stuff. And I will look forward to seeing where you go with it. Just a lot of refinements, just a bit more thing. You can still obviously save this model. Don't give up on this one. There's still stuff that you can do with it. But definitely there is work to do on it. But I hope that helps, and I hope that wasn't too mean. And yeah, I look forward to seeing where you go with it. Right, we're on to the next one. Potshilima, welcome on into you too. I hope you're having a lovely day. So who is next in our little list? We are on to Owltail, which this is their first attempt at a VR chat model. So this is going to be something that we're going to want to look at. And again, be generally nice to as well. Right. So let's go V1 opaqued. I am, thank you. Glad to be here. I'm glad to hear you're here. Happy to be here. Okay, no naughty bits. There's an extras bit. Oh, that's just that. Okay, sweet. Just always got to check, because you never know with some furries. I did get somebody submit a not safe for work model to it. And it's like, I'm streaming this on Twitch. Okay, right. Shift S, yes, Shift S. And that's how I use it, anyways. It me, it you, it that time. So we are going to, yep, there we are. We have a go, and like I said, keep in mind this is somebody's first VR chat model, so I'm going to go into it with that mindset as well. One thing I'm going to say right off the bat, it is cute. That is true. One thing I'm going to say is these legs here, you kind of don't want them to kind of like bend outwards like that. We want to make sure like the legs are trying to go as straight down as possible, because the VR chat rigging for full body stuff needs those legs to be perfectly straight. They can be bent on the side, like if we're on this side, the legs can be bent a little bit there, but on the front they need to be straight. Otherwise your full body tracking, the more they go outwards, the more wild it can get. Okay, so legs are kind of cute. You kind of just have your upper leg go straight into your foot, because you've got here, and then that kind of goes in there. So we don't really have a lower leg on this character, which is fine. I would normally say that try and put at least a little bit of a lower leg in it, but again, this looks actually, that looks fine. Your topology here is quite messy. Like, this is quite all over the spot. One thing you can actually do to solve this is there's tools built into Blender. You can either just literally press, what does that actually usually do? God, I forget what I even do myself. But there's a smooth tool over here, and what we can do is we can literally smooth these edges out. So I'm going to grab a loop. I'm going to just smooth them out a bit. And we just want to like kind of make sure that these edges, like these bits here, aren't quite as like brutal as possible. That's it. Control. No, wait. That. My own brain's forgot. My own brain's forgot what I normally do. W. That's it. Fucking hell, kid. And sometimes I do this where I grab them. Now, you got to watch with smoothing because it does shrink the shape as well. But you'd want to make sure you want to try and get these. You want to try and get these as flat as you can. Mainly just to like make your deformations look good. Fleshy Nessa. I'm currently in the process of getting a model from somebody that's exploring the world of 3D stuff. All this stuff's really cool to see. Thanks for reviewing stuff the way you do. I'm very glad you feel that way. Like I said, I want more people to get into 3D. I don't want to scare people off 3D at all. I want people to just know what to do because you want a bit of guidance. So I'm going to reload the model because I've now played around with it and it'd be unfair to critique it on what I've changed on it. Overall, your topology is fairly fine. This will work relatively okay. It's very basic, but here's the thing. Basic topology can actually work as well. The only thing that I would generally do is I normally would recommend you terminate a bit of your shoulder, just to make sure that you're getting that topology around your shoulder. And what I mean by a terminate is I'm going to, again, briefly destroy part of your model. Please forgive me. So I'm just going to dissolve those edges for now. Actually, just dissolve those vertexes. I'm just going to put in one there, one there. Excellent. Because I'm just going to use this to pretend. So what I mean by a termination is if I bring this in here, bring that across there, bring that across there, and bring that there. And then we can actually bring this here, and then we can bring this across here. And this is the knife tool, by the way. This is me just pressing K. And adding something like this. Now, normally I'd maybe make this a bit wider, but that's what I'd call a termination. And what that allows us to do is it would allow us to really reduce the amount of topology that's coming down here, while at the same time giving us a bit of topology that identifies where that shoulder actually is. And you should see this on Cade as well. Like if I actually go to my own model. Now it's a bit harder to see on Cade because he's got topology that bends this in. But you can see how previously there was a termination around here where his shoulder is. This is. Hey, want to tell new folks, even though it's been said before, this is hard and it's so cool you're trying. Honestly, anybody who's trying this, anybody who makes a 3D model, I will have massive respect for, because to get to even, like I said, to do even one of them, and like I said, this is this person's first one. They've done such a good job to get to this point. As much as I can critique it, as much as I can offer guidance and things on where to get to, they have made a model. That is impressive on its own. Like, it takes a lot of commitment to get there. I've learned so much from this stream. Specifically, I've learned that if you want a VRC model, I should just pick up a dozen overtime hours at work and commission a professional because this is hard. Honestly, you can obviously commission people. People that, like myself, offer commissions and do this stuff for a job. Like, it is hard. It is difficult. But it is doable if you've got the commitment. But that's obviously the problem. You do need to kind of commit to it. It's not like, then again, I say it's not like 2D art, but 2D art's the same. This bit's a little bit crunchy, I wouldn't lie. I would probably, once again, even just as a very quick fix, because that's as rough as it is, I would probably just smooth that out a bit. And then elongate this out. So what I want you to do, Twitch the Demon. Put your hand out and reach it, just reach your hand out forwards in front of you. And try and then bring it down and look at where your hand actually sits. Your hand doesn't kind of come out with a bulge like this. It does come out a little bit, but it's not quite that intense. If anything, if we're looking at this from the top, the way this bulge, that kind of works is what we're looking for here, is this should kind of come up like this and then bulge like there. If anything, it should bulge about here. And then on this side, it smoothly comes into where the thumb is, and then that goes like that. It's quite a difficult, like, hands are difficult. Hands are very difficult, and you've done at least a decent job here. But yeah, that's something to help reduce it. And again, you can use these reductions on your fingers as well. One common way of reducing these is to bring this up, bring this around, and then bring this down, and then do the same on this hand as well. And then up here, you can usually give it a second reduction down there. And that can help out really just controlling your topology. Beans a separate part of the model. That is fine. Suppose the thumb. Yes, so looking at the thumb from the side, again, like I said, because that's what you're modeling. Whenever you're wondering, how am I meant to be modeling this? Stick your hand out, relax your hand as much as possible. Try not to let gravity drop your fingers too much, but just try and relax your hand and just use your own arm as reference. And try and keep your hand still when you're rotating it around. Use your forearm to rotate things to see how your arm actually how your hand actually looks. Your hand is a very good reference. The other thing that you want to consider with VR chat models specifically, because they're running on humanoid animations, it doesn't matter 100%, but one thing you want to try and keep in mind is this palm here wants to generally be about the same size and length as your fingers. You want to kind of try and keep that in mind. Try and keep your fingers like that. And again, another thing with your hands don't have this perfect line here. They actually come in, bulge at the middle finger, and then come down and back like that. So you kind of want to cut off with that shape on your fingers. Once again, bring out Cade for an example of this. They kind of curve a little bit. It doesn't even have to be that intense, but there is that little bit of a curve there, just to kind of indicate that, the hand has a bit more of a shape. It's not just this kind of square. Ironically, I've been doing a bit of AutoCAD for 20 years and have a decent amount of 3D modeling experience for stuff like sheet metal and printed circuit design. Not as transferable to character sculpting as I'd like. Do you want to know something, Grove Tender? My first 3D model, well, at first it was a submarine, but I actually did
Nice one, my
a few
furry
design
friend.
things. I did a valve. I made a whole little design for a little hydraulic testing thing. So I worked in AutoCAD myself. I used AutoCAD 2007. Still the best one. And like you say, you can learn, you can definitely get into this sort of stuff. Connor says, welcome on in. I hope you are having a fantastic day. But yeah, and again, Cade's not perfect. Look at him, he's very angry. But you can kind of see, like I say, how this is. Also, that's kind of, like I say, that's when I'm talking about the thumb. You just want to kind of relax it down a little bit. You just want it to kind of come in at an angle a bit. VC face isn't great, and everybody knows that the thumbs on VC face are terrible, but, for VR chat, that's fine. Okay, this is kind of a bit of an odd termination. What I would basically do here, instead of doing all of this, I would have probably just brought that across, brought that across, brought that across, brought that up like that, or something like that, terminated that one, bring that one up and terminate that one, pull that in, pull that in. Yeah, that's kind of how I would have done the topology there, and that would give you significantly less topology to deal with on the bottom of your foot than dealing with like this circular one here. Learning how to use terminations is probably one of your biggest skill. And if you don't know about terminations, that's them there. It's where it goes from, like, what we're looking at there is we're looking at, this is a termination that goes in this direction. It goes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1, 2, 3. And that's what we mean about it. We're reducing them down. My experience is kind of the opposite to Grove. My college degrees was in comics and sequential art. Lots of stuff that I learned in that program transferred over to 3D sculpting. Yeah, I'm not great with hard surface stuff. We all come from different places and different thoughts. Like again, it's all different stuff. Like we all learn at different speeds and stuff as well. There's a lot of things to consider about when it comes to 3D modeling. Now, I've absolutely wrecked this model, so I'm going to reload it. No, I just want to open recent. Go. Don't save. But yeah, okay. So, shape and form. I quite like this snoot. Once again, though, this is, again, it's something I've brought up quite a few times, and I'm going to bring it up again. Eyes on the front of your character. The eyes on the front of your character. You want to be careful with just having them kind of flat. Now, you've kind of got them on a bit of an angle, but what we want to do is we want to look at them from the side. Actually, that's not too bad from the side. It's just from the front that look a bit odd. Because I was going to say, from the side, what we want is them to kind of have like this sort of shape, but you kind of do. It's just... I think it's just more your brow. Maybe the brow just needs to curve around a little bit more. Then again, I'm not sure. That actually kind of works with the style of the model. One thing I tend to do first with all of this stuff, whenever you got snoots like this, I tend to bring them in, and I tend to bring them in under the like outset of your eye and then back out. Sometimes that can look good, because then you don't get this kind of like flowing around the outside look. I wish these would just stay on the bloody character by default. Wow. Yeah, eyes trip. Eyes are hard. Eyes take a long time to get to a point where you feel like they're good, and even then, it still takes a long-ass time to sort them out. Let's have one tip I would say with your eyes, though. Actually add quite a few loops to them, and even in here, obviously at the minute I can't, but... And what that will allow you is, obviously right now you've got flat colours, but you might want to obviously adjust the size of these. And having quite a few of these allows you to control that squash and stretch. It's one of the rare places where more topology is generally, you're probably okay with it, because you want that control for your eyes. But, you know, when you do your expressions, like when you do your sad, when you do your angry, like you want to be able to really focus that eye position. So that's something you can get away with. Also, your poly count is only like 19k tries. Very good. I like seeing that. That's actually, as much as it wanted to be, this could actually be ported into the Quest natively. It couldn't be used as a fallback avatar, but you could run it on a Quest. So, okay, one thing I would do here on the side of your lips here, where you've got this edge here, what you could do is pull this along a bit more. So pull this down to about here, and actually have it like a vertex here, and then pull this around here, and have that come into there, have that come into like a roundabout there, and have that come into a roundabout there. So that kind of like edges off the mouth and rounds around this part. I missed the review part of... your model was okay, MC Models. There is definitely some improvement to be made. And it will be on the VOD. I will be uploading the VOD to YouTube. So even though you've missed it, you will still be able to see it and watch it back on YouTube. And I went into a bit of detail on yours. I like the character though. But yeah, so we want to kind of twist this around here, because you want to use these loops for mouth movements, because obviously you can see how my lips are moving. You really need that extra topology around those lips to be able to get all of the movements. For example, dimple. And then what a dimple is when you're like, if you just suck your lips inwards, but you don't like spread them out, What? You can feel your lips actually go into your cheek. Like they push your cheek out and your cheek actually pushes out a little bit. That's a dimple. And we really need that extra like loops around there to be able to achieve that and make it look good. So that's something there. One thing I'm kind of happy to see in part, but like it looks like it kind of started, but then you kind of stopped. This loop here wants to continue up here and then come around here again. You want to keep the loops around your eyes very consistent. You want to keep them constantly looping around. Again, I will refer back to a kid for this. You want to keep these loops moving around there because you can see on his expressions how much those like keep things like contained. And the reason we're doing that is mostly for normals. Whenever you get like these like harsh edges here, you can see already how much this polygon's being stretched compared to this one. This is gonna have some really like not bad shading, but if there's something that you would notice, you might notice it there. And again, a lot of the topology just seems like this feels all over the place. Again, smooth tool. Smooth tool is your friend. We can really start like getting those into position and just making them look all nice. How do people get the black lines around the outlines? So how that is, it's just literally a case of, like I say, what you want to be doing. You'll notice that most of the black outline there follows along with this loop. That's a trick that you use. That's a trick that we use. Where it comes out is where I actually want details. So like the inside of the eyelid and the outside of it, I obviously want a little bit of a lash there because, you know, I like that. That's one way to achieve it. Another way to do it is actually to just straight up model eyelashes onto it. You can do that and get away with it. And in some cases, it can look good. For example, if I bring out Lumetric's model here, those are modeled on. Like those eyelashes, they're actually a separate model. And yes, Cade looks like a cryptid down in the corner there. But you can see there how that's a separate model. There's even certain parts where if I close my eyes the right way, you can kind of see it. Hi, chat. Right. Okay, that's really scary. Look, it's fine. I've returned back to my usual case. It's because it was running off a different rig. So there's a few different, like I said, there's lots of different ways you can go about it. A lot of it is just, again, if you're painting it on, try and keep that loop as close to, try and keep your black line as close to a loop as you can. And if you need to go out of that, you can. Just make sure you're doing it with reason. One way to do it, one way to check it, by the way, is to have your blink set before you paint it, or after you paint it, check it on your blink, and then paint it a little bit again on the blink, because you might notice some things that happen on the blink that don't happen when the eye's open. And so it's a good way to go back and forth between closed eye and open eye to find a balance. Right. No cake. Terrible. I'm disappointed as a furry. No, it's fine. That's actually fine if you don't want to do anything with it. So, we have a rig. I want to play around with your rig a little bit. Oh, you're doing the wrong thing. No, not in front. And textured. It's the rig I want in front and wire. Okay, so let's have a look at your rig. So yeah, like I said, first thing that you'd want to do, you'd want to make sure these are straight. You can even just do that. You don't even have to adjust your weight paint or anything. Just make sure they're straight. It doesn't matter how far or in or out they are. It's just VR chat will have a complaint in FBT if they are not. Another thing you want to try and keep as straight as you can is these 3 bones here. You kind of want them to all be in a line, and again, all on that Z-axis, straight up and down if you can. You can bend this one a little bit, because again, your tail doesn't really do anything. And the neck and the head is actually completely separate, so that's fine to move around. But these 3, you kind of want to try and keep as straight as possible. I say that, I don't even think Cades are 100% straight. I mean, I can't be straight about anything, but you can see there how those mostly go up, and then this one comes back a bit just to hit the neck. So the angle that it refers to, because it does a fucking terrible job of telling you what angle it's actually referring to, doesn't it? So the angle it's referring to is actually this angle here. It's from the side. And what VR chat wants for a full body compatible rig is for that to be there, and that to be there, at a perfect straight up, straight down angle. That's what it's looking for, and it's looking for this to be perfectly straight as well. When it's complaining about that angle, that's what it actually is complaining about. Because it doesn't tell you shit. Now, does that mean you have to follow that? Does that answer your question? So this angle here, it will complain about this. It will give you a warning. But you can get away with this angle. That angle you can't. Like, I've noticed whenever you try and do anything on this kind of like angle, it really, really struggles to do anything. So you want this to be straight, but you can bend that a little bit. How is your rigging though as a weight painting? So that's not too bad. I would probably blur a little bit of your of this into your leg a little bit. So you put a bit more of your hips into your leg, just so that kind of doesn't fold into itself a little bit. I think the IK solver needs a slight bend for it to function. Well, like I say, the proper way that it wants it, because again, you got to think, it's made for boring ass humans. What the VR chat rig's looking for is for a leg to come straight down, and then for a leg to come back a bit, so it's got this like little bit of a bend here, and then for a foot there. But that's boring human. We don't want boring humans, do we? We don't like humans. That's actually fine. That's actually fine for the character. Ah, okay. So, this one. So, if you're ever doing this with a plantigraded foot, funnily enough, Nadori, the Nardo Dragon creator, does this same thing. I personally don't like it when this bends in like that, because you try and bend your foot in, it doesn't really make that kind of shape. So what I would tend to do to eliminate that, so we're going to grab this, and we're going to grab this, and what we'd want to do, I don't like, yeah, draw. No, it's the other way, it's the other way, it's the other way, kid. Retract. Right.
Nice one, my furry friend.
There we go. And obviously the topology on your foot's a little bit crunkly as well. But what we're trying to do there is we're trying to stop that like crunching inwards and that. I like humans, but they go straight to my hips. Oh my god. Viking Wolf Himbo, welcome
nice one,
on in,
my furry friend.
And Kirby the Gamer Puff, welcome on in to you too. I hope you're both having a lovely day. Also, this weight painting looks a little bit rough. You could just go over a lot of it with a blur just to clean it all up. But yeah, like, okay. Oh, the brows. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, wait a sec. I need to be in. Yeah. So, like, how are you getting this, like, crunchiness here? You'd literally just want to blur a lot of this out. And you can see there how that makes that a lot less crunchy now. So try and use blurs where you can. Whenever you've got, like, the way to kind of think about it, if it's a soft thing that's going to bend quite a lot, like ears or something like that, you want it to have a really nice soft blend between the bones. However, when you want something that's a really harsh edge, you want to do that on, like, a really... Arm! Stop dropping down. Like, arm! Tell you what. You. That's in edit mode. There. Like, if you want a really harsh edge, you want to make sure that weight pen isn't blended. You want to make sure that's actually quite harsh. Like, you can see there where his insides of his arm go in. You can see how this bit here never moves with this bone. That's because, obviously, I want that to be quite a harsh combination. I want it to clip into the body a little bit. Right, last thing, I'm going to judge your UVs, and then we're going to move on. There's probably a lot of other stuff that I could probably find, but I want to be fair to other people, and we want to get through it. So we're going to go to our UV editor, and we have 3 materials. We can get away with that. So select. So that's fine. Normally, I would actually slice this bit. I wouldn't usually keep a long bit like this, because these, like, gaps here really confuse the computer sometimes. At least when unwrapping it. Now, how is our... You know what? That's quite nicely balanced in all parts except this one. What's this? Okay, so your jaw, this bit isn't that great. One way I would unwrap these is you've got these loops around. You've got these loops around your mouth. Add a loop around the mouth there, and now if I grab this bit and this bit, and let's turn this off. So that's your unwrap before, and that's your unwrap now. And you can see how that doesn't have that horrible compression up at this bit anymore. That's kind of how I would go with that, because that bit's going to be really pixelated if somebody wanted to paint that in a different color. It depends whether it's a base model or your own model. But if it's a base model, you definitely need pretty much most of the model to be very paintable. Nice to see you bleed though over that bit. But yeah, use your lips. I keep referring to Cade, but the Cade is my kind of like the model that I use. You can see there when he's really satisfied face. How I chop off the lips there. I even go as far and actually chop off bits like the nostrils and the eyes on him. Right, and there's another material. So select. Oh, here we go again. So what's this bit? Oh, so that's your eye. Okay. So with eyes I do cheat with a bit, but so does everybody. So when you're unwrapping an eye... Okay, stop being satisfied as shit. Right. So I actually have eyes as a separate texture entirely, but that's essentially an eye. And you want to know how we unwrap it? Pretty much just like that. Just look directly at it, unwrap from view, thing. Now, if you want to do it properly, if you don't want to be a lazy shit like me, you'd actually unwrap it around the circumference. You'd mark a seam there and have it unwrap like that. Yes, it would squish a bit in the middle, but that's the proper way of doing it. But yeah, honestly, sometimes you can get away with being a lazy shit It's just how it is, right? But yeah, I used to use project from view on a lot of other things. I don't tend to these days. Like, I used to use it on things like the fluff on the side of my head here. Nowadays, it's generally better just to unwrap it properly. But, yeah. Also, yeah, you'll notice there that I've cut off the back part of the eyes. That also helps with the unwrap. Like, if I actually chop this into two now... Like, I'll show you it properly unwrapped. So mark a seam. And then grab the whole thing and unwrap. And there you go. Now, you're still going to have a little bit of squish. But you can see there how that's mostly balanced. So, yeah. Like I say, you're never going to have a perfect unwrap. It's never going to... It's the whole globe thing. You know, whenever you're, like, trying to draw a map of, like... Whenever you're trying to draw a map, it's never going to look perfect. Because the Earth is circle and we're trying to draw a map on something that's flat, you're always going to have that exact problem. It's just a case of where you'd have it. My only issue is, I think, yes, you're only able to use, I think, one... No, I think... Is it one material? No. I can't remember. Is it one material or 4 materials? It used to be one, but I can't remember if they upped it. Yeah, no, it's 4 materials. Yeah, no, oh, it's one texture. One texture you're allowed. That's it. If you want it to be rated as good. Then again, it can't because you've got to have models. Actually, I don't know. Honestly, I'm a bit because I haven't really done much quest stuff. I've done it, but I only ever do it when I need to do it, if that makes sense. But yeah, honestly, my dude, for a first model, you've honestly not done too bad. There's definitely room to improve. Definitely room to improve. Your rigging is quite rough. Your topology is quite rough, but I assume that's just because you just literally didn't know that there was a smooth tool there. But overall, you've done very good. You've got good UV. Like, your UVs work. They're definitely there. You've got most of the stuff laid out. There's nothing that feels inherently like this is awful and will never work properly. It just feels like it just needs a little bit more refinement, which is something that'll probably just come with more experience. So, a good first model. I'll be looking forward to seeing what you make up next. And yeah, be nice. It's always interesting to see. Squish it into one. Look. There we go. Beautiful. Right, and with that, we're going to move on to the next one. In fact, I'm going to have a very quick toilet break. Because I actually need a toilet, because I've been doing this for nearly 4 hours now. So I'll be back in just a second. Has my GIF worked yet? No, it hasn't. I want my GIF to work. Ah! It froze. The whole thing froze and it killed my stream. But yeah, I'm just going to be a second, chat. Hey, it works now, though. Right, I'm just going to be a second. I'm just going to go toilet. Right, okay. Whew, okay. Hopefully, OBS doesn't crash on us again. So, let's go to the next one, shall we? So, next model after this one. We are looking for Sock Puppet Kingdom. This is a personal VR chat avatar made over the course of a few days. It's cross-platform and made with medium in mind. It features a hoodie toggle, a hat toggle, and a fizz bones on the tail. Okay, let's have a look at it. Yep. Let's grab that, open it up. Excellent, let's have a little look. I'm glad to have found this stream. It's always nice to see how other people work. It is, isn't it? It's good to see how other people work, and I'm glad that you are all so open to sharing these as well, because I know that sharing your 3D model, especially for critique, and, you know, having somebody basically try and pull it apart, like, it's quite difficult to do. And I'm proud of you. And I hope, like I say, I hope it genuinely helps out. Right. Any naughty bits? Just gotta check. I don't imagine. Again, I trust you all, but I gotta just make sure. The one thing I don't want is getting banned, you know. Try without the hoodie. Yeah, no. So, you shouldn't trust me. But likable, you're very likable. Yeah, no, that's fine. So this is by Sock Puppet Kingdom. So this is their model. This is a personal one. Do wish I was able to get a proper PC high poly model ready for review, but honestly, it's fine. Like, the thing is, the high poly ones aren't... I prefer low poly anyways. So, looking at it originally, it looks alright. The feet are a little large in comparison to everything else. They feel a little bit out of proportion, if I'm being honest. And that's coming from me. And you know what I'm like. Why am I getting so many drop frames? Bah. Hopefully that fixes itself. Yeah, but big feet for stability. I mean, yeah, true. It's just one thing that I'm noticing about, like, the overall shape of the model. It does look like that. I do like the paint on the tail. That is actually kind of cute. Face. The face actually doesn't look too bad. The only thing is there's not really any chin. Your model just kind of just recedes and doesn't really have one. Which is fine. Although, how have you managed this? Sock Puppet, how? You've got a defined jawline, but no defined chin. How? I was going for a 2D, but like, that's impressive. Like, that's good. You've got the jawline. Like I said, jawlines are something that are actually quite important for the models, but like, what? Overall, though, your general form is pretty nice. Those hands... The hands are fairly okay. This feels really thin, but again, this might just be your style. It might just be how you're going for doing stuff. Because again, at the end of the day, you can do... I might say things, but I'm obviously referring it more to how I would go about doing it. Who needs a chin when you got a jawline? Just 100% jaw. Yeah, that hand's actually pretty nice. Like I said, just maybe a little thin on this bit here. It feels like that's kind of like very twig-like. The legs where they come in here as well, that feels a bit too excessive. Now, if you stick your legs out, you can actually feel that your legs do that a little bit, but it just maybe looks a little bit too aggressive how you've brought them in and then out again. It feels like it's a weak point on an enemy. Like, where do I defeat them? Kick them in the shins. Overall, though, honestly, style's pretty nice, and I like the hoodie. I really like the slightly oversized hoodie, and that's nice. I always like it when people model that onto it, where they actually model the stuff around things. That's very very nice to see. Obviously, then you've got your clothing and you've got the tail coming up above the clothing. So that actually works fairly well. Okay, so your form. Yeah, I'd say it's okay. The only other thing is the head feels a little small. The head maybe feels just a little bit too small. It feels like that could just do with being like ever so slightly. Maybe just like a little bit bigger. You see what I'm meaning? Just that little bit bigger would probably make it feel a bit more natural. You can literally just scale up the head bone there if you want. Okay. That's actually some nice head rigging. Let's turn the outfit off for now. That is nice. That is really nicely weight painted. I quite like how you've approached that. The only thing that's maybe a little bit too aggressive is around the neck. So you maybe want to just smoothen some of this bit out here. So this has got more weight on the neck. And this shoulder affects just the shoulder bit itself. Because lift your own shoulders up and you can feel it almost like crunching into your neck. So you kind of want to like recreate that. But honestly, this part around here, your torso part, that is really nice to see. And that's what we're looking for here, chat. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, I really like that. You've done a really good job there. Oh, okay. So that's maybe a little bit on the rougher side. That feels like this bit here, you've put just one loop too late. This bit really wants moved up to so that this middle section here is actually about here. Because you can see how that's like kind of like bending it across. It maybe just needs pulled up just a little bit more. Hand's very good. Honestly, you've done a really good job with the weight painting here. Actually quite impressed. So I would weight a bit more of your palm, just a little bit more of your palm to the hand bone instead of the finger bones, just to stop it squishing so much when the fingers rotate inwards. You kind of want the fingers to kind of press against the palm. You don't want the palm to kind of collapse in on itself while those rotate. Yeah, no, that's fine. Oh, okay. So, one thing that you need to do right away before you upload this, if you want to use this in full body tracking, there's one single thing that you've got to do. That's about it. You cannot have these bones directly on line with each other. If you do, your full body tracking will not work. It'll split one leg upwards and it'll put one leg down and it'll look awful because it's trying to figure out where it needs to be. So the options there is just to lift your spine bone up a little bit or lift your leg bones down a little bit. Right, let's bend your legs. Let's take the X mirror off while we do this. I do not own FBT hardware, so if you don't use FBT, it's not even a problem. But like I said, it's literally not even a hard solution. It's get your pelvis bone and literally just lift it up. That's it. You don't even have to change the weight pattern or anything or how it affects things. It just needs lifted up. That's it. Do you want to know how long it took me to figure that out, chat? When I was first figuring this stuff out? Because again, remember, there wasn't as much documentation back when I was first starting out. It took me legitimately like 2 months to find that was the thing that fixed my rigs. Because my rigs used to always have it online. Because you know when it says like whenever you upload it and says this rig might not work well with FBT because it's not at 180 degrees. Do you want to know what I thought that meant? I thought that meant that this angle between these three things wasn't 180. I thought it meant it needed to be a flat line. Bah. Right. Let's have a look at your legs. So that's fairly nice. Fairly nice movement. Crunches in if you bend it that way properly. So that's good to see. Okay, that is a little bit on the rougher side though. And again, this might just simply be to half of the size of your feet. But the other thing is, I would probably move this bone much further down. Think of where your foot actually, like, stick your foot out now if you're sitting down at a desk and rotate your foot. And actually try and see where it's actually rotating from. Now, it doesn't rotate from this point here, but it does rotate more here. So you probably want to bring that bone down more there. Now, obviously, this is probably going to look absolutely awful because of the weight painting. But that's where the foot would want to move. And what you can do there, you can even see this should weight paint a lot nicer down there. It actually fixed the pelvic. Oh, did you? Oh, because I've got like in those files the geometry underneath the clothing is deleted. I have an earlier one that's... Oh, okay, so we're looking at an earlier one here. Right, okay. But yeah, that's something that I would say with the feet as well. Just bring that bone down a little bit. You don't want it to because think of where your ankle is. It doesn't bend, rotate right around that point. The tail where it comes into the body as well is really thin, like real thin. I feel like that should maybe be a little bit thicker. Wow. Right. Your tail is fine. If you've just done automatic weight painting, you might still see these bits in, which literally just requires you to grab that. Weight paint. And what I would recommend is just like these red bits, just try and blur all of this out even more than the automatic weight painting does for the tail. And that'll give you a much smoother, it gives you a much smoother thing. You demand hydration. Okay. Let me grab my drink. Yeah. Okay. So, rig-wise, again, you've done a pretty decent job with the rig. Very simple rig, but it does what it needs to do. How about your eyes? Yo, the eyes. They're fine. I love the hat. Look, this character's just cute in general. They're just really nice. Is the hat a shape key? Probably is, but on your newer one. Bah. The ears are a lie! Wow! Your ears lie to us all! How could you? We've all been betrayed, chat. That's it. Sock Puppet Kingdom, I forbid you from my land. Actually, imagine cheating as a 3D artist. Gah. You never cheat as a 3D artist. You always do it the legitimate way. Every time, never, ever cheat. No, that's fine. I wonder if anybody ever actually would gather one of my VODs and just take out all of the bits where I'm being sarcastic and then present that as me actually critiquing someone's work. Oh god, that would be legendary, wouldn't it? But yeah, no, good job. Last thing we'll check is UVs. And then we'll move on. Oh, yeah, baby. Atlas material. Let's go. Yes. Love to see it. Right. I think this is the first model we've got that actually has an Atlas UV. Got some things that are overlaid, but... Oh, wait, that's like selecting old things. Oh, no, what's it selecting? It was almost perfect. The hoodie is a separate material. Ah, okay. Let's not select the hoodie then. Yo, there we go. Ah, why is it still grabbing the hoodie? Stop grabbing the hoodie! Outfit, body. Body or two. There we go. Yeah, baby. I like to see it. This one feels like that could have definitely been a bit more efficient, though. I feel like you could probably make some moves on that one. You could probably... Remember as well, if you're doing an Atlas material like this, you could easily rotate... Like, you could scale this... Not all of it. You could probably grab this, scale that down a bit, and rotate that about there. And then these two, you could move that up there and then that one there. So, like, this is basically a long one, and then this is two little ones. And then in this square, you could put your hoodie material as well. And there you go, you've got a perfectly Atlas material. It'd be beautiful, wouldn't it? Cade, what sins have I committed against your Discord? It keeps eating my whips when I try and pause them. What? What? Oh, no. If you need to, Arctic, if you're like trying to put like if you're trying to put them in the model review section, like just scribble little red bits on it in certain places, and that sometimes gets past the Discord not safe for work filter. I don't know why it's being so aggressive, but aggressive. Also, the paint splotch on the butt. Yeah, baby. No, that's actually nice readable UVs. I would say that obviously they are symmetrical. If it was a base model, now this is a personal model, so this is different. But if it was a base model, I would always recommend trying to have them not symmetrical. And also, if you want to bake normals and stuff, sometimes you can get issues when UV maps are overlaid like that. Just posting them into UV. I'm sorry. I wish I could say like here these users are trusted and they can post whatever, but. Bleh. But yeah, no, that would be what I'd recommend for you to do next. Like, just move these materials up there, move that texture up there, and fill the hoodie texture in there, so you can have all one big, nice, good old UV map. But very good. First one I've seen that's been Atlas today. Right, we're going to leave it there. I am happy with that. That is a very good model. Again, just maybe a few things on your legs. The feet are maybe a little big. Your head maybe needs to be increased a little bit in size, and yeah, but otherwise your rig is really good. You're hopping off now, Shalcor. I will see you tomorrow, Shalcor. We're going to continue on with your model tomorrow. So the kid won't see the horrible placeholder ones. Look, it's fine. If you say that the placeholder thing, I'm not going to review it. Like, I only want to review things that you know you want to see. Like, the things I want to review are the things where you're like, this is my best work. This is what I'm happy with. Take this, and what can be better? Because then you're going to learn from that. I don't just want, if you send me something and go, oh, this is a bit rushed, I know that. I'm not going to go, wow, it's terrible, it's rushed. Like, 'cause there's no point, you know it. Like, but yeah, we'll move on to the next one. That's a very good model, Sock Puppet Kingdom. I'm actually quite happy with that one. Yeah, you've done a good job. Right, who's next? Where's my Discord? There's my Discord. Right, model review. So next up is Rhythm Bastard. So copy, paste, there we are. Trash for review. I appreciate the name. Thank you so much for taking... Again, like I say, you don't... Whenever I'm giving these critique, take what you want from them and scrap what you don't. Not everything I say will be valid. Because again, I'm coming from my style, my workflow, my knowledge. It doesn't mean I'm right. It just means this is what I think would help. And if you think it would help yourself, then you can action on it. And if you don't, then you don't have to. Hi, Stripey! I hope you're doing well. Right, this one's by Rhythm Bastard, which is a very fun name. Let me just check once again that there's no not safe for work parts on it, because you can never be too safe with Twitch. There are no textures on this one. That is fine. Okay, nothing down there. Okay, sweet. So, we've got the model for review, and this one is fine. Let me put it back to default scene. Are we doing another model review next Sunday? Because I might work on it more next week, and I think I'm at the edge of being reviewed. Yeah, there's going to be another one next week. I'm closing the entries for models today. So if you want your review modeled, you have got to submit it today. After that, I'm going to close the model review things. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through, and every weekend, until I am finished with all of them, I am going to go through every single one of these models that you lot have submitted. Wait, did I miss... Oh, so, Rhythm, if you want to send textures, it's not important right away, because I look at the model first anyways, but... There's the model. If you go to the model on your end and you type in pack in the search, which you get to by either F3 or spacebar, depending on how you've set your Blender up, and type in pack, you're looking for pack resources. And that'll then put all the textures into the blend file. Just then save the blend file again, re-upload it, and I'll download it, and then that one should have all the textures in. I did notice the foot rigging was a bit wonky, but that's where I put the ankle topology, and I didn't feel like I did. Hey, again, Sock, it's fine. Like I said, that's what I would do. Like, personally, most of the times when I give critiques on models, you're not gonna do the fixes on the model that I'm currently looking at. You probably want to action it on the next model that you do, because that's the thing. You're gonna make more. Right. Okay. I'm currently driving home from a con. Well, don't worry about it. We're not looking at textures anyways. Just obviously textures get us a feel for the character, but that's not what I'm looking at. So, let's look at the form of the character. So, one thing that I'm noticing right off the bat is that there is a bit of, like, squareness to it, cubiness to it. If you have a look at this, like, form coming across here and then the form coming across the side of the body, this feels fairly flat compared, and you've almost got still a bit of your cubiness left in it. I can see that on the face as well, but I like covering the body first and then going to the face separately because the face is stuff. The definition is great, but what I feel it needs to have a bit more of roundness to it. I feel like it needs to have a bit more, like, depth to it. Pectorals also feel a little too big, but then again, that could just be a stylistic thing. That could be your own choice. Your shoulders come out quite far as well, but again, that could be stylistic choice. Absolutely. We've got legs here, so how are our legs looking? So our legs look okay, but this bit comes in a little bit too high of an angle. We probably want this to come down, and then this probably wants to come down a bit, like, much further out. Especially considering this guy is so muscular, it feels like this should be a lot much, like, there should be a bit more muscle and meat there. And let's get rid of the other bits just so we can actually see the model itself. It also kind of floats down here as well. We probably want a much harsher knee here. We've got the topology for it here, but it doesn't really show. So what we'll probably do is definitely work to pull this out like a little bit and give us that just like that little bit more, what's that, a little bit more definition on those legs, while also pulling these bits out. The feet do need work. I would say these definitely need a bit of work put on them. Obviously, you do have shoes, so I don't know if those are something that you want to wear permanently. But if they're not, this definitely could use some work. What you'd want to be doing, you want to look at you want to look at feet. And I know Googling feet is not exactly the most fun thing to do, right? They're a bit weird. But what you'd be wanting to do, you want to look at the ball of the foot and making sure that you're getting this shape into it. Even if it's not like a humanoid Even if it's not a human like thing, that's kind of the shape we're going for, at least a little bit more up and like that. And at the minute, because otherwise it just kind of feels like this rotates around like that, and we don't really want that. We want it to feel a bit more like it's coming around, going up, and then coming down. The toes as well. Think of, again, your own feet. They don't just all come out at a straight angle like this. If you're going for the more humanish look, you've got to remember your big feet come out there, and then it rotates around like that. And you kind of want to emulate that if you're doing that on a more humanoid-shaped foot on the character. Same with like the depth and that as well. The fact that these just come out at almost parallel lines. Hi, Nebula. That's something that you'd want to look into. I'm going to reload the model because I think I've wrecked it there. Right. Open Thrash for review. Don't save. Right. Right, hide. Okay. Overall, the topology around this area is fine. That bit's a bit crunchy there. Let me make sure I'm actually on the basis as well. There we go. That bit's on the basis there. See how you've actually got your topology here to reference your 8-pack. One thing I would say is we can cut down a lot of this topology here, and it actually looks like there's some wasted verts here. So we could get rid of them. Your topology around the pectoral, this is fine. I like how you've actually used pretty much some of the techniques that we'd use for breasts to do this. Although there is one thing I would always recommend. If you're going to use like insets on the chest, whether it is for breasts, pectorals, like basically just anything like that, one thing that you always kind of want to do, you want to avoid having these here. These are what I call poles. They have different names. Everyone calls them somewhat different, but I call them poles. And what we want to do is when we're going up and down this edge, we really want to try and avoid these. So we'd probably want this loop here to realistically squish inwards and then come along here and then squish down, just so we've got like none of these poles down the middle. It's not necessary, but that's just a way that I tend to find things deform a little better if you have less of them. Okay, I can see what you've tried to do here with the elbow, but again, this kind of method here isn't what we'd really want to do. We want to, if you want to put definition onto your shoulders, you either add more topology, which I can see you've already kind of done there, and then you mold those out, or you then do a Pixar cut, which is basically just grabbing, let's grab this section here, I'd rip it, grab this section here, and pull that back, extrude that in, scale it down a bit, and there we go. We've now got a bit more of a defined elbow. And go for something like that, and obviously, you know, bend it out and make it look a lot softer and stuff. That looks awful, Cade. GG. GG, Cade. Here's how you do it. Absolutely makes it look horrible. But yeah, you do something like that instead of just pulling this single vertex out. And that gives that allows you to have a lot more definition there and a lot more topology there without adding loads to the front. Okay, let's have a look at the face. So, while a lot of people today have had the eyes recessed not enough, I feel like this one's the opposite problem. This one, the eyes are way too far in. And we'd want to be looking to try and like pull them out a little bit. Probably want to have them pulled out a little bit more. Excuse me, can we have global, please? Instead of like traveling along on that axis. We probably want them moved more there. The other thing is as well, when I'm looking at it from the top, it kind of looks like this is, like I say, very cubish, very squarish. We'd want to kind of like try and round this out a bit. That's actually not too bad there. But yeah, the other thing is we don't really have many loops around the eyes. If we have a look at this loop here, around this eye here, and how these don't loop here. Like this goes up, this edge goes up on a line, this edge goes up on a line, and how close they are to the eyes. When we're thinking about the eyes here, what we want to be looking at is, where's Cade 3.5? There he is. We want to have enough around the outside of the eye. You can see there I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 loops before I've even got to the eye. We want to make sure that we've got that, and the reason we want that is because those shapes, these bits here, where you get these like intersections flying off, they can get some real crunchy normals if we're not too careful with them, and having them that close to the actual where your eye's going to deform, because obviously you're going to blink, so it's going to pull them down, it's going to move them around. We want to try and avoid that and have more loops around that area. We do have a defined brow, although I will probably pull it out a little bit more. We want to maybe avoid this like up and down kind of shape, because if we look at this directly from the front, what we're looking at here is this one is fairly nice and flat. This one's being stretched quite a lot. And the thing with Unity is it will convert all of these to tries. However, because Blender at the minute, so if I go into Blender and I add a plane, because I want to explain this because this is kind of a fundamental thing. So if I've got a plane like this, right, all of these look like quads, but really they're tries. And we can tell that if I lift this vertex up here, we can see that I can see a try here, but if I rotate this round, this one insets. See how this one's got the try on this one's secretly here, where the try on this one's secretly here. Blender can adjust depending on what angle it's at, and we can tell it what to do. Once it gets imported into Unity, it will decide where that try goes. And you have no say over that. It'll just go, yeah, I've got a try there, I want to try there, I want to try there, maybe not exactly there, but there, you get the point. It'll fix tries, and it doesn't matter how you move it after that point. Those tries will be static. Doesn't matter how much I move this now, that is always going to bend at that point, because now there's a defined triangle there. So what's my point? What am I trying to get to? So the reason this is a problem is if the try's there, it's not too much of a problem. If the try's there, it is really being stretched. And that can start causing, again, some normal issues. So that's why we really want to try and avoid those like flat edges going up at harsh angles, and we want to try and keep things as perpendicular as we can. It's not always possible. We are making organic shapes. We cannot have everything perfectly perpendicular. But where we can try, we should try. And what I'm meaning by that is a lot of this should really be relaxed, at least for its natural state. That's what we're talking about here. When you get to things like sad expressions, angry expressions, and things like that, you can push these. Do push them. But when it's in its neutral state, we want it to try and be as close to balanced as possible. Okay. The other thing I would say is the snoot feels a little stretched. Again, like what I'm saying with these perpendicular edges. You can see how this vertex here and this vertex here are connected to the same loop, but they're way different in their Y value. We want to try and keep those balanced. And again, if I look at Cade, you can see you're always going to get a bit, but you can see how it tries to push them into a more sort of like, we want to try and push them as close in as we can. And I feel like with this, there's a lot that we could just do by just simply keep it, because you can keep that same shape. If I pull these back, just push this one up and pull these back and pull these back. Like I said, we're not really changing the shape, but we are changing the topology. Obviously, this is rough, but you get the idea. You'd want to try and keep those as balanced as possible. And the reason for that is obviously when you're making mouth movements and shapes like that, it's better. Obviously, the top of the muzzle isn't the worst place for it, because usually it doesn't really move much except on a rage emote where, like, do I have rage on this one? Yeah. So on a rage one, it can move a little bit because, well, your muzzle... Well, I like having it when you've got a muzzle that it crunches it up. Angie. But like, there we go. Ah. Right. The other thing, like I say, one thing you want to do with your models, especially with the eyes, look at them from the side. And what we want to do, we should be looking for a shape like this. Anybody who's been to these streams today has heard me talk about this many a time. We want it to kind of look like that. So we want to pull these eyes so they fit a little bit more naturally around the actual eyeball itself. And that would give us a bit more of a natural eye. And that's why, like, this bit being pushed out is kind of looking a bit odd to me. Because we kind of want this to be pushed out. But obviously this is a raccoon, so that kind of, like, fits that. But you can see there how that eye now has a lot more coverage and generally will look a bit neater than that one. Because that looks odd now when you look at it from that side. One thing I've noticed as well, some of that you'll just need to fix towards the end of it. Make sure these are all seamed up, where you've got all these like empty bits here. You can't just go through them and just merge at center on each one of them. And that should sort you out. You also don't have a loop around your lips. You can get away with this. This isn't a massive problem. But one thing that you might want to do is you might want to... Come on, Blender. Oh, it's grabbing the edge. That's why. One thing you might want to do is rip this section here. Add a loop in there. Oh, wait a sec. I need to do it on the other side as well, don't I? Because it's... Yeah. So we rip these back. Add a loop in there. Add a loop in there. I actually want to try and do it the different way, actually, this time. So I want to bring you there. Bring you. Bring you. No, that one needs to go there. Boop, 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 boop. I don't know if that actually works any better, actually, thinking about it. I was thinking if that's a better way of doing it, but maybe not. No, because we really need this loop to continue on around. I maybe need this to continue there, there, there. Okay, think about it. I'm losing my thought. Delete those edges. Model review to the dragoning. Right. That one should go there. Oh, I've not got me... That should go there. That should go there. That should then go there and there. Yeah. And so what we're looking for is these kind of loops around here. I've bungled that up. What we're looking for is for this to come round and loop around the mouth and the lips. And that gives us much nicer movement around the corners and stuff. Because then we can give this like ups and downs. And give that there. And that just gives us more topology around the lips to play with as well. And it gives us a much smoother bit there and there. And like I say, you see there I added a few loops in just to make that work. You can add loops in. Don't be afraid of them. But, yeah. Sweet. Bungled it on that side. Okay, let's reload the model. So, next up, let's have a little look at your rigging. I went over your form, I went over your topology. I want to go over a little bit of your rigging. And then we'll go over your UVs and stuff. Hi Eric, I'm doing alright. I'm starting to get a little tired now. We have been reviewing these for 4.5 hours now. Yeah, which isn't thing. Okay, so we're getting a bit too much. So we've got a bit too much crunch on the side of this chest here. That definitely needs blended in a bit nicer. And I understand, obviously, muscle men are going to be fairly, you know, hard. But what we want to kind of do here, where this all is here, we'll just want to blur some of this in. And same with this part of the chest here. We'll want this to be blurred a little bit, so that this can bend in a little bit more. If anything, this actually needs to grab just a little bit more down here. And blur that out, because we don't want it to be too strong, but we do want it to kind of come in a bit, just so it's not crunching as much. I probably put a little bit too much on there now, so you want to probably come back and subtract just around that little bit a bit. And just blur it in just to kind of smoothen that back out. How's that topology flowing? There we go. So you can see that it's not going to be perfect, but that's definitely much nicer. It's probably, yeah, you can see the crunch there. We maybe want to just blur that in a bit. Blur that down. There we go. Yeah, so there's a little bit of, yeah, you definitely need to go over your weight painting a bit. There's a lot of rough sections here. Like, you need some harsh sections, but like on the back bit here, that could definitely be blurred down a little bit. And then on this section here, made just that little bit harsher. Oh, didn't want to grab onto the side of the chest there.
Nice one, my furry
I want
friend.
to push that bit there. Teogs, welcome on in. I just want to push this harshness on this bit of the shoulder. And you can see what I mean about how that was in the wrong place. So that's that bit. Okay, let's have a look at your hand. Hand's not too bad, but the rig seems like it's too far forwards for it. So we're going to pause mode. Yeah, so that's whenever you see this, that's a problem with the rig coming too far back. So this is coming too far backwards. And what's happening there is it's crunching this in. Now, we could actually pretty easily solve that. Not just the head. By just doing that. And we can see now that moves a lot nicer. Just by making sure that the pivot point is in the correct place where your weight painting wants to be. That's where your rigging comes in. That's what technically rigging is. All right, let's have a look at your fingers. Not the hand, just the fingers. Okay, same thing as I've said to a few people today. Want to make sure that your palm is equal, like, is really weight painted to your hand. So we want to make sure on that. Thumb is okay. We don't really have much definition around the thumb on the hand, although you do. So you do have the loop for it, but we want to be pushing this definition a bit. We want to be pushing this bit up. We want to be like pushing this bit down. We want to be pushing this bit up as well. We really want to start putting those shapes into the hand. We want to go up to this part of the hand. We want to push this bit up. You get what I'm meaning, right? We want to really start pushing those shapes. Now, that, again, doesn't look great. This is me, like, slapping it on in, like, 5 minutes. But, like, we want to be pushing those overall shapes. We want to try and decubify it, so to speak. What else is there? Your ears are fine. Maybe a little thin, but again, raccoon ears, so that kind of makes sense. One thing I'd always recommend with hair is try to avoid this stylistically. Hair always, like if you take a strand of hair and actually look at it, it will always be thicker at the base and it will always get thinner as it goes towards the end of it. We want to avoid having these like really thin bits at the front. You always want to try and keep thicker bits in. You can obviously have it go a little bit thinner, but just try and avoid it because sometimes it can be, one, it's quite hard to control with weight painting because it'll flick out and stuff. But it can also be, like I said, if you've got chunk, naturally the hair always gets thicker. But, I mean, it doesn't look too bad, but it just might look better if it was coming in as a bit more of a thicker bit. And you might go, oh, but Cade, look at yours. And it's like, yeah, mine actually always goes thicker. It's hard to see, but it always does. I say, let me actually check. Yeah, you can see how it starts to bend back inwards, which makes it look that way, but it always comes in thicker. Because we're simplifying it. We're not, like, recreating it. We are simplifying. Right. Last, UVs. Let's get on with the UVs. Because like I said, I can't spend absolutely forever on each one, unfortunately. But I can spend a decent amount of time with each one. So we've got three materials. So let's just select this one. Yeah, that's fairly nicely laid out. Now for the real test. So this is a bit crunchy, whatever that is. That's probably your muscles and your torso, which does have a little bit of a difference in it. Like, this is really compressed and that's not. And it's symmetrical as well, isn't it? So there's only one of each bit. And that's your head. Your head, good. That's actually not too bad if you're cutting the head down the middle. Hello, Pucci 2K. Welcome on in. Good old unwrap from view. So some of it's a bit unbalanced. The biggest thing that I'm worried about is this. So I want to know what this is. What's this? Ooh, okay. So you've just missed a seam. That's all that is. It's just literally one missed seam. You want to make sure that you've got a seam coming down the bottom of your foot. So we just mark a seam there. And then this should now break your entire model. But that should now unwrap. And now if we look at this on its own, you can see how much more balanced that is. We just want to slice that down. Hi Chaos, hope you're doing well. I'm super late, but pro tech with rigging. Select your model in object mode, go to your modifiers, and then the... Oh, Izzy. Don't do that. If it's for VR chat, don't do that. That is if you're doing it for animation. VR chat does not preserve volume. So if you do that, you're getting a false representation of how your rig will look in game. That's why I don't put it on. Preserve volume is a godsend. Like, it is great, but game engines do not use it. So if you're doing it for Blender, great. If you're doing it for Unity, don't use preserve volume. It gives you a false representation. I know, Izzy, I know, I love it, Marcel. It's such a good thing, but it's only for Blender. I would love it if Game Engine started support. I wonder if Unreal Engine 5 supported actually. Do you think it'd be clever enough to? But I don't know. But yeah, watch out for that. I fell into that trick a lot. I fell into that trick real early on. So yeah. Stupid VR chat. Wait, did somebody's tutorial tell you to do that? No way they told you to put preserve volume on. Oh, that's like baby's first mistake. Oh no. Just use the old Blender. Yeah, let me go and download Blender 2.63 and let's go and port stuff into the Blender game engine. I remember hearing that somewhere too. Yeah, do not use it. Preserve volume is better. Like, it is great. It is fantastic. But it only works in Blender. It does not work in game engines. The game engine will not see it that way. And trust me, you will kick yourself because you'll be like, why is it looking so shit in Unity, but it looks great in Blender? It's like, because you've got that on. It doesn't do anything. Anyways, Rhythm Bastard. What a name. Definitely some work to do, but I know that this was your first model as well. This is their first model, chat, by the way. This is the first one that they've ever worked on. And to be fair, while I have my criticisms, you have done a fantastic job with this, and I really look forward to seeing where you go with this one and any future models that you do as well. And well done for being brave enough to send it in for critique and review. I hope what I've said kind of sticks with you. And I hope you're able to learn some stuff from the VOD that you're probably going to be watching. And yeah, so we'll move on to the next one. You should be proud. Right, who's next? We are on to... Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Who are we on to? We are on to... Randomizer 77. Let's go and grab yours. Oh, there we go. Gorm clean packed. Here we go. So randomizer. There we go. Hello. That's where this is yours that we're going through. Ooh, it's going to download. So it's got a lot to download. So I imagine there's a few textures with it. While it's downloading, I'm going to have a drink. Ah, right. Gone clean packed. Let's have a look. Oh, this is really cute. That's my first reaction. Any naughty bits hidden? No naughty bits. Excellent. Just need to check. Right. So, this is Randomizer's model. What did you say in the Discord? Because I didn't actually read out what you said. I've been in the process of making a new avatar for my sauna. The model is rigged and has shape keys set up for VR chat, but textures are still a work in progress. Let me know where I should focus to improve future models. Okay, so... let's have a look. So your form is quite nice. Overall, the shapes on this model are really nice. The only bit of the model that looks a little bit weird is this pelvis area here, because this bit of the leg kind of bulges out a little bit more than this bit does. And it just maybe looks a little bit thin. The textures are no longer a whip. Hey, they're looking good. I love how you've even got these little bits on. They're actually really nice. Feathers look good. Right, let's look at your hands. So your hands are good. Looks like we've got a little bit of like them bubbling inwards here. So we'll have a look at that. But they are definitely really nice form. Although we don't really have much definition on the thumb, but you're kind of getting away with it because it's quite a cartoony shape. So you're almost getting away with that. It's sneaky. Properly kobold-like. Shape on the feet is fine. We've got the ball, we've got the heel. We've got a little bit of the foot coming out before it gets to the toes. We got the thick ass thighs. Okay, head. Head looks fine. The only thing that's maybe a little bit jarring about the head is maybe it comes up a bit too abruptly there. Like maybe it just needs a little bit of a softer curve and a bit more of a brow. Because the brow kind of just doesn't really exist all too much at the minute. Like there is one, but it feels like it could just use a bit more definition. I mean, it looks fine there. It just looks a bit flat when we're coming there. So it's like it's got one, but it just maybe needs pushed just a little bit more. Either that or the eye needs recessed in just a tiny bit more. But that's not too bad. This is what I like to see. I love to see when we've got this like kind of shade coming over here. And then we can see the cheeks here. You've done well there. So you've definitely got the majority of the head shape down. Although this bit again at the back here, because this bit kind of comes across as so flat, this looks almost cube-like. Like, even because maybe it's because the feathers are here as well, but it's kind of coming across here. Like, this looks like a flat edge. It feels like there should maybe be a bit more, maybe just round it out a little bit more, just to give it a little bit more shape. Like, so as if it's coming in and then it goes back out again for those, like, little frill bits on the back of the head. Just so it doesn't feel completely like a straight line there. Because straight lines kind of look a bit unnatural when it comes to 3D stuff. Even if it's, like, kind of what the character's meant to be. Especially since the top of this head, I mean, you can kind of see it there, right? How we've got the top of the head that's kind of coming across at this angle. And it's almost coming down like there. And then it's almost going back under like that. Like, we want to kind of just, like, hammer this bit in, pull this bit out a bit. That bit's kind of alright, that bit looks alright, but the rest of it definitely needs, like... You know what I mean? It just needs rounded out a little bit, just to make it a little bit softer. Because the rest of the character is actually really soft. You've done well everywhere else, it's just this little bit up here that kind of needs a little bit of an adjustment. Okay, so that's your form. Let's have a look at your topology. So... loops around the eyes that come out to about here. That's nice to see. You've got plenty of room there to move. We've got loops around the mouth, including like a little section here. That's fine. Nose fine. Only thing that might be said is that the topology for the head is a little large, but then it's also not. You've done well at like... increasing it where it needs to, and decreasing it where it doesn't need to, which is nice to see. So there's no really topology definition for the shoulders, but again, these can things. The scales kind of look like the texture baked the model to give depth. Yes, so that's a normal map. So this will have a normal map on it, I'm assuming. And so what a normal map does is it fakes lighting. It fakes depth. It's a really good way to get a lot of detail for basically no cost. But yeah, so we've got those there. Nice there. Oh my god, that's beautiful. Right. Apart from maybe this bit here, but then that's before the wrist. So you might have got away with that. But that is really lovely on the top. It's really lovely on the bottom. I can see what you've done here. You've done this to give your fingers a little bit of a break, so I will give you a pass on that. That is fine. Yeah, okay, I see what you've done. If anything, the only critique I would say is that there's quite a lot more topology than you realistically need. And we've done this a few times today, but what I'm going to do again... I'm going to grab every other edge on the torso of this model. This is probably going to break some bits, so expect that. I'm not going to keep this as like a final. But let's grab some of those bits, some of those bits. I just want to make an example of you. I'm going to make an example of you. Extend. What are you doing there? Again, not going to make it like massively well done. I just want to make a point. So, that's the model like that. That's the model like that. Now, maybe on this one, you can actually tell a little bit of a difference, especially around this bit here. So maybe I went a bit too aggressive there. But we could definitely pull those polygons down. Definitely pull those polygons down. Now, overall, you're only at 40k. 40k is absolutely within what I would call very reasonable, very good. And hello, Drunken Pirate. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Yeah, I would definitely say 40k is very reasonable for what you're trying to achieve. It's a VR chat model. It's a personal one. You could easily fit accessories and clothing and stuff on for that. So me literally just showing there that you can reduce the topology down. That's more just you can. It's not something I would probably focus on improving on because you're already doing pretty well with your topology, and you're definitely using topology in a way that you are actively using it to solve problems, which is nice to see. It's what I want to see from you. I want to see you go, okay, I want to add more detail here, so I'm gonna use
nice
topology
one, my
like
furry
this.
friend.
A simp for VTubers. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. But yeah, like it's fine. It's just like, just reduce some of the topology. One thing, let's have a look at the eyes. I don't know what it is about the eye textures, but something about them feels like they could just use something about it's making us feel a bit uncanny. I think what it's making me feel a little bit uncanny. I think these little like lids are a little too small for the size of the eye. I feel like they maybe need to be a little bit larger, maybe a bit more bolder. Because remember, this far out, it's kind of like we've got this line here that's quite thick, and then this one's quite thin. And I feel like it should just stand out a little bit more. Maybe that's more of a personal take though, so you feel however you want to feel. Right, so that's topology, that's your form. Let's have a look at your rig. I'm going to turn this over just to solid view for now. We'll still put the texture on, and we'll put it on a nicer one like that. So I'm expecting these feathers to go a little bit skew. No, that's actually really good. That is the same approach I would take. So I'm not really gonna... So the only thing is, if that's down like that, that's down like that. Yeah, no, that's fine. Because you're always going to get little bits of clipping on things like this when it's not part of the model. Yes, out there is probably the perfect amount of weight paint and the perfect way to set this all up. But that is definitely what I would consider very good. Ship it. Like, that is definitely decent. And you've done the right thing by making sure that there's no weights on the arms, because you want to kind of keep your arms up separate. Have a look at your legs. You know, considering you've got no butt bones, that isn't too bad. One thing I would maybe consider doing is just weighing some of this down a bit more to the hip bone, just to make sure it doesn't stretch quite as much. But you know what? That's not a problem. It's a core as well. I can't wait till an AI that weight paints perfectly comes out. Never happen. Never happen. I say, and then it'll happen like next Tuesday or something, and it'll be like, oh, okay. But like, yeah, honestly, even if there was an add-on for Blender, which is like better automatic weight paint, I'd be like, oh. But the thing is, automatic weight painting in Blender is already pretty damn good. Like, it's pretty good at what it does. Just needs a bit of refinement. That looks absolutely fine for what we'd expect. Yeah, get a little bit of this indentation in here, but that's actually kind of Not bad at all. If needed to, we could balance this weight out a bit more, but again, absolutely fine. And that's fine as well. Although, actually, no, there's one thing that I've noticed with that. You want to make sure on the toes. So if I go into object mode and I go to U and then to weight paint. So one thing you want to watch out for the toes is where you don't want any weight on this bit either. So you'd want to subtract all of this stuff here on the edge of the toes. Just blur that back in a bit. And what that'll stop is that stops, like, did you see how it was like shrinking down before? Like now it shouldn't shrink down as much and it should compress inwards, which is kind of what you want. Like that guy who said that people wouldn't figure out air travel in the next 10 years and then the Wright brothers did it 9 days later. Literally that. There is one add-on with better auto weights, but it's meant for fingers and clothing pieces. Oh, okay. So what you want to do, randomizer, you want to try and make sure that if a bone is controlling something, try and make sure that there's not two of them kind of like interacting too closely with each other, because otherwise that's when you get things like squishing and like stuff happening when things start to lose their volume, which is what preserve volume sorts, but it doesn't do it for games. But yeah, like oh, that's a nice smoothly painted tail. With not too many bones as well. Not medium point, individual origins. That is what I want to see. Right. I'm not going to lie, for these feathers are really well done. You've done a really... Because I've worked with feathers before. I know the pain. And I dread to think what kind of pain you went through to sort this all out, but this is nicely done. I definitely got my kudos for those. Definitely got my kudos for those. Those are really well weight painted. Yeah, generally, let's have a look at your UVs. That's the last thing we'll look at. Let's pull this down. UVs. Oh, is this a perfect... Oh, are you going to make my dreams come true? Ha! Ha! Oh! That is clean. That is clean. That is very nice. I love how you've even split off the back of the head. Now, those are going to get a bit compressed, but those are only there. And this is only your personal characters. So, when it is a personal character, you can get away with stuff a lot easier. Like, if stuff doesn't work symmetrically, it doesn't matter. I see that you split the front of the jaw as well, which is always a nice way of doing that, to make sure that it's all connected. You've even got your different eye types, so you can switch your eyes. I can see what you're doing there. Holy shit, yeah. That's a... Because then this is just your personal model as well. That is very clean, very nice to see. Yeah. So, what's my thoughts on the UVs? Yeah, good. Let's have a just little check, though. Let's be fair. Yeah, even on bits like your feet and stuff. Hands always do it, so I never really critique the hands for it. Like I say, your head's maybe one of the only places that do it, but for the cleanness of that texture, you know what? I'm happy with it. I'm not gonna complain. Yeah, no. Very good job. Very clean. I'm wondering how bad is it to have all the feathers overlapping. So, earlier on in the stream, I said that, like, I believe there's a performance impact with it, but no one really knows that. And I want to go and have some people check it out. I want to find out if I'm actually right on that, because I've been told that, but I'm not wondering now if that's actually true. So, maybe not too bad. I can't like, my brain says, like, sometimes that has a performance issue when things are overlapped over the top of each other. Like, my brain has a reason to believe that's true, but I also don't know if it is, if that makes sense. Like, I believe it is, but it's one of those things where I just need to check. Okay, yeah. Honestly, randomizer. That is a very nice model. That is very well made. That is actually very well made. I'm impressed. Genuinely impressed. There's nothing I really even have major to say to critique about it. It's just maybe, like I say, the eyes are a little bit... They look fine when they move. Yeah, no. Just maybe try and watch out for that boxiness in future models. That's probably the only thing that I would say to look out for. Just watch out for that. Otherwise, stellar job. Should be proud of that one. Right. Let's move on to the next one. What time are we on? We've got an hour to go, chat. We have got an hour to go. So we'll probably get through about 3 or 4 more, depending on how long I spend with each one. So the next one is by Lucien Loutre. Let's go and grab that one. Lucien Loutre. Continue to download and download. Right, and this one has textures separate. Showing folder. Unwrap here. Right, excellent. There we go. Let's grab the textures. No naughty bits. No naughty bits. Excellent. Right. Let's have a look. So this one is by Lucien Loutre. So this is one of their first models, I believe. Let me go and check the bit again. My first attempt at making a full character model from start to finish. I have some ideas of what I could be improving for version 2.0, but I'd be interested in hearing critique all the same. So, the first thing, like I said, first thing I want to say, Lucien, really, like, you've done a good job. You've got from start to finish with a model. A lot of people do not manage that, so you should definitely be proud of that. The one thing that I am going to say that we really need to work on in the next one is the cubiness of it. Again, you can kind of see how this model here looks very cube, like it's flat on the side, flat on the front, flat around there, and same with the legs to a point, and especially the feet. We want to try and really round those edges out. We really want to try and push and squish them, pull bits up, push bits in. And we want to watch out for what our topology is done here around the toes as well. Like that seems to have like joined there. You're probably meant to have that keep coming around. So we want to watch out for things like that. And again, things with the shape of the ball, things with the shape of the foot. For example, we really want to be pushing like this comes down and it comes down at an angle here, and then maybe even comes up a bit if we're doing furry toes and stuff. Then on the bottom, we want to make sure that it comes up a bit, goes down a bit, and comes back up a bit. Again, I'm drawing this with a mouse, so forgive me, but but we want a bit more of those shapes, and we want some more curves. We want to see that being pushed. We want to see things being identified. So this here is a pole which is pretty rough. So we've got a pole here. If I didn't want to change this topology too much, would probably be better pulling this across to here, pulling this across to these two, and then pulling these across to these three. Something like that. Then avoiding this, because that's holding so much weight. So if I actually delete that, I'll show you how I would kind of go about sorting this out myself. So first thing, I bring this in, bring that across, bring that across. This is going to break your textures, so we're going to have to deal with that. I would then grab, let's grab these two and put that there. So that gives us a point of reference. We could then, on this one, just actually put a triangle there. Boop, boop. This one's a bit rougher, so this one would probably do that. I mean, realistically, this still isn't the best. God, no, that still isn't really that great. But we've taken out that... oh, I'm on a shape key, Anna. We've taken out that single vertex, which you can even see where it literally is because of the normals acting all funky on that side. We really want to watch out for those. Realistically, we want these loops just to continue on. We don't really want to do any of these shenanigans, really. I'm going to reload your model since I've now broken it. Don't save. There we go. I'm just going to hide your rig again. Also, can I just say, you've done a really good job on putting all the expressions and stuff in. That's quite a lot of expressions, and it's nice to see. And good night, Zushi. Thank you for being here. I hope you've had a fun time, or at least an educational time. Or you've not had a time at all, and now you despise me and hate me forever. Oh, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Okay, so it's same with like these bits up here as well. Like this topology is funky. I'm unsure as to why it kind of expands and then like comes down. Unless this is because you've like, I don't know. I'm confused as to why it's doing that. Because couldn't that just simply be solved by boom, no, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it seems really odd to have these in when they don't really feel necessary. Yeah. Right, okay. So your arms. So a lot more topology than's really needed are down the arms. I mean, there's a lot of topology that's not really needed on a lot of the model. It's quite heavy on its topology. So we could definitely be doing with cutting some of that down. Oh, is that me breaking the model again? File, open, don't save. Lucian. No, it just seems to have come through like that. I don't know if that was intended or not, Lucian. I think that was probably... That seems like it's been a glitch at some... Unless this topology is glitched out at some point. How does it look on your screenshot? Oh no, I can see the same issues on the screenshots as well. I wonder how it's done that for you, because it's like it's themed up gaps. And maybe it's done something like that here as well. Okay, so these eyes. Okay, so I've moved on to the head now. Could be webbed. Oh, it could be actually, yeah. Maybe that's actually the intent. Oh, don't worry if you've missed it. Don't worry about it. Once I'm done streaming today, I'll be literally downloading the VOD right away and uploading it to YouTube. And obviously you can watch the VOD right away on Twitch if you want to, but it will be on YouTube as well. Right, so the first thing is this topology around the eyes really needs to be improved. That's something that I'm not really going to beat around the bush about. We really need to have those loops around there because this is going to really... It's really going to have some proper crunchy normals whenever you do things like blinks and stuff in VR chat and such. And again, we've got some poles. We've got I can see that you're bringing a lot of things into one point, which we want to try and avoid. When we're reducing things down, we want to try and reduce it gently. We don't just want to scrunch it all into one and go from there. We want to just gently, like 7 down to 5, 5 down to 3, 3 down to 1. We don't want to go from like 7 to 1 immediately. We want to try and take it gentle if we can, and if we can't, you don't always have to reduce. Again, remember, poly count isn't the end of the world. We want to reduce it where we can, but if you need it, you need it. Don't be scrupulous with it, because that can sometimes be worse than putting too much on. But yeah, definitely need some loops around the eyes. Also, this is way too high poly for what that really needs to be. We could probably unsubdivide that by 2, to be honest. So if I actually grab that, separate that off, kill its shape keys, and a decimate, unsubdivide by 2. There we go. And in that alone, so that alone takes us from 58k tries to just decimating the hair, takes us to 38k. A reduction of nearly 20,000, a reduction of 20,000 just by unsubdividing the hair. We could probably go another level. And that takes us to 33,000. And that doesn't really look substantially different than what we had in the first place. Like I say, you gotta watch out for your subdivisions, because they can get away from you really, really quickly. Okay, so let's have a look. So one thing that this model lacks, Lucian, is we really want to be we kind of want a bit of a chin here. No, very few creatures really have the lips just kind of have no jawline. So what we want to kind of do, we want to make sure that this is pulled down a little bit. So even if it's only a small jaw that you still want it to come down a little bit, then curl in, and then come across. Okay? Well, that's asinine. We all need ultra detailed hair clumps. Bruiser! No! Bad! No! It'll crash Neo's VR again. Right. So yeah, we want a bit more of a jaw there, and we also want that jaw line to kind of continue, because at the minute, you don't really have a jawline, it just kind of melds into the head. We want to make sure that the jaw's defined, because think of it on any creature, think of it on any... on yourself. Again, use yourself as reference. Your jawline is very... Even if you're chubby, you can still see where that jawline bends around, and we really want to implement that onto the models. Where the most of your body is kind of square, your head kind of has the opposite problem, where it's very much just like kind of like a sphere. We want more edges and definition on the head. Same with your ears here, for example. Can you see how your ears kind of come across as this square? Which, again, a lot of it is just going through the model and just trying to push and pull until we can get it to a point where it is a bit rounder. So... You can see there how, like, we're just trying to push that roundness out. We don't want these harsh edges. We want it to be soft. Obviously, then the back of the head would need fixed as well. But yeah, it's wild. So that's follow me eyes. That's a if you put your eyes really deep into the character, they always follow you. And that actually stops you. That means you never have to actually rig the. It means you don't even have to rig the eyes if you don't want to. A lot of popular models use the same thing, actually. Give me a second, I'm just going to have a drink. So there's others that use that. One of the most popular is what Jacob Overick does, and that's these ones. And these follow the same principle. Now the eyes actually move as well, but they have that same idea where they will move and keep an eye on the thing, and it's just a really useful way of doing stuff. Fun enough, even Corgi Cam's model. God, this is the old one. That's the ancient one. My goodness. You can see how even Corgi Cam's model actually has the same technique. Like how the eyes are actually hidden. But the eyes obviously move on these ones. So, you know, there's that as well to think about. Yeah. Right. Back to my model. Back to me. Also, if Corgi says he's small, just look how tiny I am now down on the bottom of the screen compared to when I switch back into my own model. But yeah, honestly, it's a very simple way of doing it. Now, Lucian might have put it a little too far back. But at least Lucian's done one thing, and that's curved the eyes around. I appreciate that. Like, that's one thing that a lot of people have been struggling with, I've noticed in today's submission lot. So it's nice to see that you've got that curve on the eye. Because again, when you look at the side, you always want to look at your eyes. When you feel like your eyes are done, look at them from the side. Look at them from the front dead on. Then look at them from the side. And if it feels weird, it probably still needs a bit of tweaking. Oh, God. Is there that many open now that it's literally just giving me a list? Literally is. Which is why, like, kid, stop being so satisfied. God damn it. Right. Like, look at them from the front, look at them from the side. And if it feels right, you're probably onto a winner. Do you think I need to close down some Blender windows? I mean, I can close this one down because that's just an empty scene. Close some of the old ones down. Don't save. Don't save. Don't save. Don't save. There we go. Right. I feel like this model was mainly done with polymodeled. Most models that are submitted here are polymodeled. A lot of people don't sculpt the models. And myself included. This model is mine. This was all polymodeled. You can get quite far with polymodeling. It takes a lot of pushing and pulling to get out of it. And even my models still retain a little bit of that cubey style. They still retain a lot of that cubey style. So you can make it work. But, you know, it's always something that's going to bleed into it a little bit. A lot of blenders running in one place may cause irreversible ear damage. No, so box modeling is a type of poly modeling. Because you've got 3 different types of poly modeling. Vert modeling, edge modeling, box modeling.
This
big ear mode. And the main difference is, so I describe myself as box modeling because what I'm doing is I've got a cube and I'm extruding, I'm scaling, I'm working with that cube and making a form out of the cube right away. Another way of doing it is literally just by grabbing edges, pull an edge down, pull an edge down, pull an edge down, and then connect them all up after you go along with it. Sculpting feels a lot like one stroke, Control Z, stroke, Control Z, stroke, Control Z, stroke. Yay! Honestly, it does. Okay, anything else for Lucian? So, rig. Let's have a look at your rig, Lucian. You know, your arms aren't too bad. They're not bad at all. Right. It's not too bad. Maybe he needs a bit more harshness on the back of the elbow, but again, not the worst. Okay, your hand does kind of squish a bit. But I feel like that's also just to do with the volume of the hand being quite low. Again, because if we look at this hand straight on, it's quite flat. I feel like just simply adding that volume would sort that problem out. It's time to hydrate again. He's keeping us going today, chat. Wow. Right. Fingers. Okay. Same as quite a lot of people. A lot of people struggle with this today. I've been struggling with this, I've noticed today. Make sure that your palm, the palm of your hand, I'm all the way over here, chat. Hello. The palm of your hand wants really weighted to the hand bone, just to stop that from happening. Because that's happening because it's trying to like move this bit. This bone needs a lot more of the weight on it than these ones do. So much hydrate. I need some food to go with it. I'll have some food once I'm done. I'm actually starting to get a bit peckish, but I had quite a large meal before I started. Your chest's pretty good. Torso's not too bad. Spine, I should say. Neck's not too bad. Ooh, okay. Watch out for your jaw there. So what's happening there is you need to make sure that your jaw isn't weight painted to... so if I go to weight paint now, turn the mask off. If I click on there, and see how that's meant to be all with the head, but you've still got some of it on here, which that's what's causing this. See how it's like squishing in? It's not too hard to fix. You just got to make sure that all of this is gone. So if we go on to subtract, and I just literally get rid of that, and then blur this bit back in now, we should see that that's mostly fixed the problem. You want to be careful with that. You want to be very careful with the head. Right, pause. Should really be moving on to the next model. I think we're going to do 2 more models, chat, and then we'll move on from there. Okay, so you can see what I was meaning about that pole really causing some normal issues on the back of the legs. We really want to balance those out. And that weight painting's a bit rough as well. Also looks like some of the model isn't quite seamed up properly. We're getting holes in the butt, which is... I mean, sometimes you want to put holes in the model's butt, but not today. Not like that. Right. So we want... You rotating's fine. You know, the foot actually isn't too bad considering the shape of the foot, but definitely the shape of the foot should be changed. Right. Yeah, that weight painting around the butt area is a bit thing. So your weight painting's a little bit rough, but in part of that, I'd say that's in part as well to your to you just getting used to it. This is your first time doing it. Last thing I'm going to check is your UVs. Now, if these are bad, whoa, that's it. Lucian, I'm sorry, you're banned from my chat forever. Terrible. Cannot be having bad UVs. You know what? That's actually relatively clean. What have we got? So we got face and beans, body, and hair. So you got 3 different materials, which isn't the worst crime. You need at least 1 hole. Yeah, that's not too fine. Oh, okay. I can see some issues though arising already. This bit here, I can already see that's going to be an issue without me even putting the area bits on. Okay, so first off, let's select the body. Oh, wait, so that's okay. And to check your UVs, display stretch and angle. And actually, no, I take that back. That's fine. I was going to say I maybe need to split off a bit here, but no, that's actually holding up pretty fine. Wait, that's your head. Why is your head at an angle? What? Ah, you got a bit here as well, by the way. So what you'd want to do for that, to solve that issue, what you want to do, you want to actually add a loop down this bit of your jaw. Or you can split the jaw off and split it around there. That's your two real solutions to that problem. Because, select. You can see we're getting some real bad compression here, which is going to mean that these bits of your model are going to be really pixelated if you try and paint them. What's this bit? Oh, that's your tongue. Okay, so that's fine. Again, it depends on the importance of where things are. Yeah, this must be webbing. Actually, I think you're right about that, chat. The one thing I will say, I know I don't want to talk about textures too much, but one thing that you really want to do, you want to make sure this bleed is a bit more. And if you're painting in Blender and you're unsure as to how to make the bleed more, let's go to Texture Paint, and you go to Tool, and just scroll all the way down to the bottom where it says Options, and change this from 2 to 8. And that will then give you a much bigger bleed around things. You can also create a color palette as well, so if you want to keep going between different colors, you can click that. And now if I switch the color to the black and click that, I can obviously just click between those two colors there, and I can add as many colors as I want to there. But yeah, so if I've added that bleed there now to 8, if I find... Let me go into this, and let's find this section here. So let's find where you are. Okay, so you can see the seam line here. You can see how much bleed that adds. Let's... There. You can see how much further that adds it outside of the UV. We really want a big gap between this sort of stuff. Stop calling me nerd. Dragon Boy, I swear. Right. Why would you want more bleed? So, if you've ever been in VR chat, and you've walked away from somebody, have you ever seen seam lines down their model? You can sometimes see where these red lines are here. Sometimes you can see that in VR chat. And what that's called mid-mapping. What the game is doing is it's shrinking that texture as you walk away. So it saves memory because obviously it's further away. You don't need to see a 4K texture miles down, like on the other side of the room. So it'll shrink the texture down. But the problem is when the texture shrinks down, this sometimes gets mixed up. It sometimes starts feeding the black into where your color should be. And you'll sometimes get these like horrible little lines going down your models. And that's from bad bleed. So you want it to bleed over the edge so that when it shrinks that texture, there's no chance at all it's going to get the different colors in. I would assume that if it went over you'd think so, but you do get it. If I wasn't going through all the model reviews, I'd literally show you it. But you can, on some of my old models, you can see it because I never used to put bleed up because I was an idiot back then. I didn't know. Nobody was teaching this stuff back then. Okay, solution. I'm going to wrap it up there for yours because I do need to move on to a couple of the other models for by the end of the day. But honestly, Lucian, again, I know it might have come across as a bit harsh today. This is your first model. You've done a really good job. Honestly, I love seeing people get into 3D. And again, you should be proud of this. You obviously got some ideas of where you want to go with in future, and I will be very much looking forward to seeing how you improve and grow. And you'll one day look back at this model and go, that's where I started, and this is where I am now, and you'll feel good about yourself. But yeah, good job. A lot to work on, but you've done a really good job. Right, we're going to move on to the next one. So the next one is Conceptual Foxy. Right, let's go and grab their model. They never sent me their model. That's unfortunate. Okay, I'll send them a message at the end of today's stream, but I don't really have the time to wait. So we're going to move on to the one after that. We're going to move on to Booty. So, Booty. There we go. So save, and we got a bunch of textures to save as well. So open original, save. I'm just going to go through all these each one by one because there's a couple of them. Open original. Save. And last one, open original. And save. And that should be them all. So now when I open it up, it should open up with the images. But it doesn't. Give me a second, chat. I'll just set these up. Base fur head. That's you. Base fur body. Okay, I can already see a fairly significant issue with these. Okay, I'll put this on the desktop while I'm doing this, because this is fine. But you can already probably tell what my issue is with this model. To be that one. Which material is actually the real material? Select. That one's real. Oh, so there is some real. Okay. Feels like it should actually be pulling from doesn't seem like it's the right one. Try this one. There we go. Okay, right. Model set up. Let me save that. Because this one was thing. There we go. So, first thing I'm going to say, you definitely need to clean the materials up. I would definitely say that's something that really needs organized. Because some of these just seem like dead materials anyways. Otherwise, though, no, here we are. We kind of have it. So the one thing I would say about the model to start off with is the way that the face expression looks there. It does look a little bit pained. I feel like that needs a bit more, like the mouth kind of needs to be a bit more relaxed. It feels like the kind of, you know what I mean. So that would be kind of my first, that's the first thing that I really notice about it. Turn that off, put some better lighting on. Otherwise though, right. The legs are actually really nice. Like the legs, you've done a really good job on. I think it is the eye shape. Yeah, I think the eye shape just needs a little bit more refinement. The eye shape and this like this little bit of the smile up at the bottom corner there. I feel like that just feels a little bit forced. So from the back, I've also noticed your character's on the wrong orientation. Like that's the front and that's the side. So I'm gonna very sneakily. Oh no, wait a sec, you got a rig. Very sneakily rotate you 90 degrees so that my controls are the right way around. There we go. So a lot of topology. Way too much topology. We really need to be chopping this down. Because you're currently at 87k tries. Even before we've got any hair, outfits, there's not even a tail or anything on it. So we really want to be chopping a lot of this down. There's a lot on there that can easily be reduced. Ooh, the hand topology as well. We'll go over that in a second. Form-wise, other than that, the shape of the head is actually really nice. The overall shape of the hair looks... The overall shape of the head looks nice. We've got these like really pinched out cheeks. And it definitely reads as like a cat and stuff. So that's good. Your ears shapes, it's dead thin, but that's fine. It looks okay. Although they feel like they're maybe just a bit plonked onto the head. It feels like there should be a little bit more connection there. Although our shape here looks a bit rough, but again, I think that's just the amount of topology that we've got. I might be wrong about this, but I have the suspicious feeling that this was this auto-topologized? My brain's kind of saying it is, but then again, there's bits that look like they're manually made, so I'm unsure as to how all of this sort of stuff's happened here. So, this bit of your arm is kind of fine. I like how you got this little lump here on the back of the... Like, that's good. You can see that there's some active thought there on the back of the elbow, but I don't really feel like it's pushed out enough. It's like it's been retopologized, but it feels like it's been automatically done. Because to get these kind of shapes, I'm trying to figure out what you do. But then, no, it can't be automatically retopologized, because the automatic retopology wouldn't do this. That's manually done. Also, that is a hell of a pull. Holy heck. Okay. So yeah, I would definitely need to reduce these poly count. It is way too high. Like, the weird thing is, the legs are really good. The feet are really good. But again, there's a lot of topology. Like, these two edges here, I've lost, like, no detail. I mean, technically, I could delete that one as well, but I don't want to. What else did they say? What actually did they say in the Discord as well? Because I only kind of saw the images. Hello, I put some screenshots of the broken booty model in the model review chat, and here are the cursed files. There's only a bunch of different textures, and I'm not sure which one works and which one doesn't. Here's some funny pictures in VR chat while testing. Yeah, a lot of it was broken. So they understand a lot of it themselves. And then newer model, it looks like they've already learned quite a lot from what they were doing before. Because this is their current model. So that's their work in progress at the minute. Which is quite nice to see. They've definitely done a better job on the eyes. Definitely doing a better job on the eyes in the overall form. Just don't subdivide it to hell. Yeah, really, a lot of it's just the topology on it. A lot of it is just, it's just got way too much. Obviously the form on the body. The body's actually not too bad. The body's not too bad. It feels like the chest is a little too low. It feels like this should be a little bit higher up. Feels like that should be around about there. But, you know, I'll leave it down there. I'm only just popping back now. How many verts is it? It is 87k. 87k verts. Tries, sorry. Okay, let's go to our armature. Let's have a little look at our rig. So the person knows that this one was broken, so that's good. Because I didn't want to be, like, too mean to it, but this one is probably the most broken. Because there's some that I'll see that, like, have a, you know, some of them have issues. Usually just due to people being new to it all or not really understanding it, but this one feels, like, quite significantly broke. Surprisingly, the weight paint's actually pretty good. Oh! Oh! I say, a bit rough there. I think it's a bit rough on the hand as well. Ooh. Yeah. Little bit rough there. And this is actually one of the problems when you actually have too much topology. So it's a balance, right? Too little and it becomes too sharp. Too much, and what happens is there's not enough of it to move around. And I've just realized that some of this is weight painted to the foot. But only on that side. It's maybe like a clean break with no blending. Yeah, I think this is just like... Oh, yeah, there's one of the issues when you've got too much topology. Yeah, legs. Which this would not work in full body tracking because those legs are too high up, but... Yeah. Okay, yeah, definitely one for us to look at. So one of the issues here is that these bones are too far back. So these would want to be pushed forwards a bit. And then these which would want to be pushed down. And then these bits here would want to definitely be pushed down. And this bit would want to be pushed up. And the reason that would want to be done like that is so that now when we go into this mode... So you can see that we're still getting that little bit there, but can you see how that was a rigging problem and not a skinning problem? Sometimes it's because it's one thing that I know that a lot of new people do. They will make their rig and then they will weight paint it, and then the weight painting won't work quite nicely, so then they'll weight paint it again, and then again, and then again, and it's the rig. It's the rig that's broken. You can change just by if something seems like you. If you're ever at that point where you weight paint over and over and over and over again, just does not seem to be working, really just give your rig a little bit of a tweak. Move stuff around. If you don't know, like,
my furry
I'm
friend.
lucky. I've done this long enough that I could look at that and go, I know where the problem is, because I've ran into it so many times myself. But if you don't know it, just try and move some of your bones around a little bit. And it can really help. Obviously, there's still a weight pain issue, but you can see how much that's resolved just by moving a couple of bones around a little bit. It's Skyjazzer. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. But yeah, generally there is a lot on this model that is wrong. But again, a lot of it, these issues here, it's just the fact there's so much topology. And I know that sounds like a weird thing to say, but it genuinely, like if I go to object mode and give this its wireframe. Now, could you solve that with weight pain? Yeah, you probably actually could. But when the topology is this high already, it's going to take ages. Pochi2K, thank you very much for the follow. Like, you could obviously solve it by just weight painting this out and making this a lot more blurred. Like, that's one way to solve it. And you see there, that's obviously doing a lot better, but it's still crunching in too much. So yeah, so that's one problem. And lastly, like I said, I don't want to spend too long on this because this one's one that we already know is a one to replace. I'm going to go to this UVs. And yeah, so our UVs are very interesting. So let's select our... Let's deselect. So that's our head. Which is, yeah, a very interesting way to unwrap the head. You can see there as well, or manually put the bleed on as well. You can do that. You can literally just paint outside of it. But the issue with this is if I go to display the area, you can see the difference in, like, density that we've got. Like how this is being squished and this is being stretched. Okay, let's go to... Let's try and find the material. It'd probably be better, actually, grabbing it, grabbing that, and deselecting it. There we go. And then we want to go to... There we go. So you can see this. So this works, but that's about it. This is not what we really want to be doing for a UV map. The fact that this hasn't been split off is one thing, because then this could sit beside there. A lot of wasted space. And yeah. And there is one last thing. So what would I do to improve this? You need to either make it more readable and organize it out in a bit more of a sensical way, or basically just use the computer and just leave the automatic one as things. But yeah, no, the model is unwrapped fairly properly. Like, they've done the hands right. Look how much topology there is. I'm really interested in finding that. What's the square thing under the tail? Oh, what is this? Come on. There we go. Ah, so that's the, I can tell what they've done. They've just never unwrapped it. They've just never unwrapped it. That's all that is. Also, yes. See, that can't be... That's gotta be auto-unwrapped. Like, that's gotta be auto-topologized, because there's no way that a subdivide would do that. Unless they've put a triangle there for some reason, but then why would they? I really want to know how this model was made. I really do. And there was one final problem with this model, which I've not really covered on other ones, but you can see the normals on the ears are the wrong way around as well. But yeah, I am going to very quickly nip to the toilet before we move on to the next one. But this one is like... Honestly, again, I don't want to be too mean. You've done really well on the legs. There's certain parts of it that are really nice looking, like the shape of the head, the legs. And the overall form isn't too bad, but I really feel that starting on this one again was your best decision. I feel like this one would take so much to fix that it's probably easier starting from scratch. Right. Like I said, I'm very quickly just going to nip to the toilet. I will be back in a second. And hi, Tsumi Wolf. Okay. Can anyone submit models still? Yes, you can for today. This is literally the last day that I'm leaving that open for people to submit stuff to. So if you want to submit a model, put a screenshot of it in the model review section and then DM me the model itself. You can update that model if in the period between the model review streams. I'm not going to be like, you have to be from the same place, but today is the last day. I have to close it off because, to be honest, I want to review other things other than models. It looks like we're going to have four weekends in a row where all we're doing is reviewing models. And speaking of that, we're going to do the last one of tonight. Do you think you're going to do another run of these? Absolutely. Absolutely. The fact that these are helping people out so much is just like, it's worth spending my Sundays doing this. Even if it takes it out of us and it's a lot of work, I do enjoy doing these. So I will be doing the model review ones again. And again, we're not going to be not reviewing anything. I will still be doing reviews. It just depends on what I'll be doing the reviews on. It'll just change sometimes. Just to keep it interesting, really. Right, so who's next? We are on... Oh, Kate, put it on chatting just in case. Again, I trust you all, but I've got to be safe. Scroll. So we are on to Crazy Eyes. Crazy Eyes will be our last model of the night. Let's have a look at it, and let's go through it. For the model review thingy. Let's have a little look. Oh. Oh, now that's a model. Any bad bits? So I feel like waiting for a future date, just have Cade redo, like... Oh, honestly, it's up to you. Like, the model reviews are completely optional. Like, I just do these to try and help you. And obviously, if you feel like you don't need that, or you want to just work on yourself, because I do try and find things wrong with these. I will say that. I'm not trying to, like, bumble around and stuff. I am trying to find problems. Right, so, say hello to this absolute beast. I love it. Right. Let's grab you and make you big. Okay, so... Oh, no! This has got the... This was started in 2.79, and I can tell because this bar is on the bottom instead of being on the top where it normally is. Boo! Right. Oh, God, I'm so confused. I'm so easily confused, chat. Textures? Wait, are you telling me... Wait, what? How's that working? What? Okay, fair enough. Anyways, moving on. So here's our model. So first off, form. This is good form. This is really good form. This is what we are looking for. It feels rounded enough. Like we've got plenty of like movement around the thing. It all feels very natural. Shoulders come out where they should do. Pectorals look fine. Legs. The only thing about the legs is they lean a bit forwards, which is a bit odd to see, but it also kind of works. Because this still feels it still feels mostly balanced, but it does feel like these feet should be a little... Like, they need to scooch forward just a little bit. Saying that, though, the middle point of them is kind of on balance, so maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe they're fine. Let's grab the... Yeah, you can definitely tell this was made in 2.79 because of the behavior. Yeah, no, fine. Right, topology. Yeah. That... Kids review. Yes. Yeah, no, this is fine. So whenever you're doing an air pause, this is what I was meaning before about things coming around your arms. This is kind of what you want the topology to do if you are pausing it in air pause. And you can see here, clever use of tries. Tries are being used where they need to be, but not all over the place. They're being used for here, like again, around the pectorals. You can see how even though these are pectorals, they've got loops around them. You might be wondering why this loop's around here. We haven't seen any characters with this on today, but you can actually add loops around your belly. Now, Cade only has one on the bottom side here, because I only really bothered about the bottom of the belly, but you can actually add loops and insets to emphasize parts of your belly shape. And you can see there how it emphasizes this bit here sticking out. Crotch looks fine. I've said that many a time. So this is another way of adding that detail. You know how normally I split the edges and then fill that in? This is another way of doing knees, which is via adding an inset loop to it. So there's an inset here, and that also can help give us that definition for the knees. It does the same thing, it just does it in a slightly different way. We've got this bit here, shape of the foot, form of the foot is fine. We've got a ball, we've got the heel. Yeah, that's fine. They've used topology once again to kind of imitate, like, ingrained detail into it, which is fine and works quite well on this model. You can see how beforehand I was talking about, like, how you want the feet to kind of curve in. You can see that they've definitely done that here. Let's get rid of that. The only thing that's a bit odd is how they've posed the character. This might cause a few issues for VR chat, but we'll see how they've rigged it in a second. I'm trying to find anything that I would complain about. Because again, I want to find something wrong. I want to find something that I could say, here's something you can do better. It's maybe just a bit messy down here. But even then, that's like such a tiny complaint. It does seem randomly rough in certain sections, but I assume that's being helped by the normal map. Yeah. Same here as well. There's an inset loop here. Although that inset loop goes a bit wild. So it comes up and it comes around there. To be fair, that's just blended. That's this one here. So that inset loop's caused by this bit here going a bit funky. But again, when you see that, you don't just shout, oh, it's wrong and it's bad. It still makes, the loop still makes overall sense, but it's a bit wild. Still achieves the same effect though. Shoulder blades, tail. Like I said, this is a well-made model. This is what I would consider well-made. How's the bottom of our feet? So again, they've kind of... I wouldn't really pull them like this. I wouldn't pull them all into one single place. I would probably still, even though it's the bottom of the foot, still take some steps just to gradually reduce it. Because sometimes... Furries are furries, right? And they like paws. So sometimes people will still look at them. Even so, you'd still maybe want to just gradually decrease that. As for this bit, we've got, right, the head. So this, oh, I love how they've solved that. I actually like how they've solved that. Apart from, they've got one multi-poly here. Now, multi-polys, not a problem in most cases. But if this was to go into something like Neo's VR, this would need that sorted. Because some programs cannot read multi-polys. That's something I found out very recently. But yeah, we've got loops around the eyes, and then we've got a secondary loop. I would normally go for about 3 loops before you get to the eye itself, but that's kind of fine. We've got this section here, which has a loop around it. We can see there's a triangle there for some reason, but yeah, we've got our loops coming around the mouth, which is, once again, fine. Increases the topology count without thing. One thing that we can improve, and again, Cade is the same for this. This bit here... We could add an extra a loop here and a loop here, and then add this bit coming down into here and this bit coming into here. Audio's going wonky. Is it? Is my audio fine, chat? Oh, I know what it'll be. There we go. That should sort it. It's because it's a material preview and it's technically doing a bit of rendering. Hopefully that comes out as better. So I'm going to leave it in this solid view for now. I think that if I... Give me a second, chat. This should sort it. UV editor. Well, there was definitely a not spare for work part on this model at some point, chat. Right, select. And now that I've selected that image, that should... No, it's still not finding the texture. Damn it. Oop. Okay, we'll just deal with it like this until we want to actually look at the textures and stuff. But yeah, no, these are really nice loops around here. Boop, boop. 2 loops around the eyes. That's nice. All of this properly seamed in as well. None of this is like layered on top. It's all part of the same topology, which is... it takes a lot of time to do that. But that is very nice to see. That is what we want to see. Right, rig. Do we have a rig? I'm pretty sure we do have a rig. There's our rig. Hello there, Tower Spawning. Welcome on in. Right, let's get out of edit mode. Let's go into you. Oh, it's down here now because it's Blender 2.79. Ooh, so the rigging is maybe a little bit crunchy. Yeah, our rigging maybe needs just a little bit of smoothing down here. So if we grab onto that and then go into weight paint. Yeah, we can see how it's just a little bit on the rough side down here. So we just want to blur some of that out. I've also got like random bits just like lodged along it, which is odd. Yeah, better. Still pushing it a little too far though, so there's probably something still affecting it. Okay, but not the worst. Definitely not the worst. Right. Moving side to side. Absolutely fine. We've got a lot of momentum there, which is nice. Now, is this our shoulder or is this actually a clavicle bone? So that's a collarbone. That's an upper arm. So this is actually our shoulder. Okay, that may... Yeah, okay. So this wants to be pulled back a bit, and this one wants to push up a bit more, because we're starting to get a bit crunchy there. How's it going? It's going well. Like I said, we've been doing this for like... I know it only says like 2 hours 21, but we've been doing this for nearly 6 hours now. Well, over 6 hours now. And we're still going. So that's good. This is what I want to see from your elbows, chat. This is what I want to see. I want to see it crunch in on this side, and I want to see it stay quite harsh on the other side. That is what I would like to see. Right, hands. Maybe a little too much weight, and maybe a little bit too much blending into the thing. Did stream crash at some point? Yeah, it did. My stream crashed about 3.5 hours in as such. Okay, one thing I'm already going to kind of see, I reckon that this is going to be a bit too rough for your hands. I know that we want these sharp... We want them maybe to be a bit sharper, but... You can see there how crunched... Then again, maybe not as bad as I thought it was going to be. No, you know what? Let's see how these hands work. Actually, that's nice. I thought that was going to be a lot worse because it was a bit crunchy, but no, that actually works really nice. They've done a really good job on managing that. But that's because it's low poly, and it's actually all right. Okay, yeah. Right, legs. A lot of people get the legs wrong. No, they actually got the legs right. And yeah, I can see it's definitely rigged for not safe for work because the crotch doesn't move that much. You can tell, chat, when you do. Right, let's have a look. Okay, so that needs a bit of adjustment. This leg definitely needs adjustment. That needs to be pulled down. So I think it's on this side, yeah. So that would need to be pulled down there. That needs blurred. Yeah, and that would probably maybe even need a bit more reduced off it. But yeah, that leg definitely needs a bit more refinement. The foot's fine. That foot's fine. And toes are relatively fine. Normally, I would still have like a bone for your foot kind of come in there, but yeah. If this is Blender, I've played with it a few times, it's turned out okay, and sometimes it doesn't. I've not tried any rigging, I recall, because most of it requires an avatar, which I do not have. Like, yeah, obviously, rigging with an... There are plenty of free base models out there. If you want to give rigging a try, though, there are plenty out there. But yeah, so rig is fine. Last thing that I'm going to look at. Well, rig is fine. I think the rig is probably the weakest point of it, though. Yeah, I would say that your rig is definitely the weakest point of the whole model. Which is a shame, because a lot of it's quite strong. I feel like a lot of it just needs a bit more refinement. That's not too bad. Personally, I don't like it when models do this and they clip in like this. But I know why you want to do that. Because you want to retain that, like... This is a challenge whenever you've got, like, hard surface stuff on a model. Because they obviously want this plate to remain hard. But when this comes down, that obviously starts, like, munching over the top of the plate. Which, if you look from a certain angle, you'll see. But overall, remains... It gives it all a very solid view. And that's kind of nice. That's what we want to see. Like this, the fact that they've done the whole jawline here is actually right. That's correct in how they've done that. Because a lot of people will just rig from this point here, from the corner of the lips, and that doesn't work properly. Even I cheat a little bit with that though, with Cade. You might notice sometimes that my jawline actually bends a slight bit. Realistically, I need to change that on the next version of Cade. And yeah, like I say, as I thought, lifting these arms up quite a lot is very rough. And I feel like that's partly because the pose... This isn't even really an A pose. This is actually lower down than an A pose. An A pose would probably be around more about there. But, yeah. Check the tail. Ah, it went a bit crunchy then again. Yeah, once again, weight pain on the tail just needs blurred. Just need to blur it out. Also, doesn't seem like there's enough topology on the tail. You could maybe increase that. Yeah, I would normally put at least 3 edges per bone, just to make sure that we're not getting any of these harsh turns. Because this bone right here is obviously going to stay quite steady. Yeah, you kind of want 3 bits in between things. Of most common issue I face in with Blender is face assignment. Sometimes it assigns okay, and sometimes it's assigned in Blender, but when the DA is imported, they're not right. Okay. If you have any specific issues with that, like any model where you can prove that, well, not prove, but show that that's what's happening, I'd be more than willing to take a look at that. Because that sounds an interesting issue. Pause mode, reset the pause. Yeah. Overall, not too bad. Right, last thing. Let's have a look at the UVs, and let's see how their UVs are laid out. Now, there's only one material for this entire character. So, I'm assuming that this is probably going to be quite good. Because normally, the less materials they have, the better the UV needs to be. Ooh. But that seems really limited for what we've got. Oh, so it's a duplicated one. Okay, so this is two sides. So that's our arm, that's our arm. That's our hands. That's our foot. Okay, that's our feet. That is very interesting, how little of that it's actually using. Okay, I imagine that's the teeth. Or is it the hair? No, that's the hair. You. Okay, is that literally all the texture? Right, okay. So that's you. That's you, that's you. Oh, wait. Have they been very clever? Ah, I see how they've done that. So they've actually separated the islands out, but then they've joined them back up together. Are these actually separate? Yeah, they're actually joined islands. Okay, I see how they did that. That is very clever. So there's that bit. And there's that bit. Okay, so that is all just one bit. That's very well done. That's better than how I normally do it. Chat, I'm being outshined. I don't like it. Oh, no. I want area. Okay, so there's a little bit of compression in the eye bits there, but that makes sense because this kind of crunches it inwards. That's just a tooth. Yeah, they're just the teeth. That's our eye. So, I mean, it's a little bit wasteful as a UV. We could probably have easily got those teeth onto the same one. But honestly, that's like fine. Like, there's no issues there really at all. Yeah. Fuck. Right, so I'm going to put it back on you, and we're going to go to... Hopefully my computer stays fairly fine throughout this. So it's a good model. Form, absolutely on point. Like, really, really good forms. Really good anatomy. Really feels believable and meaty. And it doesn't feel, like, overly done. We've got really nice rounded... We've got bits that are round where they need to be and bits that are sharp where they need to be. That's excellent to see. Topology-wise, pretty much no real problems with it. There's some bits that are maybe a little bit... I don't even know if there was even really anything that I really saw. But either way, topology, really good. Used with very specific knowledge of where to use it and when to use it, which is always nice to see. The only thing that really lets this model down is its rig and its UVs are a little bit sparse. I feel like there could have been a bit better optimization with them, but really good otherwise. I feel like I said, just the rig just needs a little bit of work. I think just working that rig out and just polishing it out a little bit really send it to the next level. And with that chat is our last model review of the day. Oh, we have got... If you want your model reviewed, by the way, chat, if you haven't put it in yet, put it in today, because that channel, the model review channel, will be shut off at the end of today. And that's in about another 2 hours or so. So if you want it, put it in. Even if you're not entirely sure yet, even if you're not like, even if you still think I'm going to be working on the model, just put it in. Anything that is in, I will review at least at some point. If not next week, the week after. I'm going to definitely have to split this up into 2 more weeks. Other than that, it's been actually a great show of, like, there's been a lot of good models being submitted here today. I forgot I was like here for 2 hours. Lovely stream though. Well, thank you very much for popping along, like I said, and thank you for submitting as well, Liminal. Your model was one of the ones we looked at earlier today, and again, you did a stellar job on it. Tempted to put a default cube in for review and try and... Hey, if you want to do that, I'll do that, but just be aware, I will review it. So if you submit a default cube, I will review default cube. But with that, I think it's time for us to do our usual thing. Where are we at? We're there. We're going to lead out the stream. Who are we going to go and send our love to today, chat? Who's going to get your everlasting, ever-growing love? Oh, I know what we're going to do. We're going to go and raid Corgi Cam, because Jaloon is currently doing some art. So, what I want to do, raid Corgi Cam. And yes, a raid message. Our raid message is going to be... what are we going to call? What are we going to do? Moo Arts time. There we go. There's our raid message. Y'all have a lovely time now. It's going to be great. We are going to be back tomorrow. We're going to be doing more work on Shalkor. We're going to be doing some more Substance Painter and maybe some rigging. So you'll see me to rig tomorrow and get to have a go at my rig. And hi, Minty. And yes, we are finishing out for the day. I've streamed for 6 hours at this point. I need a break. I need to go and get some food. And you all have an absolutely lovely time with Corgi Cam. Tell him I love you. Mwah. And I will see you tomorrow, chat. Bye-bye.